All right, thanks, Adair. Yeah, I was actually going to look at that, and I actually forgot about it when we were talking about it before, but there's 89.3% coming for October, right? So the next one is not for a while, October the 29th. So we have data coming this week, including claims on Friday. So that will change for sure what this looks like. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with jobless claims coming in on Friday. So yeah, Rumble and DJT. Let's have a quick look. What's going on with DJT these days as well? We'll wait to see if there's going to be any love for TikTok or anything with DJT. And they mentioned like a little bit last week that there was going to be some releases about Michael Dell or Larry Ellison and these guys getting involved with the TikTok deal. DJT is at a great level. We've seen the similar levels here for GameStop as well that had bounced off clean for GME in and around that 22 area, now up to 27. So again, some of these stocks will base out real nice like and then pop, right? And so here's 22 for a long time. It's like I kept hearing it from my guy over there, Joey Snaps, about Snapchat, and like we were I was touting this right here, this day, the day that it broke. I remember it was this day right here, $7.40. I said, you know what? We have those glasses coming through with Meta. Obviously, I remember Snapchat gave it a go at some point there as well. So maybe some positive movement there for Snapchat. Now, sure, we didn't get in. I didn't get into this name, but 740, 750, up to 880, 885. I thought that would have been pretty close to the maximum. I think we said 850. If you could go 750 to 850, you'd be pretty happy with Snapchat. So if you were able to do that, then you know he'd maybe heed the similar advice and say rate today, take advantage of this 4% move higher and get a little bit out there on Snapchat. I would recommend doing that, but again, it's up to you guys. And if it can get up to the 200 period, that's $9. So we'll look to get out a little bit more of Snapchat if you guys were in that one. Going around here, the hot list today, this is just kind of what's floating around here on eSignal. AMD, again, don't mean to gloat, but 350 in the money. AMD right there. The very first trade that any of us took today is right there, and that was on AMD, so that was a monster. All right, and then we have, I don't know what's up with ZURA. Zura Bio would be another name that's kicking out right there. Rigetti falling back in. Zura Bio up 39% as that's starting to go upside there as well. And then we just looked at, Rigetti's on here. We haven't looked too much at Quantum today. It looks like the power names were up, right? SMR was up. Intel's still down 3%. Robinhood here up as well. Tilray up 40% and going. Tesla bouncing around 440. Doesn't look like it's doing a whole heck of a lot in those areas. But yeah, so far so good. And I think we've covered a lot of this, man. SoundHound down a little bit today as well. So just a couple different names hitting around for you traders today. Looks like a good one, but got to be specific in what you're looking at. Amazon 221. That was a great bounce. At 220. All right, news from Adair. We'll hear from Neil, then we'll figure out what's for lunch.
Just keep an eye on any energy-related plays right now. I'll just pull up the NASDAQ for you guys. So the an official here from the U.S. Energy Department is saying that the Trump administration will be distributing $625 million to increase coal-based production. So coal-based power production, keep an eye on any of these names. I did see a little bit of a drop in Oklo and NNE, but they're both trading in a range right now. So just be aware here. BTU, I'm seeing now, is apparently the stock to look at for this. So we'll pull up BTU. BTU on watch. Again, guys, the story here is that an official from the U.S. Department of Energy, and there you go, BTU to the upside, is going to be releasing $625 million in funds here to expand power generation fueled by coal. Back to you.
So I'm just also checking for news on PayPal here. A couple of questions were asked in the chat. One of them was what's going on with PayPal. I haven't seen any, I don't see anything in particular, but then my news service has been kind of on the fritz this morning. For lack of a better term, it just hasn't been working well. Sorry, guys. But PayPal certainly has a buy program going on right now, and there's nothing standing in its way. I didn't realize how far this had actually pulled back, but this could be that close and the breakout above the 50 period that we were discussing last week, or 2 weeks ago, I guess it was. But PayPal looking strong. We'll keep our ear to the ground for news there. And then there was a question where my thoughts on Oracle were nothing good. Sorry. Oracle lost the top of the gap after earnings on Friday, and you're getting some continuation today. So with the market 0.8% up, this is 0.8% down. Seems like we are headed for a gap fill back into 260 on Oracle. They put a target on their own backs with that heavy guidance, so it is what it is. And now they're just continuing to get punished for it. It's like all of that guide was reliant on OpenAI. And when that came out, people started selling this thing outside of a couple of strong days. Like, and you're going to have a ridiculous guidance that gives you a 30% move to the upside, and then it's all based on one company needing to fulfill its growth measures for you to get there. Yeah, some skepticism here with Oracle. I think there's going to be a value at some point in the dip, but not yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we talked about that deal with PayPal and Google a couple, like Neil was saying, like
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think it was a while ago. I kind of upgraded the stock in my mind at that point, saying that it has at least a chance to do something. So, this kind of a move, although it's not a surprise that we're finally breaking this level, I did think that, that break right there might have been something as well. So, just be careful if you are on this name, and there's obviously a possibility for it to get faded right back in because we had done this already. So PayPal, yeah, definitely odd one. All right, let's figure out what's for lunch to start the week here today. So, all right, today we did have, there was fresh omelets with roasted veggies and cheese this morning. So I think that was pretty good. There was some goat cheese involved in that as well. So Tesla, good couple outs there. It is falling back just a little bit. But today's, oh no, not a great start to the week. However, today, we've got tilapia again there today, but today it says garlic buttered, so not Cajun tilapia. So blackened. It was blackened last couple times we've had it. Today is garlic buttered baked tilapia with vegetable pilaf, steamed bok choy, and chef's choice salad.
I wish I had more thumbs or hands, so I gave it 4 thumbs down. It's just that we keep getting tilapia.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be on our salads, but we'll see if it is. I'm just gonna rate it against the blackened tilapia because, that way I can see. It seems like they're not switching anytime soon off of tilapia. So let's just compare it versus the blackened tilapia.
Before we get out of here, I'm just gonna read the headline that finally showed up on Wolfspeed here.
Okay.
I'm just going to read it for everybody here. This is what we expected. NYSE to delist Wolfspeed old, and it is in quotes, common stock, effective October 10th, 2025, following the company's emergence from Chapter 11 and reincorporation in Delaware, trading suspended as of September 29th. That's today, with shareholders to receive substituted new company stock under reorganization plan. So this headline's finally hitting the wire. I mean, hindsight being 2020, like if that headline had been there when it opened the first time, I feel like that would have been a pretty easy short, but I don't think anybody knew what was going on when it was at $19. And I just saw that headline after. It's now at 10:35, and the tap at $8. It wouldn't have been locates anyways, but that's yikes. So yeah, the story's now out there on Wolfspeed, guys. So if you happen to be in it, good luck. I hope no one got trapped at that top. If you see a stock moving, please, if you don't know what's going on and it makes no sense, you don't have to be in it. Because if you just saw it go up, ooh, let's go, Wolfspeed's going crazy. Like I hate to say what could have happened if you try to chase that long, but as you can see, it's lost like $11 from that high and could go even lower. All right, so during lunchtime, we'll be looking for Nvidia off the volume weighted average price, see if we can get there finally, and hopefully not eating tilapia. That is...
All right, we can't barely hear you guys, so we will say bye to you for now. We do have mad amounts of renovations going on behind us. All right, good day today, and we'll try to get some more winners on the midday with both Joe and Sharif. Let's throw it over to these guys. Nvidia's starting to go up to the upside now again.
Oh, boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Option. And that's Dare walking in the background. Yeah, and yes, what is going on right here is the culmination of this whole project, Studio 8, that we've been calling it, Joey. So the last piece of the puzzle, or one of the last pieces of the puzzle going on right behind us over there. More information to come on that. But Joey, we got to do this.
Let's do it.
We got to do a lot. Like PD right now. We got Ozan. Shout out to 2 New York Cents and Ratty. Al is in the house, or AI, I can't tell. Stuart, the beautiful Gaten, Will, Jaguar Nut, and Steve M. Shout out to Kirk D. and Hussein Samad. We got TJ, Morty, and Jimmy Joe Smith. Kirk D, I think I said that one already. Ian Gartner and JJ, J-Talk, 5150, and TLP. Shout out to the OG Gorev. Roman, ATX Trader. We got Joao. Who else, man? Be Free and Vern. Get it. Yeah, wow, Katina, man. Yeah. Katina Man's getting me hyped up. John Neal, Thomas, Frank Handley, and Brendan. Shout out to Bruvs. And Austin, Tatius, Dank Productions, and Robert Jenkins joining us as well. Sam Pichet. I think I probably butchered that last name, but sorry. John Tranum. Are you the Trainium, the processor that Amazon's making? My bad. Good morning to everybody. Yeah. It's bad, Assassino, but it's all I can muster at the moment. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, good morning. All right, guys, let's see what we got going up today. It's rocking and rolling. It's Monday. We're gonna keep it calm, cool, and smooth, man. There's Joey Smooth, baby. Let's see what we got cooking up here on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, this was definitely our better trade of the session. Long right just above the volume weighted average price. We piece it up all the way up to the top there, and then we get stopped out our last little about 10-15%. So we're not upset about that at all. And then also we traded some Tesla. Right, so Katina Man's long some Tesla. I want to get in here again. We'll wait for it to come back into the middle of the range. We'll go 1 for 1 on this one. Boom. We'll go triple the size. Before we go over to Adara, let's see what you
just before we go to Adara, guys, BQ, this is the #1 gapper right now in all of the market. It's on the Amex. It's going to halt up $11.13. It's up 280%. Go ahead, Adara.
I have 2 separate stories here, one on Nvidia, one on Apple. We'll start with Apple. Reportedly, according to Mac rumors, the Samsung display president Lee Chong has confirmed that the company has plans to produce a foldable OLED screen for a major North American client that is assumed to be Apple. So Apple's foldable products seem to be, I guess, continuing in their trajectory here. Samsung reportedly hinting that this could be the client they're making this tablet for, at least that they're making a tablet for an American client. Now, Nvidia going to be on watch here as well. Nvidia reportedly hastening its robotics research and development with new open models and simulation libraries. So R&D for robotics and simulation libraries there for Nvidia. Back to you.
Just before you continue, thank you, Adair. BQ, guys, we are halted to the upside. This is an Amex stock, AMEX, Amex. And so as a result of that, we're not going to be able to see the theoretical auction price at the top all while we're halted. So we're going to have to fly blind. That is one of my pet peeves about trading these small cap gappers on the MX is you really have no idea of what the imbalance looks like during the halted period. And if we get a 10, 15-minute halt, then you really start sweating because you have no idea what to expect. So that has to factor into your decision-making of whether or not to trade this, and if you're going to, what kind of size and risk parameters you want to employ. All right, it's a great-looking one. Underline that for now. Joey, what do I always say, man? They're around for a good time, not a long time, and the ones on the MX network have much less, I should say, trust from my perspective than the ones on the NQ.
Yeah. Never mind those Amex boys, man. Get them out of here. No, seriousness. It's a good time, man. Went out for a nice long walk yesterday. It was a gorgeous day here in the city. So yeah, we just wanted to try to take advantage.
It's been crazy.
It's been really nice,
crazy.
Man.
I know you don't like it though, because it's not 500% humidity, but we're gonna have
it's
to
good.
take
The sun was nice. You know what I mean? To get a little bit of the sun on the face. But yeah, aside from that, guys, we took 2 attempts here on Tesla. 2 attempts, yes, no, 2. Here on Tesla, we got stopped out on the first one, and then we just hop right back in and we take it off. We did get stopped out about 40% there. Now we're starting to enter this kind of consolidation. Let's see what happens next. The longer that it takes to break, the more prone I think it might be to a potential breakdown. So let's just keep that in mind. Other than that, these are the 2 names that I've been trading on the day. Snapchat has been looking phenomenal. We got a hammer candle right at VWAP on Amazon. So I might get involved in this here. Maybe even buy. I want to buy a contract because Chase the Pax was talking about this last week, and I mentioned it as well too. Considering we had these 4 or 5 aggressive days of just continuous selling, and then all the way down to 217, and you're getting a little bit of a pop right now, and I like this indecision print right there for a couple point move higher. I'm not saying I'm going to be holding the contracts or anything along those lines till it hits that new all-time high. Just a little pop, couple points here and there, and then you just hop out of Dodge and look for something else new. But Snapchat is moving pretty strong today. Katina Man brought us that one a while ago, and there it goes, continuing its strength. So patience, patience, patience. I'm going to wait to hop in maybe some Amazon and some TSLA, Sharif.
All right, man. New position. We're in ENTA. Showing a really good looking chart pattern on the 5. Very good respect. This is the first 5-minute candle, make a new high. Those are all the good things about it. What don't I like? Clearly the spread. Okay, we just got the first print there at 75. We're long 69. Now I'm waiting at 82, showing me 79s now on the level 2. We're showing me 81. We're waiting at 82. Let's go ahead and wait at 88 as well. Let's see if we can kind of move up. The spread still about 3 or 4 pennies. I've seen it as wide as 7. I'm talking about ENTA up 23.8%. It's not the biggest mover. And there we go. The second print. There's almost the third print showing me 90s now on the ask side. Give me that third print, baby. We're waiting at 88s, and there it is, Joey Options. So we'll take a nice little move up to start the show. Now we're going to wait at 98s just for that, quick $10 tap. Maybe it rejects $10, so I want to get it in a little bit, or wet the beak, excuse me, a little bit before that. Shout out to the weird-looking parrot there that's eating out of the garbage for some reason. But it's okay, everything's fine, Joe.
Oh, that one there. That one there.
YCBD as well. It's not just the BQ show. This one up 150%, but it suffers from the same afflicting BQ, which is it's trading on the Amex network. Again, I hate to disparage an entire network or gateway, but, I've seen this story before where the ones that are trading on the AM, there's more bamboozlement. In addition, as I mentioned before, we went to Adara for the news break. You can't see the top, the theoretical auction price on these, so you have to fly blind while we're halted. It's up very respectable amount, 155%, but BQ is now open again, and here we go again. It's a 1232 high. I'm going to probably be corrected in 1 second as it prints another high. It's a 1305 high now. It's up 325%. It's going for more. It seems hungry. 1306 high a day, Joey Options. This one's on that good stuff that you're not supposed to take on a Monday.
Oh.
You're supposed to wait for the weekend for that kind of thing. Sorry, bro. No, seriously, though. BQ is going crazy, all right? But it's spready. It's wild. Trade it carefully, please. Joey.
Yes, absolutely. Only take it on the weekend. Don't be doing that stuff during. Don't be doing the lettuce on the weekday.
Oh boy.
All right.
Oh boy. Don't be doing the lettuce. This ain't lettuce, bro. This ain't lettuce. It'd be the other way.
The harder stuff. All right. Don't be doing the harder stuff.
Saying out here right now. Oh boy, bro.
No, seriously. No, guys. Let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors here on the session and see what we got going on. Oh yeah. You say, oh no, oh yeah. All right, guys. We got some.
Wild, bro.
What's that?
The comments in the chat are wild.
What are they saying there? Oh, yeah. Okay, Mike P. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, yeah. The technology sector, guys, up about 0.9%. Then we have the communications sitting in second place. Yes, 0.7. Industrials up about 0.5%. Now the bottom 3, consumer staples. Yeah, we're not getting defensive today. Risk on, guys, as you can see. Consumer staples slightly red, just under 0.1%. Then we got the utilities down about 0.4, and then the energy sector almost down a whopping 2%, 1.9. That is insane. We don't need that defense. Get out of here, energy sector. We want to buy the tech stocks, and that's what we got going on today. I want to see what the TQs are up to here. Go up right at the volume weighted average price. If we get this 5-minute hammer to close exactly how it's currently printing, then guess what? We're going to take a long on it and look for a potential bounce across the board in some of these tech names. names. I believe Tesla is going to break down. Keep an eye out on Tesla. Why? Because we've had multiple attempts on the breakup and it hasn't happened. Opening drive, strong. After the opening drive, not strong. So very simplistic stuff, obviously being sarcastic, but you can see it sold off here, guys. You get that move up into 21.65 and then you establish the new low of the day about a half an hour later, and that's going to put you right at $20.80. Now, from that point, we've never had any definitive signals that say, hey, we're ready to bounce. But one thing to note is that we're forming these consistent lower highs, and watch out for the support level to be breached. And if it is and the volume really starts to pick up, watch out for some more continuation to the downside. All right, guys? And there it goes. Gaurav, the Q's signal is gone. It's done. It's already closed as it's not closing. It's starting to pick up momentum to the downside. And there goes some of these tech names. We liked what the crypto space was doing earlier this morning. Ethereum puts in a topping tail signal. Not too good of a look here. Patience, patience, patience. Let's see if we can find something in a couple minutes here, Sharif.
All right, Joey. Keeping my eye on YCBD. I just got into this one accidentally. I was actually putting a breakout trade for 171, so I just flattened out super quick on that one, break even. YCBD, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm looking for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and now we've got it. So by the way, BQ is halted down at 969. Sorry, I probably should have mentioned that. YCBD, but you know how this works, right? There's two going, and the degens, they can't not trade, right? Like their hands start shaking. Oh. So BQ's halted. They got to punch into something, right? You know, you start getting the jitters and the shivers. So I'm exaggerating for effect, obviously, but you typically move from one stock to the other once one is halted, especially if the pair are moving. I don't want to say in tandem, but both are strong on the day. Anyway, this one is definitely strong, so I'm keeping an eye on this one. 170 seems to be a really, really staunchy resistance level, and that takes us all the way back to that candle at 1050 that has its topping tail into 170. We haven't been above that level since that candle. So I'm continuing to watch here as this price action develops on YCBD. I don't want to get into that critical area of resistance only to have it reject. If it wants to clear 170 by some distance, we can have a conversation. By definition, that means I'll get in at a worse price, which I'm okay with. So yeah, that's my thinking about that. My two little feet, I personally feel attacked by that comment. I'm one of those people, brother, so I'm kind of attacking myself there, right? Like, I trade these and only these every day, and you guys know that, right? So we're going to take shots at ourselves.
Yeah, brother, I've been grinding Blue Ocean, man. It's like,
you've been grinding Blue Ocean?
Yeah, you guys, you got to chill,
bro.
man. Yeah, till 10 every day.
Yeah. So how's it been?
It's all right.
It's been good.
I mean, it's grinding. Like, you know
exactly what I'm getting at that one. DJ. Love this guy. All right. We're taking Prince to the high side here on ENT8, 995 high. We're at that level right now. I've got a profit taker, guys, into 98. We do apologize for the noise, but you guys know that we're doing Studio 8, and this behind me right now, as yes, that handsome gentleman Rob walks around with one of the pieces. This is one of the final pieces in the entire thing. I don't want to say the final piece, but one of the biggest, certainly, in the entire renovation, and we could not be more pleased, obviously, that it's going up, not because there's a lot of noise, but because we're part of this project, and I personally feel, I feel very excited about this whole thing growing, and I hope you guys, are not too annoyed by the whole thing, and you're kind of understand how this whole thing works. Take us to your shisha lounge. Soon, Ozan, soon. We punch into this position over here, and we get a nice little mover. We'll be buying a shisha lounge, my man. And you'll have free access anytime you want. Shout out to the Ozan Chile. We're going to Adair. Adair.
Oh yeah, just be aware here of the market. This is less like specifically stock moving, but more it's going to be on watch for Friday. So I'm seeing here, apparently the BLS, or the Bureau of Labor Statistics, is preparing a shutdown contingency plan. We know the U.S. government could potentially face a shutdown. So apparently in that case, they would be suspending all operations, and they would be planning not to release economic data during a shutdown. Now that is significant because on Friday, we're expected to get these non-farm payrolls, which come from the BLS. So just be aware here. BLS, their shutdown contingency plan would include not releasing economic data during a government shutdown, which again could happen. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Joey, just before we send it to you, ENTA breakout. boom into 1032. We're long 969. We just wet the beak there at 1015. We're going to hold a piece. The spread went crazy once this thing broke 10. I saw it 1030 something on the ask, and then 10 single digits like 1009, 1010, or 1007, something like that. Look at that. It's 12 pennies. It's gotten super wide since it's broken 10. We're still holding. We're looking for more here on my friend ENTA. Certainly not the biggest mover on the day. That belongs to YCBD and BQ, but we're going to continue to punch in here on ENTA. Shout out to my man Ozan. He says ENTA will halt up. I'd be pleased about that, Ozan. I'll hold it into the halt. So we're continue to watch here, Joey, as we get back into that $0.25 ENTA, the one I'm talking about.
All right, beautiful stuff. Love hearing it. Yeah, Byron Hart. Pretty soon, brother. Pretty soon, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, hold those horses and get ready for some action-packed fun. Even more to come with the Trader TV live. Gang, all right, Qs is dumping. Yes, it is, Gorev. But I'm starting to like how these prints are forming, right? If we can get a couple hammers across the board here, then bang, maybe we go for a long. You can see something. I don't love this signal right there at Nvidia on NVDA. Not enough of a wick. And then there we go. There is our signal on Amazon breaking down, Gorv. So we're fortunate enough to get out of that one. And this is what I was mentioning a little bit earlier there on Tesla. Consistent lower highs. Boom. Now you're heading towards some key support levels. So I'm happy that we took that move up into VWAP and got some out. But one thing that I'm going to be keeping an eye on is that if these start to close like this, patience, patience, patience. We're going to wait for that pullback, and then we're going to look to pounce like a tiger. Damn. And, oh, no, see the selling pressure stepping right back in here, Sharif. Oh. So not too good of a look. As long as the crypto space is holding up, I'm going to be happy and Gucci with that one. Good to see it getting a little bit of a bounce over the weekend. Back up to 112. I think it touched 113 today. And then we had Ethereum up to 4,200 once again. So shout out to Tom Lee. Tom Lee said bounce at 4,200. It did go down to 38, 39. So let's see if that can come more into play. But the selling is starting to get a little bit more aggressive here, folks. Buyers stepping in, pushing in it. You see this, the buying pressure step in on some of these 5-minute candles, but immediately met by some defense and putting pressure on the price to head back south. So with that being said, let's take a look at our options chain and see what we got going on with the NASDAQ 100 over there, the Qs, guys. As soon as we get this up, we're going to take a look. 0 DTEs is what we want to find out. Where is the concentration at?
Where's it at?
601, 127,000 contracts already traded. And then at 602, 168,000 contracts currently traded. Open interest, nothing substantial, but there's a lot of volume coming in at those two strike prices there, Sharif.
I like it, Joey. AREC, the OG Bovin saying, taking a look, Bovin, at AREC. This is another one Bovin was calling out. Before we go to that one, HOVR into high day, a little bit lighter on volume. This is another Bovin call out over here, $112 million market cap. But let's take a gander at AREC. Yeah, another good one. Bovin, I like this one. 320 flat top break potential. I realize we've been above 320 on the day a few times. Case in point, one, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice into 325. But look at that. Nary a closing print above 320. That's got to mean something to me here. So they're clearly a seller of note at 320. It's not up big, Bovin. It is up 15%. It's a $270 million market cap with about a 66 million share float. Here's 320 right now. Ideally, you pick this up in the 3 mid-teens for that possible 320 break and continuation. This is AREC. Let's keep an eye out on this one. But for now, we're going back to Adara.
President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, they have met up. They're now disappearing into the White House now. Their schedule today is usually we'll get like a public bilateral meeting. It looks like their bilateral meeting is set to be behind closed doors, but that's because these two will be holding a press conference at 1:15 p.m. If we do end up getting footage of that meeting, which is again set to start around 11:30, I'll let you guys know, but it seems like we're next set to expect these two at 1:15 p.m. and we'll be covering that press conference. And back to you.
All right.
Widely speculated online, too, that we could see some continuation in the Middle Eastern belligerencies. So not saying that's why he's coming over to talk, but widely speculated that we could get some more stuff
See him,
in the next few weeks.
Yeah, you take that alternative route there.
Yeah. He says it wasn't for any. But we know that a lot of countries they're not vibing with.
And a lot of them walked out as well too, which was unfortunate. There,
we'll see.
Yeah,
all speculation until it happens.
Yeah, exactly. That's a subject that we are not going to get into depth with. But what do we got? TQs, signal, SPY, signal, Tesla, 1 minute signal. So let's see if we can get a bounce. We have a tight stop, 10 cents. 10 cents. Not the Chinese company, but that is our risk measures right there. And we're starting to get a little bit of a pop in Tesla. So yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can head right back to the top end of this range. So it was one support. We're going to look to act as resistance. And with that being said, we take some off at that point. 33% to be exactly is what I have for that game plan. And if we decide to break through and continue, then guess what? We have 66% left as a runner. So that's what I got there, Gorv. Look at let's break this down on the 1 minute. Boom, this is a really good signal, so we had to get involved in this. You punch through support, you head towards some keys, the next level of support right there, and then look, boom, you have that indecision print with that isolated volume signature, one of the largest in the past, let's say, over an hour there, guys. Hour and a half, getting a nice little pop in Tesla. Sharif, that's what we got going on.
All right, Joey, been watching BQ, trying to find support off the 10 EMA, and it has. And these two 5-minute candles, I'm talking about the ones at 11:15 and 11:20, each of them has a higher low and a higher high. Relative to the prior red candle at 11:12, and obviously relative to each other, the subsequent candle. I'm talking about the 11:20 candle relative to the 15 candle. But both of them have rejected at or below $11. Now, $11 had not been an area that I earmarked for resistance, but one that is clearly showing up. Obviously, the whole dollar is a psychological area of resistance. So I'm debating here what my next move should be on BQ. I have multiple options. One, I can enter here with a bias that the trend continues to the upside, and the percentage up on the day supports that 242%, and I can place my stop at prior bar low. Or if my bias is there's a 11 seller and that's the spot I want to target, then I can wait for a breakout trade, right? And I can wait for that 11 clearing. Now, obviously that presents some good and some bad. One, if I'm right about the $11 area being a key area of technical resistance, and I get in at the right price, right? I get in above 11 and everything is hunky-dory. But if I'm wrong about that, well, then I take a breakout trade and it's a bull trap and I'm in at a ridiculously high price, not from the 9.5 where we're trading at right now, or 9 where the 10 EMA is, but literally at the high, maybe even a little bit higher. So I just don't have the right plan on BQ at the moment. I can't read it in the right way. So if that's the case, then I steer clear. Now, having said that, why CBD has now taken out 170. That's important because we haven't really been able to close above 170. Now, we haven't closed at this candle either, right? This candle opened up 11:20. I think there's about another minute left, 30 seconds left, until this candle closes. So why CBD? If it closes above 170, I think it could see 188 again. And 188 is the high day. Alas, it's below 170 again as we get close to closing this 5-minute candle. Let's see how this all works out. I'm packing my patience. I don't want to execute on these high flyers at the wrong level. I think they're going to give you opportunities about really try number one to master to be able to see when the opportunities are right. Number two, but waiting and being patient for the right level. So continuing to watch here. Here we go right back above 170. We closed below it, by the way. The closing print on this candle, 169.5. So literally did close, 0.05 below the 170 level. So Joey options, I don't know how to execute on this one either, okay? It's not clearing the level. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs, which I'm alive to, but we're a little bit high right now for me to play that higher low, higher high. That had to be more around the mid 150s. Here we go, though. I think we might make another candle and make a new high. So the prior candle's high is 173. We are at 173, and there's the new high. This one is breaking out, so we're going to take the breakout trade over here, and come what may. We have to. I mean, like, it took out the levels that I kept talking about. So if I don't get in here, then what am I doing? So that's what I'm doing, Joey. What do you got, my man?
Nice, good look there, brother. Good look. Yeah, so we're long. So we're long some Tesla. Let's see if we can get that break here to continue. We pieced off a little bit. This is what I was talking about earlier, right? It's like, okay, we see the signal at the lows. Where's that next target level? What is that specific resistance zone or support level that you're going to be aiming for? And I mentioned this shelf right here and that consolidation. We ran into that. Boom, you take 30% off and you leave the rest for a runner. We head into the middle of the range. Guess what we're doing?
What?
We're taking another 30% off. And then we run into VWAP. Guess what?
What?
We're taking another 10% off up there. So the game plan is planning, right? That's it, right? So the game plan is game planning, and that's what we want to do. Yeah, no, in all seriousness, not too bad of a look, guys. And this is what I'm talking about earlier, right? So when we're looking for our VPA signals, I know there's a handful of us in the chat, mainly Lost Polios, Jag now starting to participate, and Gore have just been absolutely smashing it. Is that when we fill the majority of that wick, the probability of the downside continuation is there. All right? It's unfortunate that we didn't take care. I'm just not trading this crypto space right now because I'm in it personally, and I was like thinking to myself on my long walk yesterday was, okay, stop holding your bias to the crypto space because you're in it. Just do what the technicals is. Obviously, we do that as well, but there's a nice short signal as Ethereum is starting to head back into the volume weighted average price. All right, guys, nice topping tail signal, bang, and then once you crack it, you essentially don't even fill the majority of this wick. You get 30-40%, and then you continue that downside movement. Now, as for this name, let's see if we can break through, head into the middle of the range, and take some off. But the market is aggressively moving back to the downside. There's a beautiful indecision print on Nvidia, but now that is gone. See you later. So it's not as effective. Once you've already filled in the majority of this wick, look at it as more potential continuation to the downside, and that's exactly what we're experiencing on the Qs and here on Nvidia. Now, as for the SPY, take a look at the SPY. SPY's holding up significantly better, right? But watch out, if it decides to head a little bit more south and start cracking these wicks, be cautious of more potential downside. Yes, you guessed it correctly. With that being said, what has XLF been up to today, Sharif? Because if we're looking at the SPY, my friend, you got to take a look at XLF. Yeah, I mean, nothing crazy going on over here, but consistent higher lows. We like that, right? Trend line still fully intact. You haven't breached it just yet. We have multiple data points that we can go off of. Maybe look for this space to continue with its somewhat strength there.
All right, Neil, wolf.ny is insane. Let's look, because I was looking at this one earlier, Neil, and it was halted or something. I wasn't able to pick it up. Yeah, like it's not loading it up on the chart. Something's going on. So we're gonna. I don't know why on my platform, not P8, just my platform. I have more to say about what's going on right now, but I just want to check this out. Wolf.ny. Thank you, Neil. I don't know why it's not pulling it up on my platform. This thing's up 1,200%. What the hell is happening here? Okay, well, just 1 second, Assassino and Adair, because this is all sorts of insane. Guys, Wolf, WOLF on the New York is up 1,250%. And it was not showing up on any of my scanners, and it wasn't loading up on my side chart either. So I don't know what you as well?
Delisted.
It's getting delisted. Oh, this is insane. Thank you, Neil. Neil sent me the story, so give me 1 second over here. Here it is, guys. NYSE to delist Wolfspeed, old common stock effective October 10th, following company's emergence from Chapter 11 and reincorporation in Delaware. Trading suspended as of the 29th, with shareholders to receive substituted new common stock under a reorganization plan. Thank you, Neil. One last thing before we go. I'm involved in YCBD as a whole up. I've taken a couple of scalps showing me 183. We know the tap. We won't be able to see the tap on this one because it is an Amex stock. And then ENTA, we're out. We're literally out at the high of the day. 1045 was my out, and that is the high of the day. So we're done this one. We're going to keep an eye now on YCBD. Adara's got crypto.
Yeah, I want to talk here about this individual, Christopher Waller, who is a Fed member. He's also one of the many people in talks here to potentially be in consideration to be the next Fed chair. But the reason I bring him up actually does have to do with crypto. This morning, he was speaking at this Silos conference, and he made some comments supporting stablecoin. He said that these stablecoins do have the potential to improve efficiency in payments, but he did say that regulation should be quote unquote right-sized to make sure that these stablecoins are indeed stable and that they also provide safety for people using them. But he said, in quotes, I'm just going to quote him here, if stablecoins present a lower cost alternative to consumers and businesses, I'm all for it. Stablecoins are simply another choice available to consumers and businesses. And he also said that they should be able to coexist with cash, bank deposits, and other forms of money. Again, making sure that they're safe and transparent and properly regulated. So Christopher Waller, you're signing off on stablecoins. Nice look there for a Fed member to support these alternative methods here in this crypto. Here's BTC. BTC actually had a two-day winning streak. We'll take a look at Ethereum as well. Ethereum trying to bounce. These ones did all drop along with the market there on Thursday. They're trying to find support from there. Ethereum coming back into a previous level of support resistance that was pretty interesting. That for 4,200 level, let's see how it fares once it gets back up there. Right now we're trading around 4,170 for ETH. Back to you.
Good stuff there. Thank you very much, Adara. Yes, not too bad of a look in the crypto space. Over the weekend, we like seeing that. We were talking about it not too long ago. Bitcoin tapped into 113,000, 4,200 for Ethereum. We'll take that all day. Hopefully that can continue, and it's just not a pullback into the prior support levels that Adara once mentioned that can possibly act as resistance. So keep your eye out on that one specifically there, guys. As for our Tesla trade, we took the 33% off, got stopped out the remaining as it came back towards our break even. And that's fine. We had the game plan. It didn't work out. In simple scenarios, it either breaks through that support level or resistance level, heads to that next specific target that we were looking for. We take some more off, but nope, that wasn't the case. It comes back, comes into our initial entry, and then we get out of dodge. So for me personally right now, with the aggressive selling that we're starting to see in the NASDAQ and the SPY, it's patience. Wait for those indecision prints to come on the 5-minute and even the lower time frames, such as the 1, the 3, and the 2-minute, and then we'll look for potential balance plays off of that. But if the market wants to continuously bleed all day, it's not going to be fun trying to sit in front of a standing knife. So what can we do to try to avoid those things? Well, we can put a couple pieces of probability within our favor. It's going to be the indecision print that we're looking for. It's going to be the volume supporting it. So if we have a high level of volume, substantially larger than some of the other prints, then we're good. And then we can also take a look at the options chain to see if there's any form of a put wall or call walls that might be standing in our way. And with that being said, lots of probability in our favor. We like it. Let's see if we can find a potential solid setup, Shri.
Sounds good, Joey. Good on you.
Thank you.
YCBD, guys, 194 high. So here's what happened. We got out of the halt. We were opening down, so I flattened out for a couple of penny loss. We were in right here. We ended up getting out at 72. So we're in at 77s, got out 72 for the last remaining amount, but it showed me strength. So I punched back in at 85 and we scalped up into 94s. I'm done this trade though. It's a candle of indecision forming right now on the 5, but it does have support. The bottom wick of this current 5-minute candle finding support at that 160 area, and that 160 area, lo and behold, is the 10 EMA on the 5. So it's continuing to ride that support level. However, it made a newer low versus the prior 5-minute candle. So the prior 5-minute candle closed out at around 167. This has obviously a 160 low, but it's still continuing to show you indecision at around the 1 3/4. So I don't know how this cookie crumbles. If it ends up showing me more strength, I'll get back in, especially if it can hold Especially if it can hold above that 10 EMA. Really, that's what I'm looking at here. It seems to have support right now at the 10 EMA. So that's what I'm looking at. Otherwise, let's bring in the side chart because I've said very little about what else I'm looking at on said side chart. So HOVR was that as a late addition that Bovin told me about, which I didn't have eyes on. We'll obviously have to keep an eye on Wolf Speed. Just give me a second here. Wolf Speed is halted to the upside again. It's halted at 1720. We're going to keep an eye out on that, but I'm going to need a different chart because mine are not showing it. ENTA is the one that I want to get back into. So we got back at the high, we got out at the high of the day. It's at 1045 right now. It has a pre-market high of around 1085. It opened up there as a result of the strength that it had Friday afternoon. Right at 4 o'clock, this thing popped up and ended up closing, substantially higher than where at 8 o'clock. So it was up about, 16.5% in the aftermarket relative to where it closed out at 4 o'clock. It popped up nicely into 1083, I believe, 1085, and then sold off all the way down to 525. So that's a hell of a move down from that 4 a.m. spike to the 6 a.m. trough. That's a 50% loss off that level. Since that 6:30 a.m. drop, we're up almost 92% off that area low. So ENTA has been everywhere and then some. Up 31%. It'll be certainly one that I continue to keep my eye on. We'll go over more of these as soon as we're back from Midday.
Keep an eye on GLD here, or gold in general. We're seeing reports that Switzerland has offered Donald Trump a gold-related deal to help get lower tariffs. Their plan here is to invest in the U.S. gold refining industry in exchange for a tariff reduction. So again, keep an eye on gold. Try to do a little bit of quid pro quo here. It's Switzerland with the Trump administration saying, hey, we'll invest in your gold refining here in the U.S. if you drop our tariffs. Back to you.
So Switzerland figured Donald likes gold. President Donald Trump likes gold. Have you seen what he's done to the Oval Office?
Is it all gold?
Adara, have you seen? Adara, there's gold everywhere, Adara.
Why was it a video? He's
Why
like
does it
all the gold?
It looks like Little Mar-a-Lago. Little Mar-a-Lago, I don't get it. He likes gold. They clearly know he likes gold, right? So they're getting him in the way.
Didn't our good buddy Timmy C bring him a nice gold flag as well?
It's ubiquitous that everybody knows.
That he likes gold.
Anybody who's seen this guy's New York apartment before they ever saw Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
I saw this back when he was running initially back in, I believe, early 15, late 16. Okay, whatever it was, those years. Okay. And they were showing his New York, his Manhattan apartment.
It's like gold.
Dude, it looks like the Kremlin.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's like over the top design. Like he likes that. Clearly, that's his motif.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I respect that. I have no problem with it.
I'm a rustic modern guy.
He loves gold, Joe. Yeah. People don't like it in the chat.
Man. There it goes, guys. Sorry to interrupt you there, my friend. But there it is, right? Like check this one out right there. Boom, another hammer candle. But this time, this volume print is larger than anything that we've seen since 9:55. You got to take that. So I'm going to be looking at what the NASDAQ is up to over here. We got the 1 minute time frames displaying, and then we got the SPY on the 1 minute. This ship has sailed. That was the one. That was the one. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm getting excited. Yeah, let's see what we got going on. Yeah, as for like the pure degeneracy Shreve's been talking about lately, man, I was like just, as I told you guys, I went on a walk yesterday. Saturday night, I was itching to just put some money up, and I was going to bet some UFC, and thank God that I didn't, because...
I didn't even know there was a card on.
Yeah, it was a fight night. It was a fight night, right? So, anyways, I'm like, all right, yeah, let's see if we can put a couple $100 on the main event. I did a little data digging, too, as well, too. So I'm like, ChatGPT, out of the last 50 UFC main events, how many of the main events went over the second round?
Yeah.
And 30 out of the 50 fights went into the third round. So I'm like, all right, yeah. So I'm like, okay, here, let's see.
Data.
Yeah,
Okay,
you know what I mean? We're starting to collect a little bit here. And then I'm like, okay, do I just go heavy on the main event? And thank God that I didn't, because Buddy got knocked out in the first 2 minutes, and I would have been so mad at myself. So I was just thinking, like, would I be more happy if I won the money or if I lost it? And it was the latter half. So that's why we didn't take it. I would not have been happy with myself.
Anybody I know?
Probably not. No, there's a couple good. I mean, an old heavyweight guy light heavyweight guy. He was probably the best fight against John Jones. His name's Dominic Reyes, but he's been on a rough streak.
Rings a bell.
Yeah, he's been on a rough streak. Yeah, he's lost the chin and stuff like that, so that's never a good sign. Other than that, nothing substantial. Next week is going to be big time.
Big?
Yeah, Alex Pereira versus
That's not fight night then,
exactly.
eh?
No, that's a card, brother.
That's a card.
That's a card.
Oh, there's a difference between fight night
and a card. Yeah. Fight night's
not pay-per-view.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's what we got going on. Looking forward to that one. Let me know who you guys have in the chat, either Alex Pereira or Magomadov. And then let's see, SPY starting to come back in here, guys, back towards these markets. CoreWeave, someone mentioned this. We did have an indecision print right below the volume weighted average price, but that's starting to get blown past as well, too. So I think we got to be a little bit more patient here, guys. 5-minute time frames on the SPY and on the NASDAQ. We like this potential signal right there. As long as we continuously hold the majority of this wake, then I think we're going to be okay for a potential long, maybe even a move back towards VWAP.
Yeah, your friend Willis Addison in the chat, if you bet on Canelo over Crawford, yikes. Yeah, both you and I had.
We had Bud from day one, as soon as it was announced. As soon as it was announced.
For me.
As soon as it was announced.
I don't see anybody who's got the same type of skill in boxing right now that Bud has. And we've seen this a lot with great fighters, right?
Yeah.
Where the first 3 rounds are sort of indecision rounds where the great fighter is absorbing your style and kind of
after that
drawing up a game plan in the head, and then it's just all downhill for the other fighter after that.
Exactly.
Even Mayweather was like that too. You could see the first 2, 3, 4 maybe
give up.
rounds,
They
were indeterminate.
It's just pure just registering what you're gonna do, see your feints and everything along those lines.
Exactly.
And it's like pap
and
after that.
once Bud gave him that little smirk at the end of round 4,
he was over. Yeah, man, it was a great fight, man.
It was so sick.
Yeah, it was
Joey,
good. Let's go.
We're doing it live on your friend Hover over here, HOVR. Shout out to the OG Bovin. This is another Bovin special. We gotta start. We gotta start. Putting out the daily Bovin special.
Yeah. You need the watch list
down
guy there.
over the road. There's this really nice shawarma spot. They got the daily special. We got to do a little Bovin special over here. So Bovin, this is at the day's high right now. We're talking about $2.89. Your boy's long 283. We're going to take profits here at 93 next level. I'm obviously looking for a move into $3 given how close we are. Let's get to that 90 penny level first, break through that. Then we can have a discussion about possibly 3 over here. So I'm keeping my eye out on that one. We're at the day high right now on HOVR. It's not a big mover. It's only up 16%, having done a little bit less than 2 million shares on the day, 1.89. We'll see if this one can get going. The spread at times has been up to 3 pennies. Currently, it is 1, so it's looking okay. I want to keep mentioning, obviously, Wolf Speed. I don't mind getting into this if it sets up in the right way. I'll probably, need to punch and pray because let's just be honest about this one. Who the hell is going to be able to call the top on this one? Certainly not me. We'll continue to watch and we'll report on it to you if it keeps going over here. But there goes Hover through that 90 penny area. I'm going to take profits here, move up my profit taker a little bit more into 96s. This one's going well. 292 high. It's showing me 92s as we speak. Bovin is also saying AREC. Another one that we brought you earlier, another Bovin special, AREC, moving up into 333. Great move there, Bovin, because we were talking about 320 flat top break, and this one gave you plenty after that 320, 333 high, currently showing 31s, so good strength here from AREC. It's really about who we're going to take off the side chart here, and ZURA is below VWAP, and it may or may not recover. We're not going to try to guess if it does, so we're going to replace it with AREC, and that one earned its spot onto the coveted side charts over here. So that's what we're looking at. Let's just flip back quickly, take a gander at the other friend of ours over here, which Wolf. Wolf is open, and it's going buck wild. 1,630% as it gets close to $21. It was a huge seller at $20.90. Now, one way to be able to spot the sellers on this, because it spends such little time in any one area on the level 2, use a smaller time frame. I'm talking about that 5-second, that 10-second, whatever other option your platform allows you. That's a smaller time frame. And what you do with there is you gauge where it keeps finding support or resistance, because I certainly won't be able to remember it here on the level 2, given that it barely spends any time, so you're not really able to absorb the information and store it in the way that I know how to process anyway. So Wolf Speed, it's got a $21 high, zigging and zagging right now in the low 20s, a little high 19s, a little low 20s, but this one can be above 21 and faster than you can say hover. So be on the lookout here. Use the appropriate orders. I mean, if they're going to be resting orders or whatever your platform allows. But yeah, be very careful with this one, Joey. It seems to be finding some support here at 18 generally. 18 seems to be a bottom, but that could change any minute. We've opened up a new 1-minute candle. Let's see if this one holds up at 18 as well. Both the previous 1-minute candles have been topping tail candles. This one looks like it's going to find some support at 18 here on WOLF. Still zigging and zagging at about 1,500% in Greensville. South of 21, Joey. We're keeping tabs on this.
All right, good stuff there, guys. Yeah, all right, let's take a look at Robinhood. You know, Katina Man was talking about this earlier in the morning. Yeah, man, well, what a monster day this name has been putting in. I trimmed some 50% to be exact at 122. So somewhere around this neck of the woods, right? And I'm still sitting on half the position, so we're not going to complain about that, right? It's always going to climb. Well, I shouldn't say it's always going to climb higher, but you're always going to be like, I wish I could have done something a little bit different. But with this one, no, we're happy. Still sitting on 50%, rotated half of it out, sitting on about the majority of it still cash, and then bought a little more ETHA, which for some people might be a questionable move, but hey, I like the rotation. I like what we've received from a percentage return. Like I'm up 160, almost 170% in the name since we bought it. So let's rotate, let's buy some more. And then, yeah, we'll figure that one out. If we do get somewhat of an aggressive pullback, anything under 100, whatever cash I have, I'll just buy some more at $100, sold it at 120, right? So that's a big time difference. Sell it, buying it back at a significantly lower price, 20%. To be exact. So yeah, that's what we got going on, guys. We're still sitting in this TQs trade. Why did I decide to hop in on this one? Well, we talked about the indecision prints on the 1-minute and on the 5-minute, and then wick, right? This is what we were talking about. We want to really start to pay attention as to how these wicks are being held. It didn't fill the majority of it, right? We held around that 50% level. There's some key support levels that are coming in, obviously, in correlation with that. So why not, right? You have that base on the 1-minute time frame holding. We take it at the top end of the range. Ideally, not the best entry. You want to try to get it at the lower end opposed to the top end. But if it continues to hold, then I think we're going to be sitting pretty good. STU. I know what you mean. Okay, let's take a look at that one. Boom. I don't know if that was a talk or you're missing a letter on something specifically in what you were trying to tell me. But
straight to jail.
Yeah. Well, hey, man.
Straight to jail.
Never mind, Gamma AR. I'm obviously joking around with you, but I'm sorry you feel that way. But yeah, that's what I got going on right now, Sharif. TQs. Bang. Let's see if we can get that pop. We went 2 for 3 on Tesla, 1 for 1 on the Amazonian one. So now, let's see if we can get this NASDAQ trade to go back to the volume-weighted average price. Come on, print up the money storm. What's Mike P saying? But yeah, no, we're not there just yet. As it's starting to pull back here aggressively, we might get stopped out of this one by the looks of it.
Inspirational Sunday, bro. You're killing me over here, bro. You're killing me. All right, the ban on talking about Micron has been lifted, all right? You want to believe there was a ban? Brother, I don't trade these names, okay? I just don't. I don't look at the mega cap names, mid cap names, big cap names, mega cap names. I just don't look at them anymore. So I'm going to do this for you, brother. So Micron obviously has got a great little tailwind. We know that it's the best performing semiconductor name on the year. It is up 94.5% year to date. But that's not, and it also had a decent earnings report. They sold off after the earnings report. But I'll submit to you, this has more to do with the headline that we got on Friday about imported semiconductors likely to face tariffs unless they're one-off. Meaning, that if you're a company, for example, like Apple, that brings in semiconductors from abroad, if you don't buy or manufacture the equal number of semiconductors domestically, you're going to get slapped. So who wins and who loses? As we spoke about on Friday, some of the winners from this tariff deal: Micron, Global Foundries, some others. I can go back to my notes. Micron having another good day. It had a good day on Friday. It's having a good day today. This was, well, Friday was a little indeterminate. It was zigging and zagging, but having a good day today, right back into that 165.80 area. It's losing VWAP right now. I wouldn't be buying it off here. I would have been looking for VWAP. A bit of a possible double top, I want to say there, brother. Maybe at around high 165, 165.75, give or take. It's one crest, two crest, neckline at around 164. You lose the neckline at around 164. I would have expected support to hold up there, and now you're making lower lows and lower highs. So, that's why I don't trade these, but interesting look on Micron. Micron, I would be interested in, maybe for the swing or the long term, but certainly not going to be trading it intraday. Those are the reasons I perceive Micron to be strong as of late. And we know that it was certainly one of those ones that can be very volatile, as high bandwidth memory seems to be very in vogue and then out of vogue very, very quickly. You either have a glut of inventory and there's too much HBM, or we can't get enough. We need more. And that probably has a lot to do with the cyclicality of the semiconductor industry. So that's all I can say about that. Technically on the day, I don't like the current price, but then again, I don't trade these intraday. So make of that what you will. We're taking we're taking a pause right now, and we're going to Dara for news.
Yeah, just keep an eye on gold. As we mentioned earlier, there was some reports that Switzerland and the U.S. were considering, or I guess Switzerland was considering approaching the U.S. for a quid pro quo, talk on gold and tariffs. Hey, we'll invest in your U.S. gold refining if you lower our tariffs. Now, apparently, I'm seeing that U.S. gold reserves have surpassed $1 trillion for the first time in history. So with that, America holds roughly 2.4 times more gold than Germany, who's the second largest gold holder in the world. So America, again, we're surpassing $1 trillion in gold reserves, roughly 2.4 times the next largest holder of gold. Back to you.
All right. Someone's telling me there's news on Open Door. You don't have to invite me to check. Let me just have a look. Activist Randian sets sights on one group turnaround. No, that ain't it right there. We're talking about Open Door. Activist Randian. No, that ain't it, man. I'm not seeing anything here, brother, for Open Door, at least not on my blotter. It says Clipwave. He says Open News. I don't see anything, brother. I don't know if Adara sees anything. She's looking into it. If we have anything, obviously, we're not going to hide it from you. We're going to tell you exactly. Randian, a player in the retail activist army behind the meteoric rise of Open Doors over the past month, looks to apply a similar formula to one group, an embattled company holding an iconic brand and heaps of potential, according to this article. This is by Street Insider. You guys can go ahead and Google this if you'd like. There is the title, Open Door activist Randian sets sights on one group turnaround. That's obviously not related to Open Door, but some relation there as this Randian activist group. I hope I'm saying that right. I don't really know if I am or not. But yeah, I should probably take a picture of this, Joey, because I've been trying to do more of these retail videos, for like Open Door, stuff like that on my favorite social media platform, TikTok. And these ones might come in handy here, Joey options. So we're gonna keep an eye out on that.
Good look, yes. Good look. Yeah, I was just saying my accuracy on the TQs is absolutely horrendous. So I think this is for the foreseeable future. We might have to just get rid of this thing here, man. I like that the percentage is just brutal on my win rate. So we just got to go to these just specific underlyings instead of trying to play the overall market here. So, but with that being said, let's take a listen to what Adara has to say.
Yeah, so this article, I want to let you guys know, it's actually not new. Right now, the article itself is new, but the Randian Capital getting involved with STKS, which is the one group, that actually happened as of Friday. For some reason, Yahoo Finance released this article today. That's been circulating on social media. But again, Randian Capital getting involved, or releasing a turnaround plan for one group. What happened on Friday? Now, why is this significant? And I'm not saying this is why Open Door is down, but I think it is worth noting. This is now the second fairly major Open Door investor that's announced they're moving on to greener pastures in addition to Open Door. We had Eric Jackson last week announcing that he's going to be getting involved in BETR in addition to his involvement with Open Door. Randian Capital, again, this was one of the OG Open Door investors from this most recent retail move. So this is significant. Them plus Eric Jackson maybe signifying that people are still looking at Open Door, but they're looking at other things as well. Back to you.
All right, cool.
What if Eric Jackson's for real?
No, I didn't get it. No, I didn't get it, man.
Sorry, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought you were leading for.
For real.
Never.
Yeah.
Shout out to.
Get it, Adara. Sorry, bro.
Sorry, Jack.
I'm in a good mood. Joseph Options.
Sorry. Let me steal something for you for a second there. I know you got a little something cooking up there. So we're still in PQs. Let's see what we go. We're going to go across the board on a couple of names before we send it back to Sharif to see what we got going on. PSLV, American Airlines. We're not seeing anything substantial.
Different American there, buddy.
American Eagle. What's it up to?
It's not good. It's looking better for you, Joey.
Is it?
No, it's losing 18, that piece of crap.
Yes. Yes, he was celebrating too soon. I was thinking in my head, this guy's sending me links.
I said that to myself. I'm like, shut up, bro. You're going to jinx it.
Yeah. He's sending me links of what jeans he wants, and he's jumping the gun a little bit too early, but he still got time is on his side, that's for sure, with that one. As for Riot and some of these Bitcoin, we can look at Mara again. Here it goes. Pathic.
No.
Oh my days. Who does this think it is? I could tell you that right now. It is Marathon Digital starting to climb higher. So a pretty good look there, guys. Moving aggressively to the top side. I want to get involved in some Bitcoin throughout the day because can this act as a potential leading indicator? I think so. Last time I seen this, Bitcoin was lagging and then decided to go absolutely insane after this. So this is a really good look on Marathon Digital, especially from an intraday standpoint. Let's take a look at it from a daily. Ooh, okay. So Patrick, we had that breakout and then you head right back into the range, but it's held the middle of the range and starting to break out again. So not too horrible of a look. Maybe I get out of the TQs and then maybe we hop in some Bitcoin.
BQ is going, Joey, and it's breaking out. We are getting close to the high of the day. We're going to halt here at 13:05. If it continues in this way, I was just about to punch and I'm like, no. Should have done it. Anyway, it's okay. A few more seconds. We're going to get that gray out right now on BQ. The problem is, though, this is trading on the Amex. And so we're going to have to fly blind here. Again, for at least 5 minutes. We're halted $13.05. And typically what I tell you after that, of course, is the tap. The theoretical auction price. Alas, that is all but useless. We're going to still see it, but it's going to mean nothing, which is still right here. It's just going to show me the last price that we closed out at. The tap does not show up, guys, on NYSE listed stocks or Amex, just on the NQ. And so when we trade these small cap gappers that are either on the NYSE or on the Amex, we got to fly blind. So we don't know whether there's a buy or sell imbalance during the halt period, because there's an auction happening in the same way that there's an auction happening into the open and into the close, but just a little bit different. So keep your eye now on YCBD, as the degens, as I've mentioned, they got to punch into something. And here comes YCBD bouncing off VWAP into 150. Punching or moving up into 170, seller at 170, can't shake them. 170's been an important level off and on today on YCBD. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. And again, the issue with YCBD is it's another MX name. BQ and YCBD both have halted and both are on the MX. And obviously with both, we can't see the tap. So you got to factor that into your decisions to get in or to not trade these. So I'm going to keep that on watch. Wolf Speed, it's getting delisted or possibly not. According to some reports, it's now down halted at 14.97. It has a high of day of 21. We were watching the topping tails into 21 each successively with a lower high until that topping tail came into 20. So there's that as well. And I'm still involved in HOVR, right? I'm looking for continuation into 90, but I am also on the lookout for a loss of that 80 penny level. That loss of the 80, where we found multiple areas of support, ends the trade for me. So we give back 3 pennies in that scenario. And then ENTA, my first winner on the day, and it was good to me. And here it is, 1084 high, trading south of 1050 again. But guess what, guys? The fact of the matter is, this is still holding the 10 EMA on the 5 like a glove, and hasn't lost the 10 EMA at all. So whether or not it's a few shekels off the high of the day is not the end all and be all for me. I'll continue to keep an eye out on that one. We're going to go to Adara for happening now, and then we're going to send you over to Neil's lesson of the day.
Different from where they were initially this morning, right? We were near those highs, we were above 600. Now we're back below 600 and trying to hold on to these levels that we found to support right at the open of the market. Let's see if the NASDAQ will be able to hold this level or crumble lower. I want to talk about Carnival Cruise Lines. They did have earnings, actually a double beat today for CCL, though they were trading lower. This is a look at their annual revenue, and as you can see, they've recovered quite nicely from the doldrums of COVID-19, which was quite hard on the stock, naturally, as a travel company. Now, Trump also announcing some more tariffs this morning on Truth Social. He announced tariffs for films that are made outside of the U.S. That'll be a 100% tariff. He also announced, quote unquote, substantial tariffs for countries that are not making their furniture in the U.S. Now, here are Friday's 3 new tariff announcements that came through on Thursday night involving heavy trucks, more furniture tariffs, actually, and then also pharmaceutical tariffs. So lots of tariff announcements on watch for President Donald Trump. If you want to look at this infographic for the last week's tariff announcements, that's on X at TTV Research. I am currently working on a new one to reflect the announcements that were just made. So always check us out on X at TTV Research. If you enjoy market-related content, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. And we're going to send you to Neil, but first we're going to thank our friends at Plus 500, because if you're looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers at a hidden cost, maybe try Plus 500 Futures. You'll get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, unlimited demo, so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With Plus 500's powerful platform, you can access a wide range of futures markets like the S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metal, crypto, and more, all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan that QR code on the screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who've already chosen Plus 500. Make sure to like, subscribe, and listen to Neil. Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you, Adara. The first lesson is, despite the fact that it wasn't that good, I did finish the tilapia. I'll eat my salad later. Because you know what? You gotta fuel the body and the mind, so you can be locked and loaded for the rest of the day. That being said, no matter how your day is going, I promise you one thing in trading. The market makers don't actually want you to win. I shouldn't say nobody. When you look at the big whales or just in general market makers, one thing that is almost always certain is they're usually looking to set traps at the open, disguise which direction a stock is going to go, all that kind of stuff. And so you have to try to navigate your thesis around what can be just nastiness at the open. And an example of that, well, I'll give you 2 examples of that, but the first one's going to be Tesla, man. Tesla, for all intents and purposes, bullish stock on a daily, bullish on a 15, looks like it's breaking out in every single regard today. But instead, what do we get? We get the false break at the open where it absolutely rinses you. And this is where, you have to sort of stand back and just, take the L when the continuation of the breakout doesn't work, right? Because and here's the thing, for every time, and I'm going to show you in Nvidia, for every time that a stock breaks out and it holds higher for most of the morning, there's your continuation. You could have bought the first available dip. For every time that happens, the other side of that coin is it doesn't work, and you've got to get out of Dodge. Now, if you don't, you've got $7-8 worth of pain to deal with on Tesla before it eventually catches a bid off of the 440 lows, where you can re-engage. You can take a shot. I've re-engaged a couple times here at the 440 level because that was the next big one for me. But if you don't, it's a lot of pain. And remember, when something does work, hold that level here, it's fantastic. Like Nvidia, maybe you get some fall through. But there's usually multiple opportunities to get in. And the thing about the open is like I said, very oftentimes it'll be the thing that you like the most is the one that's going to get rinsed. But I thought all to the world, silver, gold, they're both going to have continuation. The buy trend was ridiculous, and it showed on Friday, hey, it's going to dip at the open, and then buy the first available dip. Well, I didn't follow the rule in this particular case. So sometimes they shake you with a false breakout, the dip buy doesn't work, and this time they do the false breakout and then you don't even do the dip buy. But what should happen in a situation like this, where I look for the early long, okay, that didn't work. Look what happens right here. Here's your liquidity grab. So it breaks the low of the day, and the very next candle breaking that low is the biggest green candle of the morning. Now, if you've ever been in a rinse job at the open or a liquidity grab, if the greatest amount of buying shoots up like this, a lot of times you're like, oh, that's a hammer long. Now, why wouldn't I have hammered it long? It's like the smallest volume candle. But the continuation candle on this showed you this is now a buy. This is a continuation candle buys, and then you put in a higher low. Now, I didn't get involved until the volume weighted average price, but if you ever find yourself in a liquidity grab rinse out false break, you're looking for indications of where to get back in because it's such a bullish setup. Now, in Tesla, obviously, it just continued down, but in this particular case, it rinsed everybody, and then immediately buying started coming back in. And then they try to dip, and then buying comes back in. That's where you join the trend buying the dips instead of the alternative. So you have to sometimes expect, even on your long ideas, that you might get the rinse job. And if you do, either wait for it to go all the way, test that low, and once it tests the low, jump back in, or if it immediately slams right back up when testing that low, don't be afraid to jump back into the trade. 9:30 till 10 o'clock, that first half an hour, sometimes even the first 5 or 10 minutes, is where the market makers are looking to shake people out to try to get the stock to go, or whales are looking to shake people out to get it to go the direction that they want. And as I said, for every single time where something is really clean on a breakout and it just continues, you will have the shenanigans in the other direction. Be willing to sit out the max pain, like on Tesla, and re-engage at a new level. Or if the current level that you're watching happens to still be good, be willing to jump right back in. Now, I didn't either time. Eventually, I got in silver at exactly the same price, but I could have been in at a better price, or I could have been in here. So be willing to jump back in. Your thesis isn't dead just because the market makers decided to run some people in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the day. A lot of times, it might just make it even stronger. So there's your lesson of the day. Good luck to everyone out there. And don't get trapped by those market makers. Sometimes if it's okay to sit out that open, that's fine. But the other thing is, don't be afraid to jump back in after they've done their mess.
Now keep an eye here in MSOS dropping. As you can see, volume spike on this as well. Seeing reports that the Department of Justice is preparing to ask a federal court to extend the current pause on marijuana rescheduling proceedings until January 27th, 2026. So it looks like this marijuana rescheduling proceeding is going to continue to be delayed. Here is MSOS. Other tickers you can look at include TLRY, ACB, and CGC. Back to you.
Yeah, they really don't want to reschedule that. First of all, I want to thank Neil for that lesson. I'm not allowed to call him the hotline dropper, but I will call him the knowledge dropper and the fact dropper. He was dropping bare facts on that lesson today.
Facts.
So shout out to Neil. Great lesson of the day, and what are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, I got the two rolling, man. We're still looking after some of these names. We're sitting in our two positions still currently, IBIT flat, and then we're still sitting in this TQ's trade. Glad that we went relatively small. Hopefully price starts to turn around, and then we can really start to get the ball rolling and head back in towards the volume weighted average price here, guys. So let's go through a couple more of these names. NU Holdings, what's going on over there? It's Mara still climbing higher. pulling back off of that 1780 level, so nothing crazy. SoFi getting taking it on the chin this morning, that's for sure. Some selling experience in 28.50 all the way down to 27.10. So, watch out for that one. What is this BQ? Why does it have the a bunch of alerts and
because it's halted, my boy,
that's
to the
what
upside.
it does. All right.
We're likely going to be 50-minute halt on that.
You're in it to the top side.
No,
you weren't. Okay, all right, my brother, man. As for QBTS, D-Wave, let's zoom out. Go, crypto, grow. We're getting a nice little bounce there in Bitcoin. Yeah, this is what we want to see daily. Man, look at this run. This is insane. This is a big time insane move. 14 bucks from that from the trough all the way up to that peak, 104% from August to September. 1 month, you got 100% return. That's some big time moves in the quantum space. And yes, absolutely. Ticker visualizer. Guys, make sure you get those dollar signs in and vote. I know what I'm going to vote right now. It never shows up, Joey? It never shows up on the board, brother. It never, ever. You know what
we can show, though?
But let's show it. Pull it up.
It is, baby.
See, look, who's that? Who did that one right there?
IBIT.
Who did that? Who
would vote for IBIT? I mean, come on.
What kind of madman would do that? But as for IBIT, that's the TQs. We're getting back to flat there. Okay. Now let's head over and see what we got cooking up on Bitcoin. Pew, 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 pew. There it is, guys, starting to work out for us. Let's see if we can get closer to that high of the day. 64.90 going to be that first target.
So you said Saturday night you want to put a couple of bets on.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you were inside the house.
I was inside.
Because anybody outside Saturday night in Liberty Village probably paid the price. You want to know why?
Oh, brother, listen.
I was there.
You were there?
I was watching the GOAT. I was at TFC. I watched Messi, TFC versus Miami.
That's
I was
why
there.
It was so crazy.
It was the most insane time leaving. Can I tell you where I parked?
Oh, brother,
I parked by Billy Bishop. I walked half an hour from Billy Bishop Airport to BMO Field because I didn't want to get caught in that. It didn't matter, bro. It didn't matter.
You screwed yourself even more from going over there.
It was so bad.
Hey, listen, you call me next time, I give you parking spot.
Joey, if I parked at Liberty Village, I would have paid multiplied by 3.
Dude, I was supposed to
time. Because it was insane.
No, I get you free. parking. To get out.
Time,
brother, I was supposed to go to dinner with my family and my siblings. I looked out on my balcony. I'm like, I'm not coming.
It was insane.
I literally sent them a picture. I'm like, this is my driveway. Like, the lineup out of the driveway is insane. Is that why it was going nuts? Is because Messi was there?
Half the stadium were Toronto supporters.
Yeah.
And then half the stadium, not Miami supporters.
Messi. That's
supporters.
why it was nuts.
Anytime he touched the ball, it was like, the place went.
Is that what it was? Because I hear it from my house.
He didn't even score.
Yeah, I hear it from my house.
He just touched the ball.
Like,
Yo, people love that guy blindly. But anyway, I got some video there.
That's
we'll
good.
show you guys.
But it was an app. Dude, that's why I'm honestly getting so sick of living there. Like, again,
it's beautiful.
It's great.
Right,
it's great. Well, other than the fact that it smells like dog urine and the traffic is absolutely insane. Because literally, honestly, there's equally as many dogs as there are people in Liberty Village, and it's kind of like a younger area. You got all the bars and the restaurants and everything along those lines. You walk down the street, you see everybody that you know. They're at the bars, blah blah. But to get out of the place, and if I have to play hockey, Sharif, I'm snapping.
It's tough. Bro.
I'm snapping.
It's because number one, it's an older area that they've kind of rejuvenated, so everything's still very small, like a downtown. But it's just a lot of people packed in. But anyway, it was good times.
Yeah, good times.
It was glad you had a good time. Fantastic little game there. Shout out to Messi.
Well, the thing is, like, some of the buildings on the east side of Liberty Street, they're not even fully occupied yet. So it's like, you better be charging these people insane levies so they can build some more infrastructure, because there's only so many ways to get out. And everything is literally 2 lanes, one south, one north, and that's it. And when there's traffic, good luck. That's why I've been rocking the bikes. In the summertime, just rock the bike and just get out of there, man. It's rough.
Rough. Guys, I'm trying to play YCBD here off that 150. I feel like there's support at 150. We have higher lows, but we also have lower highs. So, I could get caught in the bamboozlement. But yes, BQ was halted. Where's my BQ screen? Here it is. BQ was halted. It was halted, I think, for 15 minutes at 13 and change. And now it is an $18 high. It's not at $18, as you can see. It's a little bit below 16, 15 and a half, 15 and a third. So did spike up into 18, sold off aggressively all the way down into 13. The opening print on this candle is literally where we're at right now. 15 and change, I believe 15, yeah, 15 and a half. So I don't know which way this cookie crumbles, but it's all sorts of strong and all sorts of volatile right now. So be on the lookout. I just got stopped out of YCBD as it did lose that 50 penny area. So this will be the first loser on the day, but we will look to do some damage here on BQ if it is warranted, right? So continuing to watch this one. YCBD is no longer tradable under my system because it did lose a VWAP and it doesn't have as much juice here, as you can see, as BQ does. So we're gonna be very fixated now on BQ, looking for technical levels. $13, obviously an important level, as we did spend some time there for the halt. So if it does come back down into 13, this could be an interesting buy area. And here it comes, 1370s right back into 14s we go. I mean, I personally, unless you're going to get caught on the down halt, I'd be looking to pick up in and around the 13 and a quarter, 13 and a third, in and around 13, just for that hold of the technical area, unless it's going to down halt into there, in which case I wouldn't be buying into a down halt, especially if you start showing that parameter. Here we go, dipping into that level. All right, 13 and a third. We're going to try to get long over here. Where do we get? We got 23s. So it's pumping up to 50. We'll take some at 50. Is there a seller here? There's a seller. Let's see if we can get out a little bit more up here. Anything below 13 ends the trade for me. Right back up into fifth. Boom, Joey, into 75. We've got 83s on. Nice trade. Okay, not too bad. A little bit, I was a little too aggressive there. Should have been holding off a little bit of a piece. Right back up into 14s it goes. I think I just fat fingered there. I didn't mean to take out so much so quickly, but hey, that's a mistake on my part. Continuing to watch. So it was at 13, almost to the T, exactly the level there. 13.12 is the low of this candle. So I had the right bias, poor execution. We'll look to do better on the second attempt if there is one. So that halt level is the reason I looked at 13. And the reason I talk about that is that these intraday halt levels are interesting areas of support and resistance. And there it goes, right back up into 15, the current candle high, guys, 1575. So if we clear 1575 on the 5-minute chart, that is a current candle high. Continuing to watch here as we get back into 15, 1537. Wow, the strength on this one coming in fast and furious, Joey. What do you got on your side, my man?
Guys, we started to piece some out there on IBIT. We got back to the break even in the TQs, but then now that's starting to head back to where it just previously was. We'll hold up on it there. Boom, 84s, we take some 82s, whatever it may be. We're locking it in on IBIT. Yeah, sorry, Assassino. I was tapped in there. You got it there. Appreciate it. Sorry, brother. I was typing and I was looking at charts and everything along those lines, so I apologize for the distraction. Wow, look at the aggressive selling. Hop right back into the NASDAQ. All those minutes of grinding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gone in a matter of 60 seconds. So that's what you got to love about these markets. But, Sharif, what do you got?
Yes, sir. Beta Pro, guys. Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Okay. Someone put the wrong one in. Okay. I'll read this one. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs. They're offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, as well as U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping those management fees down to just 65 basis points all up until New Year's Eve of this year, December 31st, 2025, Katina Man. That's when they're doing it. Katina Man has no idea what I'm talking about. He just walks in and I'm yelling at him. Everything's fine. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out Beta Pro. Refrain.ca/3 times daily to learn more. Shout out to the great folks at Data Pro. Joey Option.
Yes, sir.
So I want to answer a question.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Gavin Budd had a great question in the
I
chat.
thought you said Gavin Newsom.
No, no, definitely not him. I have no problem with it, but he's, I don't fall on that side. But Gavin Ross had a really good question. He was asking Neil. He's like, why doesn't Sharif short these small cap gappers once they lose VWAP? And that is a fantastic question, brother.
Yeah.
Because in 23, when these small cap gappers had like no strength to the upside, Joey, I found myself doing exactly that because they'd literally make one move, maximum two, and then it was kaput. And then it was a fade. And so I wouldn't typically get short until they lost VWAP in the same way where I don't go long unless they're above VWAP. So Gavin, smart on you, brother. I've chosen by personal choice to be a long-only small cap trader. It doesn't mean that they are not equally as valid to the south side. I just choose not to do them that way.
So
great question.
In QT environments, you just fade those.
Joey, it wasn't about QT. I mean, may correlate. It may absolutely correlate. But my observation at the time was it just didn't have the juice.
It didn't have the juice.
It was one or two moves to the high side and then fade.
That's it.
It was 23.
I mean,
early 23,
like we know
23.
people just make an insane amount of cash fading some of these moves.
Absolutely.
Sure, right?
Absolutely.
Big time, yeah.
There's no question about it. I'm not even going to argue that.
Bro,
that's facts.
what?
Yeah.
Yo, who is that?
Who would have?
Yuan, man. What? Did you see?
He's asking the same question that Gavin asked.
No, look at what the Dijuan guy.
Joey. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Come on, bro. Come on.
Bro, where is the respect?
Yeah.
Where is the respect?
My man, he's wifed up. He's living with wifey.
Yeah,
all right, like it's all the boxes are
crazy.
checked. Just leave him alone.
That's
all right.
crazy.
All right. What else you got? Tommy Gunn, you evil villain. You're the worst of the worst, Tommy Gunn. There's no more evil villains in Rocky than you, bro. I'll take Clubber Lang over you any day. Even Ivan Drago. I mean, at least you know. Anyway. What's that, Neil? Drago was about if he dies, he dies. Dun, 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 dun. Well, you know what, Neil? He kind of turned a little bit at the end there because, it looked like they were just using him as a prop to kill Americans. It feels like they're in the Rocky IV movie. But, it's just my... It's Mario and Luigi. Look at this guy, bro. Get out of here, by the way. Don't worry about me and my Luigi stash here. Leave me alone. Let me do my thing.
Yeah, let me do it.
All right, Joey.
And let me do it.
What are you doing on your side there?
All right. So let's go over it. Let's talk a little bit about it here. As for IBIT, guys, you guys are absolutely hilarious for sure. So there it is, right? You get the little pop there. Actually, never mind that. We're gonna go over to the big boy because it deserves that. We're still sitting in this TQ's trade. If it cracks this 102.50 level, then we're just gonna get out of the trade. Now let's go back to IBIT. Boom, we take that pop all the way up into the 83 level, 82, 83. We take the majority of it off and then get stopped at about 25% right there. Ooh, phone call.
Yeah.
And then also, again, we can just do a quick trade review as well. What else did we trade? TQs were still sitting in that. I can just look to my left. Amazon, that was definitely our better trade of the day. But yeah, it's really starting to cook up and just grind higher. We like this name for sure for potential continuation to the long side. Nice indecision prints on the daily. Now we're starting to get a 5-minute hammer candle on Nvidia, which we might get involved in that one as well. But there it goes. Boom. Amazon, nice little move. TSLA, multiple occasions. We go 2 for 3 on that one. Bang, initial one was a loss. We hop back in, boom, boom, we take it. We do get stopped out quite a bit there, but that's okay, because what do? We take another little scalp to the top side as well there. So, yeah, let's go TQ. Let's get that bounce. NVDA, if it starts to participate to the long side, then maybe we might be in for a nice grind higher in the overall market. There it is, break even now on the NAS. But here it is, right? Strong 5-minute opening drive. Orb traders, 5 minutes, pop. You take it to the top side. 184 is that high. Guess what? Now you have an indecision print south of the volume weighted average price. Now, let's do this. You know what we're going to do.
What are you going to do?
We're going to pull it up. the chain, pull it up, and see what we got at 184. Why are we continuously rejecting this level and then not climbing any higher? So what does 185 have? Oh my days. 185, guys, 193,000 contracts with 66,000 current contracts open, and that's going to be at that 0.33 delta. Watch out for a potential ceiling there on Nvidia.
Joey, I need to tell them about Trade the Pool because Beat Ackman live trading competition is absolutely here. October 8th to October 10th, every day, Ackman makes his move. Your mission? To outperform him, beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. Then, the grand finale on October 13th. Broadcast live on Trader TV with the Trade the Pool team live in the studio. It's going to be over $600,000 in prizes that are up for grabs. 25K, 50K, even 100K, Joey, valuation accounts, plus surprise giveaways during Katina Man, the live show, when, of course, Trade the Pool and your best friend Mitch joins us as well. Don't just watch, guys. Compete. Beat Ackman. Win big. Scan that QR code and start trading. I like how they drew Ackman in here. Why do people keep calling me, Joey?
Answer it.
No. We can't do it. We can't do it live.
What was I just about to say there? Okay, so what? We got 3 days of this competition, and it's going to be.
And then it culminates on the very appropriate day when Trade the Pool is coming. Of course, being Canadian Thanksgiving. Nobody has plans on that day. No big deal.
No, I'm in that competition, man. Especially if we're doing it live here. How much is it going to cost?
I don't know if people associated with the show or
are
friends
allowed to.
Yeah, Joey. I think it might be for the people.
So it's like that, eh?
We're gonna have to check with Brendo.
All right. We'll see. We'll ask Brendo first.
We'll have to see what Brendo has to say about that.
If we can participate.
No, but seriously, guys, that's a big deal. Like how they're drawing. They're involving Ackman in that, so it's a nice little.
If I win the 25K, I'll just super chat the largest ever super chat ever.
So random. Love it. All right, guys, I have another Bhavin Patel special. All right, and this time it's under the ticker CIFR, and hopefully it's on the NQ. Yes, it's on the NQ. All right, but it's only up 8.5%, so we can't really look at this one as a halt candidate quite yet, but it is near or at the high of the day. Just allow me a second here to load it up on the side chart so I can get accurate data. Now, CIFR is one that I already have on my proprietary watch list. I have it under mining, crypto mining. So it's a Kiefer or Cipher, however they're calling it, Cipher mining. It's not a small cap gapper. It's about a little bit less than $5 billion market cap. It's traded about 31.5 million shares on the day, but it's got strength, as does basically every single crypto name that I have on my watch list. There's nothing red, nothing, at least on mine, okay? So we'll look to trade this Bhavin if it sets up in the right way, but I hesitate to do that because it doesn't fall under the small cap gapper, requirements that we've set out. So I'm going to keep it on the side chart. I just want to mention it for you guys. Nice flat top breakthrough there through to 12.20. It essentially has resistance at the $0.50, having a high of day of 12.48, currently trading in the low 40s. So look, let's basically update you guys on some of the trades that we've been keeping an eye on. BQ is well off the highs. $18 high, it's losing the 10 EMA, it's on the way to the 20, and it's about to get into $11. So it's substantially off the highs. I'm talking about BQ, and it's been basically lower highs and lower lows ever since we made that $18 area high that ended up in a topping tail candle. That's BQ, big flyer on the day. Let's go to the other big flyer, YCBD. Also, it's a symphony of lower highs. We got out there at that 194 high. That is the high of the day. And since that time, it hasn't even been close. It's been, as I mentioned, a series of lower lows and lower highs. And it's, barely holding on to VWAP. So we'll see how this one ends up doing. ENTA, though, has been the gift that keeps on giving. It's been a very steady state up, higher lows, generally higher highs. There's been a couple of exceptions to the higher high situation, but it's holding the 10 EMA on the 5, and it's up a respectable 34%. It's not at the high at the moment. It's 59s. 1059s, the high of the day is 1084. Okay? Also, Tilray and Aurora Cannabis, two of the names that were very strong on the day, have both started giving back a little bit. Tilray looks like a rounded top coming into that 1055 area where VWAP is. So, I don't really want to be a buyer of Tilray at 155, especially if the trend continues to do what it's doing, which is lower lows and lower highs. It's not of interest to me. I need proof that that's going to get picked up off VWAP. Likewise with ACB. ACB also had the volume weighted average price, and it had it right at $6. And it's losing it, even though there was kind of the double the support, VWAP and the whole dollar level. It didn't care. It seems to be finding support at the 50 EMA on the 5, not a level I typically use. So we'll see if this one can also change its tune and start trending up a little bit. Another Bhavin Patel special was AREC. This made a high day of 333, coming back down now into the 3 high teens. 315 is VWAP. I'd like to see this one catch a bit to the high side before I get in. So there's nothing, in my humble estimation, that sets up under my system at the moment. Since that is the case, I will steer clear of any of these names unless a new one weasels onto the scene, and I don't need to wait long, do I? Because another one has weaseled onto the set scene, and it goes by the ticker BKKT, and this is a former convict. This one's been locked up. Oh no, look at that, moving into the highs. Great look here on BKKT. Backed holdings, and it does meet our requirements of small cap gapper status as it is trading at $610 million market cap. High of day, 2665. Low of day, 1905. Closing print from Friday, 18. So this one's got a lot of strength right now, and we're going to have to set up on it the right way, though. Watching this trade for the few seconds that I have, I can already tell you it's likely spready. So let's go ahead and load it up on said side chart. But who are we going to remove here, Joe? We're going to have to take somebody off, and we're going to take off Hover. All right, BKKT on the NQ, I believe. I'm wrong. Is on the NY. Yes, it is on the NY. So if this one halts, we also won't have eyes on this one either, as we will only see the NASDAQ halt tap theoretical auction price. So we're into the high. It looks like we're setting up a little bit of a bull flag here with...
oh, what the hell?
Pardon me. Sorry, where's my BKKT chart? There we go. Sorry, I lost my BKKT chart. We're going to have to take off somebody here. Who are we going to take off? Let's take off CIFR because it's not a small cap gapper. All right, man. So 2665 high. It's been a series of higher lows and higher highs. Let's give this one the old college try and see what we can get on this one, Joey. What do you got on your side? It's a 9-penny spread, by the way, on BKKT.
Absolutely. What I got here, Sharif, is that what I'm really noticing here is that we have 4,800 people watching and then approximately only 375 likes.
Oh.
So I'm just trying to figure out the math on this one.
I don't know.
From a percentage metric. Yeah, and it's not mathing right now, that's for sure.
Joey.
Guys, so make sure you please do us a solid and hit that like and subscribe, please and thanks. Well, I'm gonna say it. We don't ask for much, but if you could hit that, that would be absolutely wonderful. But no, in all seriousness, guys. And in all seriousness, guys, we're all out of most of our names. The only thing we got cooking up here today is TQQQ. And now we got that little bit, we got close to that break even once again, still grinding higher. If we get a bounce in Nvidia, then I think we'll be okay. I haven't looked at many of the other names. What is Microsoft? And wow, Robinhood, 132.50, right back towards that high of the day. Fantastic stuff. But let's take a look at what Goggles has been up to. Okay, so relatively weak there in Google. If we get a bounce off of these lows, then I like our chances. And if Nvidia starts to climb higher, then I think that we might be sitting in a pretty good position. There goes the indecision print on Nvidia climbing higher. IBIT starting to head back towards that previous pivot high as well too. Fine, but check out the meta options chain for me. Yeah, you know what? You like it. You tell me that you've liked it, I'll go and I'll check absolutely anything. Boom, we almost doubled in likes just like that.
That's
much
crazy.
Appreciated. 2 seconds, Dumbo Things Films. I promise you I will. I just want to go and take a look at Apple, and then we're going to hop right into Meta's options chain, and then we're going to take a look at what we see from this week's expiration cycle. So yeah, not too much going on here on AAPL. We'll zoom out and take a look at the daily momentarily, but first, I'm a man of my word. And I told Dumbo and things that we will look at his precious meta and see what we got going on from the options chain standpoint. Now, my friend, on this week's expiration cycle, bang, let's see what we got. Okay, is this 2 weeks from, no, this is this week, right? Boom, 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 boom. Yep, okay, so that's Friday. Let's see, Dome. Yeah, all right, so let's take a look and see what we got going on here. 760, there is some volume coming in, but as for the open interest, you're not gonna see too much. It's never been one of those names that has an outstanding amount of options contracts being traded, but we can obviously gauge it and see what we got. Clue in on some specific levels, what max pain is going to be on the week, and that's going to be your highest level of OI, and that's 800. That's quite away from the current price that we're trading at right now. So nothing substantial on the options chain. Keep that in mind. And other than 760, you might get a little bit of some activity within that, more activity in that contract, but nothing substantial except for that 5,000 all the way up there at 800. Adara, what do you got for us?
And I hear in TSLA, I'm seeing that apparently in a letter, 2 Democratic senators are urging the auto safety regulators, likely the NHTSA, though this doesn't specify, to address concerns about reported failures of Tesla's FSD or full self-driving system to detect and respond to railroad crossings. We have heard similar allegations or concerns before. This isn't necessarily new, but keep an eye on TSLA none the same. Also keep an eye on SRPT. I'm seeing some FDA speculation here as we have a post on LinkedIn from George Tidmarsh, the FDA's top drug regulator, about the potential of looking into these DMD type names, DMD developers. SRPT is a DMD developer, so this is viewed as potentially bullish for SRPT. Back to you.
I was listening to your All In podcast. I love it. Yeah, I love it. I listened to the Uber one. Did you?
The Uber one.
Yeah,
I was listening to the one this weekend about the H-1Bs, and nice. There was a lot of information from those guys about the real application and use of the H-1B that I had no idea about. You have to understand, I thought that I understood the H-1B. My sister went into the States under an H-1B. She's a dentist, right? And so they had to do this whole thing where they put in a newspaper article, and it's just a whole thing, Joey. And a lot of the people think that, these are used by people making $500,000, $1 million a year, when the average salary for somebody on the H-1B is about $65,000. Meaning you can kind of make a backward deduction for that you're likely bringing in to replace good-paying American jobs rather than very niche technical jobs. Now, of course, there's going to be your Sundars, your Satches, your Elons, all people who came in under the H-1B who are obviously very talented, and you would love to have those in any country. But, it looks like as the majority maybe not coming in that way. Go ahead, Adara.
Satya's H-1B story is just really interesting. So he was initially in a green card, but he had to convert to an H-1B in order to bring his wife into the country.
Who, Adara? Who? Satya,
yeah. That was kind of a fun fact.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you, Adara.
But at the end of the day, it's like these guys could just buy the gold card if it ever came down to it. Like, it's $1 million. I mean, now. But
no, but like what Freeberg was saying on the show, Joey, it made a lot of sense. He's like, look, if you amortize $100,000 over 5 years, right? It ends up, and you're going to pay somebody a substantial amount of money, say like $250,000 and above, someone very technical, very niche. It makes sense to do that, right? Like as an employer, it's not a bad bet. But I think there was just a lot of misconceptions about what the H-1B was really being used for and who it was really targeting. And so we got some information. I got some information there that I didn't know about.
Very interesting. So as for what I was listening to on the All In, listen to the Vlad Tenev one as well too, which was pretty cool. And him just talking about tokenizing some of the private names there, which I found very, very interesting. And a lot of stuff there going on about Uber and Waymo and Tesla and everything along those lines, benefits of LiDAR and camera systems and everything along those lines. But Corey Ewing, no relations to Patrick Sharif. My guy, still holding my November 21 47.50 call options on DKNG. It is breaking my heart. However, I have taken a spot on D Pro. This is a good small capper to watch. Your thoughts?
All right.
D Pro.
Guys, I just want to mention before I get into that, I'm long BQ. 1188. We've wet the beak multiple times here into 12. I'm looking for continuation, but I'm just very aware that I might have to flatten out at any minute because BQ, well, it's the animal that it is, right? So just before I get to that, Corey, brother, I just have to set up my stops on this one. So current bar low is 1140. So I've taken out, let me just see how much of the position. Yeah, so we can risk with this one. So we're going to go 1139 for the remaining amount, and hopefully we won't get into too much trouble over here, as it does look like it will lose the bid and we will get stopped out very quickly on the remaining amount over here on BQ unless it rockets right back up. No, we're already out. So we'll give back a little bit on that. That's all right. Let's have a look over, though, on the PRO. Let's put that, TPRO. So what do we got here? Dragonfly. Okay. Dragonfly. First and foremost, what do we got here? $149 million market cap. Canada-based company, provider of drone solutions, AI-driven software, and robotics. I'm punching. The company provides solutions for public safety, agricultural, industrial inspection, security, mapping, and surveying. Products include Apex, Commander 3XL, heavy lift drone, a bunch of others. Okay, great. So now we have an idea of what they do. Let me just look at market cap 149 million. Not bad. Okay, so what's his daily look like? Okay, well, I mean, everything's coming back from COVID highs, obviously. Yeah, look, I hate to look at it like this because, well, that's COVID, right? And we know what happened during the COVID days. This thing was up 1,000% in a few weeks, right? Trading right around $40. That's previous to the two splits that it had. And it rocketed up about to $425, and then all hell broke loose to the downside. This is one of those very few ones, though, I digress, where the move up is a little bit slower than the move down. Usually the move up is a bit slower than the move down. The move down is usually a bit faster than the move up. So let's go in a little bit closer over here on the daily, so we can get a general idea of where to find support. So support seems to be coming in every time at 155. You had an area low, September 24, got bought up. Then you had a period low where we held this area from essentially May of this year all the way to early June at 150. Rocketed right back up. We have a local area high from back in mid-July, Corey, into 7.5. Looks like we're working our way right back into that 7.5. A nice little, I mean, you can look at this as a rounded bottom. You can say many different things. I think if we take out 7.5 decisively, Corey, we're looking real good at least till 9, right? 9 was a long area of a support level from basically back in late January of 24 till about mid-February. This is the daily, by the way, where we held 9 decisively, got back into about 12.5, and then really dropped. That feels like a move into an earnings report, as usually, you know, people start speculating that the earnings report might be good, and then all hell breaks loose to the downside once that earning report comes back. So that's my look there. Now, in addition to some of these moving averages, right, we're substantially above the 200. And take a look at this, Corey. When we cleared the 200 and got to 7.5, look at exactly where we found support, right at 380, where the 200 was. So respect to the 200, I like that, and I like it a lot more if it can get above and hold above 7.5. I think you've got the right idea. You know, whether your Donkey Kong, your DKNG trade may be going against you at the moment. We talked about the range that DKN's been in for a prolonged period of time, but I think you got the right trend here, not just in technicals, but you got the right trend in terms of industry. We know where warfare is going, sadly. Anybody who watches TikTok videos or whatever other videos of the war in Eastern Europe knows exactly what I'm talking about, and that noise. And I don't think that's changing anytime soon. That's just my personal opinion. I like the fact that it's a Canadian company, obviously, but that's a little bit biased on my part. I am not biased about this 7.5 break. I think if you break above 7.5, you don't necessarily have a blue sky setup or anything, but you're going to encounter areas of resistance that may be $1, $1.50 away from your entry. I don't know where you're long. It doesn't say where you're long. I've taken a spot in DPRO. Is it a good small cap gapper to watch? Your thoughts? I think it's good. I think you've got the right industry, as I've mentioned, and you're above the 200, which shows that you're trending in the right way. When you look at the higher lows and higher highs, certainly there. I'm involved in a similar name. It's not drones, obviously. It's eVTOLs, Joby, aviation. We've talked about that. And you're going to have to expect volatility with these. It's a very nascent technology, both drones and eVTOLs, especially in the format that they're going to be employed, whether warfare or shorter distance delivery and transportation. In the case of eVTOLs, obviously, so you're gonna have to deal with what comes with a newer industry. So I like your pick, brother. I thank you for pointing this one out. In fact, I'm gonna actually take a picture of it right here, because Joey Options, just because we're in eVTOL doesn't mean we're in drones, right?
Yeah.
There are two distinctly different things. Shout out to Obe, he is the one, Kenob. So yeah, on the day you're down 1 1/3, but I don't think that's why you're holding it for an intraday trade. Shout out to Corey, great call again on some of your picks, and I hope you print up multiple storms on your Donkey Kong calls there. I think you've got the right idea, just about a matter of waiting for the right timing. We'll have to wait and see, especially if your boy Joey Options keeps trading the way or betting the way he does. We know what he wants to do Saturday night.
Yeah.
No, I'm playing. Exaggerating for effect. Guys, ENTA, we were involved in this one. This is my best trade on the day, and it is rocketing right back up again. It is a 12.19 high. This one's, look at this. I mean, can anybody spot a breach of the 10? Because I certainly cannot, right? Especially on a closing basis. You just have one quick wick here, Assassino, that lost the 10 EMA, and then you see what it did after that. ENTA, big boy move, Joey.
All right, good stuff there. 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. All right, guys, good luck. See, there's some resistance that we're experiencing right at this 102, 103, we'll call it flat level on the TQs. Keeps rejecting it on multiple occasions, and then now you're starting to see some of these bigger names come back in. Well, I mean, they're already south of the volume weighted average price. That's going to be the likes of Nvidia, Amazon. Looks like it almost double top there, Gorev. So keep an eye out on that one. And then obviously you want to monitor the neckline as well too, because once that cracks, potentially look for some more downside there. And then as for Bitcoin, took an aggressive 5-minute selling candle. CoreWeave isn't looking too bad either. But keep a note, guys. Keep a note that the fact that this downtrend is still 110% still intact. Until you're on the backside of it, then I would not necessarily be looking to trade into this. You can get a move maybe into the downtrend line, but then north of that, watch out for the potential rejections because you have multiple on that trend line. So keep that in mind. And as for any of the other names, we'd love to get this balance, but now we're starting to form this shelf. I don't like shelves, right? Because that just gives some room for the underlyings to actually fall a little bit further. I thought that considering that this 5 minutes after the open or right out of the open, we were strong in the NASDAQ, but we haven't established any form of a new high or even close of it since then. So half an hour buying is reached by countless hours of selling. Right, not hours, but quite a bit of selling, a couple hours of selling right there. So yeah, that's a pretty good look. Now I'm just fully distracted and lost my train of thought.
Assassino's so good, bro. As soon as he sees me showing you the phone, he does the two-shot, bro. He kills me.
Yeah, it's crazy. But no, that's what I got going on. I'm gonna sit in this TQ's trade stream until we establish a new low of the day. Once it does that, then I just hop out of the trade.
Bovin mentioning ANGX moving up. I have not had a look at it. Let's take a look at this latest Bovin pick. ANGX. Let me just make sure. ANGX moving up. Let me go to the 5 minute on this one, Bovin. Yeah, not bad. What are we talking about in terms of volume here, Bovin? It's a $5 name, 1.86 million. Yeah, okay. So I don't necessarily like it, but when I look a little bit further, looks like the volume's coming in quite recently. 1210 spike. 1220 spike each with about 200,000+ shares a pop. Not the biggest mover, certainly, and not the biggest percentage winner, but I like that 10 EMA hold. 41s right now, 10 EMA at 525. Very slow mover, though, Bovin. So it's not exactly, you know, one of those more liquid stocks. So we're going to throw it on there. It's up 39%, a respectable amount, no question about that. YCBD's lost its spot on the side chart for me because it's substantially below VWAP. So we're going to change it ANGX. I'm also keeping an eye on BKKT, by the way, because it's still trading well. So where is this one trade? Where is this piece of crap trade? Jeez, man. It always does this to me. Embarrassing. All right. New York? Yes, New York. ANGX is on the NYSE. So we will look at it there. All right, 550 currently Bovin, rejecting that $0.50. Who are we gonna? We're gonna remove YBCD, so that's fine. ANGX. Sorry, guys, just getting myself organized over here, trying to keep an eye out on this. Bovin, you know, I'm also concerned about the lower highs. 573 high, then 572, then this current candle has 555. So there's some lower highs at play, but I do see what you're seeing, which is likely a bull pennant, a bit of a compression pattern there with a big move up off that 4.5. That's the breakout area tops out 5 3/4, now 5.5 seems to be the level. So not a bad look on ANGX, but not exactly, you know, super directional. It's also an 8-penny spread, 42s on the bid, 50 on the ask. It's not ideal by any means, but we were trading ENTA, which had a similar setup where we saw, you know, the spread open up to 10 pennies at times. You know, it got as tight as 2, but I don't know, Bubba. I don't know what I'm going to do on this. Now, certainly I can get out at 20s because there's certainly support at that 20 penny area. But getting in here, I'd have to risk 30 pennies, right? Because we're at 550 and I'd have to give this, excuse me, to 520. That might be a bit more than I want to take in terms of risk, especially given the spread, right? Yeah, it's a good one, Bubba. I just don't think that this one is for me, given the current, you know, the composition of this one. But good call out, brother. Going to keep my eye out on it. But I really want to execute on ENTA over here because it's continuing to give us higher highs and higher lows. 1275 high, 1257 high, excuse me, comes back into 12, trying to hold 12 right now, but it's got a monster topping tail on the 5-minute, right? 1257, and it ended up closing right at 12. In fact, it closed right at 12, so we know for certain that resistance is going to be that $12 area, whether or not we were above it or below it currently. We know that $12 is being targeted here by the sellers or the short sellers or profit takers as a level because we made a move into 57 and then we end up closing right at 12. So this one could be a bit of a downturn here, actually. Yes, and there it goes, making the first 5-minute candle to make a new low in a long time. I'm talking about ENTA losing a bid here. Right off that 1257 into 1175 it goes. So some weakness stepping into this one for the first time, I would say, in a while. Now, ENTA has been insanely respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. Currently, that 10 EMA is at 11.25. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to front run it. I'm going 1133 for a long. I'm just going to try to ride trend. If it ends up holding up at that level, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I can only try to put the odds on my side. So we're going to keep tabs on this one as well as the new one that Bovin showed us, ANGX. Keeping an eye out on that. For now, we're going to Adara.
Just keep an eye here in the market. I might have some positive news here with regards to the government shutdown. We do have Senate, according to a Bloomberg reporter on X, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is saying that the GOP, the Republican Party, quote, felt the heat and agreed to talk. So there could be some resolution to this government shutdown. Again, this is just a report. If they get more details, I'll let you know. Now, why is this significant to the market? Because among other reasons, we do have the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They've said they're not going to release their NFP data or any other data if the government does go into shutdown. So that could be significant either way. Just keep an eye on this. Looks like evolving talks here with regards to the potential shutdown. Back to you.
Yeah. I got
Joey freaking options.
Let's go, yo. Look,
We're doing it live as we
man.
speak.
That's great. Yo, Mike P, check that. We cooked the bird on Friday, brother, right off the queue as well. Check that one out there.
Look at this guy, bro.
Yeah, the whole bird too. Yeah, here, maybe can we see it better over here? Yeah, we cooked the whole bird on Saturday there, Mike P. And boy, oh boy, was that nice and tender and juicy, man. I love that. I don't know what it's been. Lately, the chicken here, we've had it a couple times here for lunch. The chicken was chewy. We've been buying it. Chicken's been chewy. I don't know what's that. So I'm like, you know what?
In the market as well?
Yeah.
What the hell?
At Farm Boy it was chewy. At Metro it was chewy. We had a chewy chicken here from for lunch one time, and I'm like, you know what? I'm sick of this chicken. It's so really chewy, as I mentioned much of these times. So I bought the whole bird, and then we just threw the bird on the barbecue right there. So yeah, boom. We're going to get stopped out of this TQ here momentarily. Let's see what's going on. As soon as that 5-minute candle opens up past this low, then we're just going to hop out of this trade and take the 50-cent loss that's probably going to happen.
Assassino, can we go to the 2-shot?
Soon. What do you got there?
This is a messy free kick over here. This is BMO Field. And look at the go. Look at the go, bro. I don't know if you guys can see that there, bro.
That's why he was nuts there.
Bro, you should have seen the crowd go buck wild when he was on the dead ball, because he's right outside the box. So everyone, he's going to score. He's going to score. It's like everybody pulled their phone out. Messi on a dead ball. That's right. Crazy. Anyway, it was great. And there was some heavy hitters there, man. Luis Suarez, Jordi Alba, Sergio Busquets, Rodrigo de Paul, like some of the bigger names in past years, of course, of European football, now kind of making the rounds in the MLS. And I'm okay with that, man, because I want to see these guys. I never got to see them in their heyday in Barca, so it was nice to see that. And it's so funny, man. Messi just brings all his old friends from Barcelona. He's like, hey, come to Miami, let's play soccer here. And then they dominate, so it's kind of funny.
They win. All right, guys, we're all out of this on this TQ's trade, guys, as the market looks like it wants to establish a new low of the day, and a lot of the big names are starting to come back in. But that's sick, Sharif. I would like to see either Cristiano or Lionel Messi.
Yeah, you got to go to Saudi for that.
Yeah, you got to go to Saudi.
You got to pay big money for that.
Not the old MLS here.
You got to stay at Ram's place.
Ooh.
Yeah. Shout out to Saudi. All right. Look, man, I don't know what to do here. I got to tell you the truth. Because ANGX, it's not setting up in the way that I'd like. I put a dip trade on ENTA, which I think is now wrong, because I have it at 11 1/3, and I think the 10 EMA on the 5 is showing me like right at 11.30, so I may not get the fill. On this one, I'm going to have to move it up. It looks like there's a $0.50 buyer here on ENTA, but that's not the move. The move was to get into the 10 EMA, so I will be a little bit stubborn. Now, if we make a first 5-minute candle to make a new high and defend that 11.5, I think I'll punch in there. But BKKT is making another move, though. So maybe we can have a look at that one as well. That one looks like it might be headed to the high side here. Not on the NASDAQ, on the NY. No, BKKT. Come on, don't embarrass me. Nice. No. I want it. There we go. We're good to go now. All right, you know what? I'm going to have to give this to prior bar low. So we're going to go long here, BKKT, and I'm going to give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low on BK is 72. So it's showing 95s now. I will have to give it to 72. Because if it holds trend, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Then we'll have to get out. So here we are. So we're going to go 20, 25, 72. We're going to try it. Give this one possibly a little bit more room. What are you laughing at?
Because Juwan says, my chicken looks like a frog, buddy.
Why?
I don't know why. That's funny.
I don't know what that means, but seems mean.
What?
Do
frog. Have you ever had frog legs?
I actually haven't.
No, me neither.
I don't have an aversion to that. Like, I realize that there's a good amount of protein in those, and they're delicacies in somewhere in the world, so I don't have a problem with that. But I've had alligator. I know that's not the same. They're kind of swampy, both of them.
Yeah, I've
a little bit. What did you think about alligator?
It was all right. Like, again, everybody just, it tastes like chicken. It tastes like chicken.
A little bit.
It did. It has
a bit of a swamp taste to it,
yeah,
though,
it did.
which I don't.
I don't know if I would ever get it again, to be honest.
Gator?
Yeah.
Can I say something to you? I had it fried.
Oh, did you?
So
I had it on a skewer.
Yeah, so I think maybe I get it without being fried, because I think that changed the taste
Maybe
a little
bit there, yeah.
I don't know. Alligators taste better than tilapia, says Roger. And maybe the tilapia that we got. Nah, man, I'm going to hate that. I'm not going to hate on that. I don't actually mind the tilapia that we get. I know some of the boys here, they're not fans. I respect that, but I don't mind it too much. All right, what else we got over here? Yeah, the Cantina Man. Cantina Man is not a fan of the tilapia. I respect that. A tilapia? Oh, yeah. Well, I can believe that. Neil can't believe that I ate it and liked it. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I know some people that are just, it's not their thing. It's not their thing. I respect that. Shout out to Ozen. I also had alligator in Indonesia. I don't think you had alligator in Indonesia, brother. I think you may have had crocodile. Is alligator only native to North America? Am I wrong on that? Because I know we have both. We have gators and croc. You have gators as well in Brazil? Alligators.
I thought those were like I thought those were the caiman. Yeah.
I thought Brazil had caimans. I don't, bro. I thought I understood.
Hey, but Brazil has hippopotamus or no Colombia.
Capybara.
No hippopotamus.
They don't have hippos, bro.
Brother, listen. You didn't let me finish the story. No, in Colombia. Why? Because when Pablo brought them over, he had the pets, and then they were actually breeding over in Colombia. Yeah.
They're feral.
Yeah, but
that's
like they're
crazy.
so they're still existing.
No way.
For anybody who can fact check that from Pablo.
No, but like there's like Sumatran rhinos. So there's like African, animals that we typically associate with Africa that are found in Asia as well, right? So I just figured that might have been something like that, but
South
clearly
America,
not. Joey options, you know what? We took the BKKT, we took it. And we're actually showing 25 over here on the ask, but we're not getting printed as a result of the prohibitive spread. So we're going to have to wet the beak a little bit lower. We'll take that one there. We'll wait to 25. Clears as a level. Earlier it was 2607. That was a bit of a level. Now it's 2605. Let's see if we can shake that 25 penny seller on BKKT. And there he goes. Up into 30. Now we're waiting here in the mid 40s for another print on my friend BKKT. We'll see if this one ends up being my friend or not. But it's a nice breakout. Looking for continuation here on BKKT. Looking for continuation. And here comes 40 showing up, Joey. 48. Boom! Into the high. Let's set up now at 69. But Joey, we got to tell them about something.
All right, guys. Let's see what we got going on. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NISE-listed Oragenics Ogen is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach around $8.9 billion by the end of 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Get that brain checked out, guys. That stuff is not fun. Oragenics, you only get one, and it's not good.
Get it,
if anybody is interested, for all my riders, I know you're a rider there. Our good guy Mike Peter Ryder, check out the documentary The Crash Reel. Not good stuff. You don't want that to happen to you.
You don't want that to happen.
No, but anyways, Sharif, do you have anything else there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, my friend.
BKKT is really going here, guys. We've taken out the high of the day now. We've got 7s on, and we're showing 68s. So this could easily be a 27 touch and drop. You never really know where this is going to go. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to front run 27 given the spread. So I'm putting my order out at 26.97. We're looking to front run that whole dollar by a couple of shekels, but anything below $26 ends this trade for me. We're moving up the stop. That means we're going to risk 7 pennies on the last out. We only have one beak wetter here, but I just got into ENTA as I see it, as on the position board. So we're long at 33s for the move into the 10 EMA, and it's going to have to hold up here. So we're putting some orders at 45, and then we're going to put some orders north of 50, and then the situation is going to be as follows. If it loses 20 pennies, it's all over. So, oh, wow, it's going to lose it pretty quick. So that sucks. Hey, it is what it is, man. So we're going to put that order there. And if it drops any more, we're going to get stopped out, as it will have lost the 10 EMA. You win some, you lose some, and we just got stopped out immediately, Joey.
All right there, guys. Dan the man. Don't think I forgot about you, because I have not, my friend.
Get it,
all right, because you know what? People don't forget. Anyways, no, it's a good thing, though. Obviously, he asked me a question a long time ago, and I told him we would get to it. But Pathic Sangavi, thank you for the support as always at Joseph. Nvidia, Sean, and Mara, big winners today. No, thank you, brother. That's all you, man. You're pressing the keys. Winners done today. I'm done for the day, holding Mara calls for the expiration of October 24th. Boom, Sharif.
Boom.
Let's get it. He says, bang, 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 bang. Good thing we got all out of the NASDAQ. Thank you very much, Pathik, for those super chat. From the minute I sat in this chair, you've been talking about Mara, and you've stuck to your guns, and I'm glad that you're starting to cook up storms there. And then now, as for our good friend Dan the Man. Dan, let's do this, brother, because you've been patiently waiting.
Get it, Dan.
Not 50 Cent patiently waiting, but there it is. Bull flag. He's like, hey, bear flag, Joe, on the NASDAQ. Potentially, right? So you have the initial leg, you have this leg down, and then you have the consolidation, and then guess what? Boom, you're breaking out through some key support levels, 102.50 to the downside. So you nailed that one on the head. Hopefully you were short this overall market. There goes the crypto space. Touching into $65 now, trading around $64.50 and not looking like it's going to get a bounce anytime soon. Market is continuously bleeding. Let's see if Adara's got any news for us.
Not on the market, but I do have news on Shopify and Etsy. Etsy is moving markedly more than Shopify, so we'll pull up that chart here for you guys. ChatGPT announcing that they're introducing instant checkout in ChatGPT in partnership with Etsy and Shopify. They're going to be open sourcing their agentic commerce protocol that powers it, which is built with Stripe. So keep an eye on some of these other payment-related names as well, seeing if they're trading any antipathy with Stripe potentially. But either way, ETSY and SHOP to a much lesser extent on watch here. ChatGPT announcing their instant checkout in partnership with both companies. Back to you.
All right, guys, get ready, because here it comes. Okay, RELI is halted to the upside at $1.09, and you want to know why? This is why. This is what everybody talks about. This is the headline that everybody's been trading to the high side. Reliance announces Bitcoin purchase as part of their digital asset treasury strategy. This is the BMNR, the MSTR, the SBET, the QMMM, the, I don't know, CWD. How many of these names have we been trading recently? Now, the excitement warranted, but we have been noticing that this trade has been fading as of late. We haven't been hitting, those quadruple digits, let alone the triple digits on some of these headlines. But this is one that we need to take seriously because of what these ones have done in the past. Now, it was basically trading at about 90 pennies until this headline hit. The headline came in exactly at 1 o'clock on my blotter, literally to the penny, to the time. At 1 o'clock, it's open, and it's up into 115. Let's load this up on a trading screen now. We got to keep an eye on this. I'm just going to flatten out my BKKT trade, excuse me. Let's load up RELI. I believe is on the NQ. I'm right. So we're going to have to pause the news that we typically start now for a second because we got to keep eyes on this one. 115 high. It's taking out the high. It's a 116 high now. All right, so this could absolutely rock and roll. Let's see if the shorts step in or the longs are going to be stepping in here. Oh, we didn't get in. I wonder if this has something to do with the name. Just try. Okay, we just got in here for a small amount. I just want to test this. So we're in at 113. Oh no, I don't want that number, Joey. That's not.
I'm looking at it too here.
All right, so continuing to watch RELI. I guess maybe we'll just keep an eye on this one for a second. I just want to see if the buyers are stepping in. They're not stepping in with the same vigor that I definitely anticipated with this kind of headline. Let's see if they're stepping in now. 15s, Joey. 17s, Joey. Okay, so it's a 19 penny high. Here we go, zipping and zagging here. 18. Can we see a little bit more? Let's see if we can get above that 19. Maybe we'll add into the position if we get into that 19 penny area a little bit higher. So we're going to have to watch this here. Here comes 18s, 19s showing up again, Joey. It is now 20s. Keep going here, RELI. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. So this is the big boy headline that we all been talking about, adding digital assets onto your corporate strategy, corporate treasuries, and now it is a 22 penny high. People taking profits, dipping down, back into 18s, now 19s showing up again. So yeah, man, I didn't really want to get into something later because we were going to do the news, but when something like this comes, you got to put some respect on this one's name here, Joey. So we're going to continue to watch this one for a little bit as we zig and zag near area highs. I'm going to add into this position a little bit. Why not? Why not? Let's see. We can take up some over here, maybe into 24s, and then we're going to hold. We're going to hold a little bit. So we've got 17s on now at the ad, initially in at 13. Anything below 10 ends the trade for me. Okay?
All right.
So that's what we're going to do. How are you seeing it? What do you got?
I was in it too. I'm all out of it now for a little scalp. I just felt like diving into your world for a couple of minutes. to see. But yeah, I mean, we'll pull it up there. Yeah, we took 5 cents on it just to get involved right after you Paul. Waited for that pullback, and then we just hopped in. RELI. So yeah, that's what we got going on, man. A nice little scalp ski on this here. We're not going to complain whatsoever. Boom, in right at the 15. Shreve had a better price than I did. He just bought a little bit more. Boom, takes a little bit of a dip, and then we get out at 20s. And yeah, so that was about it. A nice little scalp on this name there, and then we're back into some Bitcoin. That's starting to cook up there. Indecision print, 5-minute candle just above the volume weighted average price. So let's see if this starts to work out for us. So far it is. We'll take it. 57s. We're almost 10 cents right there on this name, so we'll take it. We'll go 2 for 2 on one. I don't want to count my my blessings too early here, guys. But if it does start to work, we like that. Nvidia putting up an additional hammer candle there. Gorev, Los Pollos, and Jag for a potential bounce back towards the volume weighted average price. So let's keep an eye out on that one. But right now, it's RELI and IBIT. Those are something that we want to keep a focus on. Now, I find it so interesting with these treasury. These things were coming out like there was no tomorrow. Like they're going out of style and out of fashion really, really quick. And then the underlying assets themselves, the holdings that they're looking to implement, put on the balance sheet, they weren't even moving. As a matter of fact, they were selling off at some time. So I'm curious to see what's going on with this Bitcoin space. Is this going to be the pullback that we needed to go and test those all-time highs? And the same with the likes of Ethereum. We were down 22% off of the high. We go from 4,900 all the way down to 3,800. That's a hefty haircut. But at the end of the day, patience, patience, patience. Own it. Don't trade it.
Oh, I like that. All right, watching here on RELI. We've changed trend a little bit, looking for continuation. 21s, we got the fill.
Oh, there it goes,
at 21s. It's still a 22 high of day, so watch out for the bamboozlement. I got to tell you, Joey, this doesn't feel right.
It doesn't.
No, because we've seen what this has done before.
The rejection of that high too. That was an aggressive rejection.
Yeah, I got to tell you, this doesn't feel right. This is a breakout or bailout situation for me, okay? It's going to have to go. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with it. The headline is the catalyst. We've seen this headline cause ruckus before. The fact that it's not causing ruckus right now is a bit of a tell for me. I'm flattening out here. I know it's at highs, but I just want to do the news and I don't have to deal with this. And it doesn't feel right. The fact that that catalyst comes in, the volume is there, about 5.25 million shares, and we're not rocketing up. So maybe it goes, maybe it doesn't. But that did feel weird, Joey, because quite frankly, QMMM, CWD. What was the other one? Octo, OCTO, BMNR, SBET, MNR, SBET, Adara. Everybody remembers SBET. That's the ETH one, and that's what I want to flatten out for. It's a breakout or bailout situation, and the fact of the matter is, it didn't feel right, man. It did not feel right, and there it goes, Joey. So I'm quite happy with the flattening out there. Let's start the news.
All right, let's fire it up. Whoa.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's fire it up. We're going to fire the news up here, but we're also going to keep an eye out what we got going on here with IBIT. Nice little move right there. So let's trim a little bit here. Ooh, do we trim a little bit more? I think so, because we didn't take anything off, man. That was really, really small potatoes, 5%. We're going to take another 15% off, right?
Okay.
Just because, right? So bang, there it is, filled on that one, exact same price. We're not going to complain about that. Nice little pop ski on IBIT.
My dad says this word?
Which one?
Cannabis.
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 Cannabis
He's
store.
Such an immigrant.
Cannabis.
So good.
Cannabis store. Yeah.
Oh man, my old man makes me chuckle, bro.
Hangry wife, having a horrible day, but I appreciate you guys. Hey, just come here, sit and relax. We've all had those. Have we ever? Watch out. Was that the tax filings there, Katina man?
Oh, no, Katina man's got new tax filings.
Yeah. I mean, no.
They haven't got back to me.
Apparently, they hired a ton of more advisors, Katina man.
I filed mine in April. It's now September.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Katina man is displeased at the moment.
Give this man his money. He was working on them for a while.
Guy with name,
bro. Yeah, I would see him pull his tax sheet over, look at it, do the things, put it back, and then the next day go back. Anyways, all fun all fun and games. I know you got something. Boom, we'll take some more off at 64.75 there, Sharif. Let's hop right into this.
Yes, sir. So, as my old man would say, cannabis stocks are surging after Trump comments. No, seriously, let's talk about this. So President Donald Trump highlighted the potential for healthcare benefits of hemp-derived cannabinoids for seniors, framing it kind of as a possible alternative to prescription drugs, very much in line with what the administration has been doing as of late. He reiterated plans to reclassify marijuana, which could ease, obviously, the criminal penalties as well as reduce those regulatory burdens. Comments were made on Truth Social and immediately sparked pre-market rallies in cannabis stocks. Obviously, you had the likes of Canopy Growth, CGC, Tilray. They were all up over 20%. As I see it, Tilray's up 35. Aurora Cannabis is up 21. The MSOS and MSOX, the leveraged and regular ETF, are on for their biggest quarterly gains ever. MSOS, at the time of writing of this article, was up 70% on the quarter. The analyst, though, noted, Joey, that Trump's remarks could provide the long-awaited relief for the sector that's been battered by losses as well as weak sentiment. But it's not just the rescheduling of the drug, Joey. This actually has business implications for the weed names. What do I mean by that? So, the Trump administration is looking at moving it from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. The reclassification here would remove harsh tax burdens that are under Section 2080E, allowing cannabis companies to basically deduct business expenses, whereas they couldn't before. Also, potential tax reform could pave the way for more U.S. listings as it becomes more profitable, which is going to increase, obviously, the institutional investor participation, and it makes it broader sector legitimacy. During President Donald Trump's first term, the Agriculture Improvement Act eased restrictions on hemp and CBD, but didn't go as far as reclassifying. And then we know under the former President Biden's administration, he already had directed federal agencies to reclassify it from Schedule 1 to 3. And then President Donald Trump's latest comments, Joey, renew the momentum, though he emphasized it's not legalization, but rather easing of the burdens on companies.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the way to go, right? I just find it so weird that America wants to be the leader. Sorry, yeah, so I just find it so weird that America wants to be the leader in so many different sectors and areas except for cannabis, in which they can probably just dominate the space with the likes of Miami or Florida, and then you have the California as well, too. And I just find it extremely odd. And we had a massive boom here from an actual equity standpoint from publicly traded stocks here in Canada in 2015, 2016. Oh, yeah. They just went absolutely skyrocketed as soon as we had that previous guy who was in office was like, hey, yeah, we're going to legalize this stuff. What happened? Boom. It was literally an emerging sector. It was fantastic. And I'm really, really surprised that the States haven't had that same outlook, considering the fact it's like, hey, yeah, cryptocurrency, half the people still believe this stuff is a scam. But at the end of the day, no, we don't want any part of this whatsoever. And I find it slightly interesting. But if it is the case, your Tilrays and all your other American publicly traded weed companies are going to go absolutely insane. This is a step in the right direction. Will it ever be legalized in the United States? I thought that the previous administration would do that. Wasn't the case. I highly doubt that the Republicans are going to legalize it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it really fills their moat. Obviously, guys, we're talking about federal legalization. We know on a state-by-state basis.
It's different.
New York, California, they all have legalization movements.
Some other, I don't know if I don't think Florida does.
I don't know if Florida does, but we know Colorado does. Yeah. They were the OG. I'm pretty sure Illinois, I don't know about Illinois, to be quite honest with you.
You can use it recreationally.
Chicago?
There, yeah.
So you know.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Adara, I mean, look, this is not new. We heard this under the previous Biden administration, reclassifying from Schedule 1 to 3. What was new to me, I don't know if it was new to you, was this actually affected how they take business profits, Adara. They couldn't actually deduct expenses because of the categorization. This changes that.
Yeah, that's interesting. That could be a big boon for these businesses. The other thing, too, is this report was already kind of, I don't want to say negated, because we weren't moving on a report today anyway. We were moving on Trump's interesting little truth video that he posted it was like an animated person and like stuff moving through their body to show the effects of this on seniors. It was. You can check it out for yourself. It's about 3 minutes long on X, or not on X, at Truth Social.
Of course.
Donald Trump. But to get back to this, like Sharif, I mentioned this right after Neil's lesson of the day, but there's another catalyst on this now suggesting they're actually going to be delaying the rescheduling here until January of 26. I wonder if they just kind of keep pushing this back and then we wait and see if we actually get anything new here with regards to the rescheduling. I think it's a little bit dire, and I also have a hard time, I guess, making the connection between Trump posting this video and a sign that we're getting imminent rescheduling. I think it is just one of many videos that was posted over the weekend, and that's honestly my take on that.
I'm trying to find the video as you speak,
weird.
but yeah, there's a lot of truth, Sadira, in the last 24 hours. So
I'll send it to you, Sharif.
I appreciate it, Dare. Thank you. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, Arizona, Nevada as well too. You go down to Vegas, you can get that stuff. But someone's saying, so legal, but you still no. Someone said, who wants to pay taxes and crazy dispensary price? It's actually cheaper.
Okay, so look, I can only speak for what the situation was here. I don't know how it's going to unfold there, but let me tell you something. There's been a race to the bottom in this country when it comes to cannabis pricing, okay? It started off a lot higher when we got initial legalization in 18, Joey. And literally year over year, prices are coming down. Quantities going up, prices are coming down, strength is going up. It's a bad business to be in. We always joke because the margins are compressing. I don't know if that ends up happening south of the border, but that's what's happening here.
I'm assuming it will. Like, if that is the case, it will most definitely happen. Because if it's happening here, it's probably going to happen there. And then that's what happens when you own the likes of the Aurora Cannabises and the Afrias, right?
Gotta take shots,
and the Canopy Growth Corps, right? So.
All right, let's go on to the next story over here, guys. Apple's AI strategy. They've got new hardware, iPhone 17 update. So let's just cut the crap, okay? Let's talk about the Siri overhaul that we've all been waiting for. It's called Project Linwood, and it's supposed to be a revamped Siri, and it's expected to debut March of 2026. That's obviously a loose headline given Apple's very, very checkered past when it comes to AI. It's going to have web search capabilities, also going to have voice-controlled iPhone navigation, as well as on-device and on-screen data integration. And there's a different one. There's Veritas. It's a chatbot essentially, and it shows Siri's next-gen infrastructure that's already supporting that sort of chat-style interactions. It's also going to have photo edits as well as a personal data search. So we'll see how those two come together. But there's also upcoming hardware releases. We're talking about the M5 MacBook now, as well as new MacBook Airs, as well as new Mac monitors. Now, the MacBook and the MacBook Airs, certainly more important products for me than the Mac monitors. We're expected the release of these products in late 25 or Q1 of 26. There's going to be other devices as well. A new iPad Pro and a new Vision Pro. I don't know, man. It better not be that shoebox on the face again. I need to see a smaller form factor. Show me you're making progress, Apple. That's my thinking. As well as a cheaper version of the iPhone 17, the iPhone 17e. It's going to be redesigned to better differentiate it and from the standard iPhone 17 models, as well, Joey, as an iPad Air and a low-end iPad. A lot of new product releases apparently in the pipeline here. Just kind of, talk about the gorilla in the room. The iPhone 17 Pro is being spoken about right now as one of Apple's biggest launches ever. And the demand times for the Pro and the Pro Max is the most out of the bunch. And that pleases me greatly as an Apple shareholder, because those are the highest margin iPhones. The Pro and the Pro Max, especially when you get up to the 1 terabyte and the 2 terabyte formats of that phone, that's big boy margins on those. And so I gotta tell you, Joey, as a shareholder, when I read this kind of stuff about the demand about the iPhone, forget about all the new product launches, it pleases me.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I agree with that. It's very interesting too, though, is when you ask Siri something, it asks you if it wants to ask ChatGPT as well too. I think that Siri, if they come up with this big time update, it has the potential to be the best, I guess, agent bot there is on the phone. I'm really curious to see what we got going on with that. Super Cycle-esque, who knows? Maybe they're starting to, undershoot the potential growth cycle within these iPhone 17s because the reviews are great. Marquez loves it, so when he likes something, that's usually something positive as well, too. He loves the thin. He said he wouldn't own it, though, because just due to the camera quality and everything.
Have you seen the review on the Pro Max?
Yeah.
Or the Pro, sorry, not the Pro Max.
The one that he dropped, he loves it. Yeah, he likes it a lot. Yeah, he likes it a lot, just from the camera and everything along those lines, because that's what he's using. But I mean, as for what Apple's got in the pipeline, I think it's really, really positive. And if it comes in double-digit growth on iPhone sales, just watch out for this stock to just go insane and establish a new all-time high. We're not far off of earnings seasons, guys. I'm pretty sure let's actually pull it up here. Adair would have, when do the big banks start reporting? And I'm assuming it's not too far from now. Let's pull it up and see when the JPMs and the BlackRocks really start to get rolling. We have, sorry to kind of digress there, Shree, but we're going to see something. After close, we have Nike. We're keeping an eye out on that one. And then as for next week, guys, nope, nothing for that one. Oops. Nope. Okay, maybe we don't have the schedule that far ahead. So anyways, aside from that, we're not too far off of earnings seasons. We're going to get Tesla deliveries this week as well, too. Lots coming up. Yeah, and I'm really curious to see how that report comes in and the double-digit growth within these iPhone sales.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Joey. We're going to have to see exactly what the numbers are, rather than, try to figure it out through pipelines.
Exactly.
Great
through the grapevine, through the
All right, Adara, a lot of new product launches possibly for late 25, early 26. What do you make of this whole thing? Include, obviously Veritas and everything else.
Well, how could you launch so many of these at the same time? There's just so much down the pipeline, right? So I really want to see, I guess, all of these products be as good as they possibly can be, and I'm not sure if you can necessarily achieve that when you're launching so many at the same time. Now, the one thing that you can argue that I hope is true is that because you have different teams working on different things, all of these products are going to be exactly on time as we're expecting. AI will not be slow. AI will be perfect. Apple Intelligence will be intelligent. But I mean, we're going to have to wait and see what actually happens here. Project Linwood, I'm always curious as to how they name these things. But the other thing here with their revamped Siri, and I don't know if it was mentioned here, but was, I think, pretty interesting, was we had this report on Friday or Thursday, it was late last week, suggesting that Apple's actually built an in-house model similar to ChatGPT to test its new AI Siri, but they're not going to release it to the public. So that is interesting to me. I wonder if there's a way you can monetize that down the line, but either way, the fact that it sounds like they're already testing this AI Siri makes me very excited about Project Linwood. Now we'll have to find out if this Lin would push the price of Apple higher. That's going to have to be a question. But I think of all of these, Sharif, I am most excited for some kind of resolution on Apple Intelligence because it has been a year and a half, almost.
I agree 100% with that. Show me the Apple Intelligence. Joey, I'd like to be able to tell the phone, hey, Joey texted me yesterday. Give me the number that he threw in the message.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is that so hard, bro?
Why is it so complicated?
Like, you know what I mean? Let's get a move on, Joey.
It shouldn't be that complicated.
Or like if I say, for example, like, hey, back, I don't know, like just as a voice instruction, Joey, I don't have to go into my camera app. Or, sorry, the camera app. Or the Photos app is what I mean. So, for example, I'll be like, hey, I went on, on vacation in July. There was a picture where it had this in the background. Go find it. You know what I mean? Bring it up because I want to send that picture to you, for example. Like, there has to be very easy stuff to do like that. Also, I want to see on-device or screen presence. What do I mean by that? It has to understand what I'm looking at on the screen, so it can give me suggestions for actions to take.
Like
whether I'm
like the Google
somebody.
phone, like the Google phone, right?
I need basic stuff that we've been used to the last few years.
That's what I want, brother, and that's what I'm looking for. I just want to be like, hey, I want to be able to go on my phone, give it the permissions required, and be like, hey, e-transfer Sharif X amount of money.
That's it.
Boom. That's
I don't want to have to make it complicated. No,
and just hit yes. It pull up the thing and then yes, boom, send it off, right? I mean, they're coming out with that in the Apple, but I want to just be like voice note, hey, send this off, do this without it being like with everything all being skewed and messed up. I mean, are we kind of is this hopeful thinking, wishful thinking? Maybe, possibly, but I think it's completely achievable with a Gentisi company.
I do, and I see you guys in the chat, but like you guys, the Google Pixel Pro already has it. I know that they have versions of that stuff, but I just feel that Apple and Google take a bit of a different take about the technology that they launch. I feel Google is willing to put their neck out there, Joey.
For sure.
And if things are glitchy, they're willing to be glitchy and then to kind of try to work and perfect it. Whereas Apple, they're not accepting of glitches. It's got to be perfect from day one, typically.
26 is pretty glitchy, though. I don't know if you found it so far.
Okay, so yes. Like, for example, sometimes it'll freeze, so I'll have to shut the camera, and then it'll... Yeah.
And I told you I couldn't open it. I couldn't... Yeah, it's a software thing, right? It's definitely software. And remember, I told you I couldn't open my settings. I can open the settings and access the Bluetooth because there's some glitch going on. And sometimes in the music as well, too, you'll see a little bit of glitching. Yeah.
Too much of that, but I have had my occasional where it hasn't responded. So I just hit the side button and it goes. Go.
But as for Google, so before we hopped in, Google, interesting. Some volume stepped in. Like, this is quite a bit, right? So this is almost as much as that opening drive. And then now we have this hammer candle being printed. So that's something genuine going on. Volume stepping in, and it's also kind of being sustained there as well. So here's maybe I don't know, Adair, did you bring anything to us for news on Google? Because that's pretty intriguing in my opinion.
All right, we'll go to Adair in a second.
Oh, someone did. Sorry, Sharif. Someone told me that someone bought 1,000 contracts at 255. At 255.
No news that I'm seeing.
Okay, cool. Give me 30 seconds here. We're going to look at the 255 strike price just to see what we got going on Google. I forget the expiration. It was later, but yeah, nothing substantial going on right now. Options activity relatively cool. 250, you have 15,100 contracts traded, and then 11,400 still currently open at 250, guys.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Tesla pushes EV tax credit deadline as the IRS updates its rules on the EV tax credit. So let's get to it. So Tesla reminded their North American buyers, potential customers, to lock in the purchase before the 30th of September, which is tomorrow, to qualify, for that $7,500 federal EV tax credit. The company posted on X, stressing that only 2 days remain to secure the credit. The urgency ties obviously into Tesla's Q3 delivery numbers, which analysts are already gauging is going to be higher than expectations as a result of the pull forward of purchases ahead of the cancellation of this tax credit. So what do I mean by the IRS adjusting the rules? So here's what happened. The IRS now is going to allow customers to still qualify for that EV tax credit, even if the delivery of the car comes after the 30th of September, as long as a nominal payment is received before the 30th. So, for example, a small down payment. Nominal legally means $1 and above, but I don't know what the exact condition is by the IRS here. So Tesla aligned its policy with this update, noting that vehicles scheduled for a later delivery still need a binding purchase agreement by tomorrow to qualify. Your friend Gavin Newsom there, Joey, there had been talks about California moving forward with their own kind of bespoke EV incentives after the federal cancellation of the $7,500. Instead, they're not going to go down that route. California is. In fact, they're going to look instead, I should say, to upgrade the EV charging infrastructure across the state rather than, Joey, throwing money back in people's pockets and spurring purchase of EVs.
Yeah, no, I like that point too, Sharif. And earlier in the summer, at one point, EV registrations in California, Tesla registrations were down like 25%, 30%.
It looked like Europe.
Yeah, it looked like Europe. Yeah, it was not a good look. Obviously, brand damage as well too, and his restaurant obviously not picking up any of that slack. Being sarcastic on that one. No, but as for what's going on with the tax credits, we know China's stimulating the economy as well too. So you're going to see that uptick in sales over there, and we're curious to see the deliveries. I think that's going to be a big time print. Elon buying back stock. We got the deliveries coming out later in the week, and then the EV tax credit is going to be discontinued relatively shortly. But I mean, at the end of the day, we know we're going to stay forward looking with Tesla. And I was listening to interesting things on the on Uber Uber and Tesla, how that, hey, Elon might potentially partner up with Uber, a thousand car fleet, right?
Like
because they have the client base. And he was just going on about how Tesla's a little bit harder on the software, easier on the hardware, and then the likes of Waymo being easier on the software, harder on the hardware. Yeah, right? Why? Because what LiDAR does, it looks at things that are permanent and things that are continuously on the move, and they map it out, opposed to the camera system
which
that
is trying to observe.
is this constantly observing. But the one thing with the LiDAR is, if this is never going to move, like say it's a median, a curb, or something, it will register it, it will map it. I think it's called like the HD map or something like that, and it eliminates pedestrians that are continuously walking in.
So it puts that in the memory bank?
Puts it in the memory bank, locks it in, and then that's why I believe some obviously the Ministry of Transportation, whatever it is over in the States, is favoring the LiDAR.
That's fair. Well, it's just like that extra security feature.
Extra security.
If you're a regulator, you want more security for a newer technology.
Exactly.
I completely get that.
I found it really interesting on what they were talking about.
A lot of people have been crapping on Tesla's camera-only system for years now. Like in this jurisdiction, let's call a spade a spade. Joey, December, I want to say maybe second or third half of, third week of December onward to maybe early March.
Yeah.
We're going to have snow up the yin-yang here. So you're going to have snow. You're going to have a lot of salt that's coming with that. And we throw sand with that salt as well. All those cameras get blocked up, Joey. So unless there's a mechanical arm clearing those cameras at all times, can you say it's a 100% uptime in this kind of area in New York, Chicago, Montreal? You know what I mean?
And any form of heating sensor won't be enough because it just gets caked on. It gets caked on. And we already know people here don't even wipe the snow off of their vehicles. So
that's another great thing of driving in truck. Adara, so look, we know that tomorrow's the last day for the $7,500. We also know that analysts are expecting a higher than normal Q3 deliveries as a result of the ending of the $7,500. Do we drop big in Q4, and how do you view this whole thing?
I mean, I think, like, honestly, you guys know what I'm like. I always like to wait and see. I think one thing I will say, even if we do drop in Q4, I think this is really only a short-term headwind. Now, why do I say that? Because people were buying Teslas and EVs prior to the tax credit. So I looked this up. When was this implemented? We haven't even had it for 3 full years. It was implemented on January 1st, shout out to January 1st, 2023. So we've not even had this for 3 years. Teslas were still being purchased before then. I think, honestly, this is going to be more of an issue for non-Tesla EVs. Sorry to Rivian. Sorry to, the Lucids of the world, maybe the Polestars of the world. The Polestars seem to be pretty up and coming. But the point I'm trying to make is I think that this is less of a Tesla headwind and more of an everybody else headwind, especially given that Tesla is increasingly defining itself as much more than purely an automotive company. So that is my take on that. Also, it sounds like this press conference with Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu is beginning. I'm hearing audio. People are taking photos. If I get updates on that, I will let you know. But yeah, either way, TSLA, I think, sure, honestly, with Q3 deliveries too, I don't know if these are going to be as exciting as everyone wants them to be, because even people with optimistic kind of estimates, even this morning benchmark, their estimate is still below the average, but they said, well, it'll be better than Q3 or Q2 because it's kind of hard to be worse than Q2. So I don't know. I think deliveries will have to wait and see. I do think, though, Tesla will be able to shake this off, no problem.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as a shareholder. Thank you, Adara. Let's go on to talk about, the one that we all saw this morning, EA Sports.
Ooh.
It's in the game.
I
mean, we all obviously grew up. If you're a dude, you probably
know what EA stands for?
Electronic Arts.
Okay, I didn't know that for a long time.
Come on now.
I played the game, man.
Can I say
every
Need
NHL
for Speed used to be under Electronic Arts, but it wasn't under EA Sports. So I played NSF, obviously, as a kid. So that's the only reason I knew it, because they had the two labels. They had EA Sports and EA. Go ahead,
NSF is crazy. New traders, listen up first month. Free, that's right. We're waiving fees, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code. Check the link in the description.
I like it. Joey Options, let's talk about this. So EA is in advanced talks to go private with around a $50 billion valuation. Let's talk about this in more detail. It's advanced talks, not just talks, but advanced talks. The investor groups here include Silver Lake, Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, which we know they've got money. We got Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners, obviously President Donald Trump's son-in-law. If completed, this would mark the largest leveraged buyout in the history of history. LBO, leveraged buyout, not just buyout. It could be announced as soon as next week, according to sources. We'll have to wait and see. Current market cap for EA, at least at the time of the writing of this article, was $42 billion. As such, that would imply about a 19% upside from that close. And we know that the gaming industry faces a bit of pressure. The industry is facing soaring development costs as well as fierce competition, weaker consumer discretionary spending as well, especially on gaming. So EA is forecasting quarterly net bookings below Wall Street's expectations in July, highlighting, those shorter-term challenges for the company and the industry as a whole. The company is banking on Battlefield 6. No idea, which is expected this fiscal year to compete head-on with Call of Duty. Your boy Joey Options could probably tell you more about that. But we know in general, the large cap M&A, mergers and acquisitions, is certainly rebounding in 2025 after the wrath of Lina Khan came to an end earlier this year. Falling interest rates as well, expectations, as well as it makes it cheaper capital, can make the mega deals more attractive with those rates dropping. And some of the key players of the deal, as I mentioned, Silver Lake, they're one of the biggest tech-focused PE firms. They recently acquired a majority stake in Intel's Altera for almost $4.5 billion. You have obviously the Saudi Public Investment Fund expanding as a part of its Vision 2030. We know MBS spinning up a storm over there, and they also want to obviously diversify beyond oil into gaming and sports, and we've been seeing them do that through Riyadh season and Turkey El Sheikh. Anybody who watches boxing or UFC knows exactly about that. And then Affinity Partners, Joey. It's a Kushner-founded investment group backed by Saudi, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. Obviously, Kushner is Ivanka Trump's husband, and that would make him obviously Donald Trump's son-in-law.
Son-in-law there, yeah. I mean, as for Electronic Arts, technical, it looks pretty good. But we remember the Activision Blizzard acquisition from Microsoft,
Yes,
I believe it was.
60 some odd billion.
Yeah, exactly. But it was continuously being blocked in the EU. I think the EU,
England and the EU.
Yeah, they didn't. For some reason, they didn't want that to go down. So shout out to Activision. But guys, yeah, there's some big games coming out. Shreve mentioned it. Battlefield 6. I know for all the kind of the first-person combat sports, you like this one. But you can't go wrong in EA right now, anyways. So as of last year, earlier in the year, January of 25, you get that pop-up, 75% return, nice steady appreciation. The pullbacks haven't been drastic. You do get some sideways PA here for a span of about a year and a half. But other than that, the underlying has been steady appreciating, and we like that. I think going private might be a better play for some of these names, in my opinion. Right? So I'm just like really, for me personally, a lot of it has to do with the smart contracts. Microsoft working with that, Activision, Blizzard, they have the smart contracts for all of their gaming sector. Yep. So whether you're making the audio of it, certain whatever features of it, everybody gets paid out differently. I think it could be positive for this name in the long run.
I like that. Yeah. Adara, Affinity Partners is led by, and in fact founded by Jared Kushner, who is Donald Trump's son-in-law. Is there any conflict of interest here?
I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see if it gets approved, right? I think that could be more of an issue. But this has been confirmed. They did confirm it earlier today, $55 billion. So even more than the already kind of eye-watering $50 billion that we thought we were going to get. I think just from a trading perspective too, these buyouts are always a little bit more difficult because as you can see in this chart, once it gets announced, the price is just kind of chilling. Now, to be fair, we are decently below, at least comparatively, the $210 price that was named in the deal. Right now, we're trading just around $202. But either way, I mean, I think EA, this is an interesting one. Again, I think with regards to the conflict of interest, to go back to your question, at least Jared Kushner is much less involved. I don't think he's involved at all this administration compared to his very active involvement in the first admin. He was in every department. He was in every room. Get it, Jared. But yeah, I think with that in mind, I think it's a little bit harder to make that argument. We're going to have to wait and see, though, if there is anybody who does make that claim, because I'm sure there will be senators or lawmakers. We always see the letters citing a conflict of interest. I think that's kind of across that bridge when you come to it type thing. Let's see if the regulators approve it. I have a feeling that the FTC might approve this.
I agree. All right, let's go on. Intel price target raised amid strategic shift. So, you probably wouldn't look at Intel today and say it caught an upgrade because it's down 3%, probably the worst performing semiconductor microchip name, at least on my lengthy watch list over here. But nonetheless, we're going to talk about it because we don't view the stock from the lens of one day. Deutsche Bank raised their PT on Intel from 23 to 30, but kept the hold rating. They didn't upgrade them. Intel, at the time of writing, was trading at 35.50. It is now 34.40, up 23% again at the time of writing in the past week, and nearly 40% in the last month. Year to date, they're up 71 2/3% year to date. That's Intel. Shares closed to their 52-week highs of 36.30, which is about a 56% gain over the past 6 months. We know the new CEO, Lip Bhutan, is pursuing an aggressive balance sheet re-strengthening supported by equity raises as well as partnerships. We know some recent developments with Intel include the equity raise involving the U.S. government as well as Nvidia. They obviously divested Altiera, which we just talked about there, with Kushner's firm taking a holding in that. And they're managing the impacts of tariffs as well as the trade restrictions that are ever evolving at the moment. But analysts are cautioning here that the stock does look a little overvalued relative to what they're calling fair value, with the current rally fueled by catalyst and optimism for IFS. Reports suggest Intel, and we'll get Adair to talk about this in a second, reports at least last week suggested that Intel could be in talks with Taiwan Semiconductor for a possible investment or collaboration. Also in early discussions with Apple, which we heard last week as well. I know some reports have come out since then that have put the kibosh on the Taiwan Semi. I personally haven't heard anything putting the kibosh on the Apple collaboration as of yet, Joey, but Apple rarely will comment about these type of things.
Yeah, until it happens. We probably won't know until it actually happens, right? So, yeah, keep that in mind. As for Intel, guys, this thing, so if you go back to August of 2024, so a little bit over a year ago now, you're just moving sideways for quite some time. Until September, you break out Nvidia news, investing multiple billions of dollars within the company, but we still know that they have trouble acquiring customers. Again, they're getting all these investments. Donald Trump now getting a stake in the company as well, too. Obviously, the government, that is. But one thing to note, with the length of this consolidation, and then obviously the whispers of some of these hyperscalers going to invest some more money within this company, I think that's a positive news. And I'm going to put in I don't know if it's a hot take, but I'm going to say that this move is going to be sustained. Consolidation was long, over a year. You break out, the volume is supporting it, and these pullbacks are relatively shallow. So, Katina Man's involved in the 20s, whatever it may be. He's been in it for some time, but that breakup all the way to $36, I wouldn't be surprised if we head in towards this next key pivot around $37, Sharif, and even surpass that into the next support level, $41 to $42 on INTC.
I respect that. Adira, multiple different headlines to look at here. You can look at the upgrade. You can look at, obviously, Lip-Bu's aggressive strategy, or the fact that, a lot of these collaborations are super undecided at the moment.
Yeah, I honestly, so Taiwan Semi denied this. I attempted to believe them. Usually when CC Wei, who is their chairman, says they're not involved with the company, they are not involved with the company. He is pretty forthright about that. Again, this is reported by the Taipei Times, so it didn't come from him directly, but they did cite CC Wei, chairman of Taiwan Semi. They said, we're not talking to Intel. And they previously also denied any reports they're talking to Intel. I have the feeling that Taiwan Semi wants to be nowhere in the remote vicinity of Intel. And I have to say, I can't blame them. Now, if anything can change that, I would say it's probably Lip Bhutan, because he does, I respect his strategy. I respect that he is a matador. He's coming right out the gate like, hey, I want deals with you. I want collaboration with you. And honestly, Sharif and Joe and everybody, he's already won Nvidia over. He has Jensen Huang. So that gives him a lot of cred, I think, in other negotiations.
Yep.
I think the Apple talks are a long shot. I mean, even in these reports, it doesn't even sound like they're anywhere near a deal. They're just in talks. So I'm not sure about that. I think if Taiwan Semi said the talks are not happening, I'm tempted to think either they said heck no, or it was just a rumor. So we'll see here with Apple. I think it's kind of unlikely. Price target increase for this is pretty interesting. I think $30 is a fair price target for Intel. Let's see if they can hold above 30 though, because INTC has an unfortunate history of having these rallies on positive news, but being unable to hold that momentum.
Can I say one thing to you? I don't think it makes sense from a strategic or even financial sense for either Apple or Taiwan Semi to throw their hat into the ring with Intel. Where I do think it makes a little bit of sense, Adara, is the politics. And, that whole thing of making reshoring, especially with last week's tariff announcement about the one-to-one semiconductor imports versus local manufacturing. That's the only way I see this making sense for them. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, my thoughts on that, Sharif, are I agree. I think that's a really good point, but I think both Apple and Taiwan Semi are very known to have already been like buddy-buddy with the Trump admin on that. We had Tim Apple and his weird little golden thing that he gave Trump. We had Taiwan Semi, and they're already investing really, really heavily in the U.S. So with that in mind, these two companies, from a political standpoint, I don't really think the way that Lip-Bu would go about it, I think is strategic enough to maybe realize that. So what I wonder now, Sharif, on your point, because I think it's a really good point, I wonder if he's going to start going after companies that are not going to be in Trump's good graces with this in mind. That, I think, is maybe the better tack. And I think this is the type of man that would realize that and go after that.
I like it. What do you think about that, Joey? Good point, Adara. What do you think about that, Joey? Any, even though it may not make sense for Taiwan, Taiwan Semi, of course, to want to, do the tango, so to speak, with your friends at Intel. Because let's call a spade, Joey. Yeah. Where's the talent at right now for semiconductor manufacture? Taiwan. It's not at Intel, Joey. It's not at Intel. It's in Taiwan. It's at Taiwan Semi. Yeah. So what does Taiwan Semi get out of this whole thing? Other than political points.
Exactly, right? It's strategic. You want to obviously remain somewhat strategic, get in Donald Trump's good books. Onshoring, you mentioned investment within America. We even know that obviously the Commerce Secretary, our guy with Howard Lutnick, he's like, hey, giving them a bunch of money? No, you're going to have to invest in America first. And I think that's going to be a good strategic play, especially if they do that with INTC.
Well said, Joey. All right, let's go on to the next one. Morgan Stanley downgrading Wells Fargo. It's not a big story, but I just wanted to mention it because a lot of people have been making a lot about Wells Fargo's asset cap getting removed. And as a result, growth was really going to skyrocket again. Morgan Stanley's got a bit of a different take, so let's talk about this. So they downgraded Wells Fargo from overweight to equal weight, and they also dropped the price target from 95 to 87. The shares of Wells Fargo are still up 21.25% year to date. Here's why Morgan, that is, says everything's already priced in. So Wells 7-year asset cap was lifted. We know why that was placed on them, because their employees were making fake accounts, unsolicited by the customers, obviously. Morgan Stanley previously saw the removal of the asset cap as a major EPS growth catalyst. Now they're saying with it already in and priced in, they see very few near-term drivers left in the stock. And the return on tangible common equity, ROTCE, which is a key profitability metric for the banks, apparently is looking quite flat. Pardon me. Also, rate cuts could hurt Wells Fargo. Let's talk about how. They're seen as vulnerable to the possible upcoming rate cutting cycle by the Fed. They see this possibly as hurting their net interest margin through 2026. They also see net interest income. These are very big, metrics for the banks, and we see them when they report. They also see NII, net interest income, now at 1.5% below consensus for 2026 and about 2.5% below consensus for 27. So the lower for longer, not higher for longer now, lower for longer rate environment, according to Morgan Stanley, could weigh on the profitability of Wells Fargo. As a result, they cut the price target there. Joey, I know you were looking at XLF earlier. What's your take?
Yeah, XLF. Hey, listen, I think with these bank stocks, we know our guy Tom Lee said they can go into growth cycles. Wells Fargo are going to become growth stocks, which is absolutely insane. But they're usually slow to adapt in some ways. This downgrade, I don't think it's going to be too hectic, right? You can see it reflecting in the price of the stock today. We're still hovering around those previous all-time highs. We're only about a point or two off of that, a couple points off of that. So not not too bad of a look. And then also once they really start, all these American banks start to move everything onto the blockchain, whatever one it may be, it's essentially irrelevant to me. Watch out for some continued growth cycles here in the likes of JPM, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, and some of these big time players, Goldman Sachs as well too. So,
interesting.
Yeah, good looks there. In the bank, I like the bank names, to be honest.
I just want to see if the actual move, number one, if these banks all espouse the move onto the blockchain, first and foremost. And if they do, is it as, accretive as everybody's saying? Is it going to be that big boy tailwind? Yeah.
Is it going to be as efficient? I think so.
No, not just as efficient. We know it's better, Joey, than centralization. That's not the point. The point is, does it make them make more money?
Oh, yeah. They're going to save it.
We need to see
Think about how much money. Well, think about it. Margin, probably get some margin expansion within that as well, too. But we also know that these guys are extremely slow to adopt
100%.
certain things, right? Like, they're like, you know what? They're in no rush. They'll get there when they get there. But when they do, they'll benefit, I think, immensely from it.
So. Adara, this was an interesting kind of downgrade. It's always funny when a peer downgrades another peer, but that's the way it works.
Yeah, the whole bank on bank violence thing is always funny. I'm like, you guys are in the same sector. But yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of these things, what you have is you've got some kind of major catalyst. The catalyst happens, and then analysts are kind of like, now what? Where do we go from here? And I think on the opposite end of this, we had like in terms of what happened here with Wells Fargo, this was seen as, a positive catalyst. Then it kind of happened, and then Morgan Stanley's like, I mean, With Google, though, what we had that was pretty interesting is we had, of course, to use this example again, the looming of that monopoly or that antitrust ruling, right? What's going to happen? Is the company going to be forced to break up? And a lot of analysts were kind of waiting on that to make decisions. Then we had that. It was so much better than we could have expected. It was probably the best case scenario for Google. And then the stock moves, right? So I think there's a lot of kind of analyst type notes like that. I always find them interesting when it's really like, we had this event, we've given the market a little bit of time to weigh it and see how important it finds it. In this case, I guess Morgan Stanley felt like the way that this Wells Fargo news was reacted to maybe suggests it wasn't as important as we want it to be. And I honestly think if I can get a little bit meta here with you guys, not meta the stock, but meta the concept, it's the same thing with day trading, right? Like you'll get intraday news and sometimes you'll think, oh my gosh, that's got to be a big catalyst. Oh, and then the market does not care. Meanwhile, Nicki Minaj signs up for Roblox and then Roblox stock spikes. This is a real story that I remember from early on in my tenure, right? So it's really interesting how we don't get to choose how the market reacts to things, but as analysts in this case and also as traders, we have to be able to, I guess, go with the tides. And I don't know, I think it's kind of an important point for all of us to remember maybe. Well
said, Adara. Let's go on to the last story as we wind down the show. The Pentagon. So the U.S. defense stocks, at least early on, were rallying on the Pentagon's instruction for missile production push. So let's get right down to it. So the Pentagon is urging its contractors to double or quadruple production of 12 critical missile systems. Included in those missile systems are the Patriot interceptors, the long-range anti-ship missiles, the Standard Missile 6, and precision strike missiles. The initiative comes amid heightened focus on, obviously, a potential conflict with China, God forbid, and the depleted U.S. stockpiles following conflicts, obviously, in both Eastern Europe and Ukraine and the Middle East. Deputy Defense Secretary Steve Feinberg is personally overseeing the progress via the Pentagon's new Munitions Accelerations Council. They've created a special council to re-up their ammunitions, and they're going to be holding weekly calls with defense executives to that end. We saw, a lot of the defense names up big in the pre-market. RTX, Lockheed, Northrop, Boeing, L3 Harris were all up 1% and above. And just to give you an idea of what some of these companies have been doing to achieve these ends, Boeing has completed a 35,000 square foot Patriot Seeker expansion facility. Northrop Grumman has invested about $1 billion in the rocket motor output capacity increases. And defense firms are clearly moving ahead with capital investments to meet government demand. Critics, though, Joey, they argue the Pentagon targets may not actually be achievable without substantially more money, obviously, in funding from contracts. That usually, Joey, does need an act of Congress, as Congress, according to the U.S. Constitution, controls the purse.
Controls the cash flow. Yeah, well, I've been telling Sharif, man, I've been watching some pretty hectic war documentaries. Yeah. Again, I don't wish that upon anybody. But after some of these defensive names here, you got Lockheed Martin. Approximately, what is that, 20% from July, so a couple months ago, middle of the summer. Not too bad of a look. And then you got Boeing, obviously, as well, too, with some of their planes. Take a look at Boeing, ba-boom, ba-boom, and see how it's been, right? But as for LMT and some of like the ramping up of more missiles and obviously tensions between China, I don't think America and China ever go I should say never say never. I don't think they go to bed. It'll just be too devastating from a global standpoint. And you know what? Donald even says that it's his friend, right? President Xi's his friend, right? Whatever you want to take from that. Yeah, he likes. I mean, they like each other, and hopefully they do, because when you have the two largest economies continuously going head to head, I'm not going to necessarily call it a Cold War, but at the end of the day, you want these two to become partners. I think if you work together, the world is better off. And as for all these belligerencies going around, it just needs to stop. Lockheed Martin, stock's not doing too horrible, but that's all I have to say in the defense space. No more war.
I mean, I don't want to see war either. It's just, I just don't think it's.
You get nowhere at the end of the day, man. You just lose sons and daughters, and it's I don't know.
All right, Adara, what do you make of this trade? I mean, it's an instruction from the Pentagon, but do they have the money, Adara, to seek out this expansion? Or are they going to need to go back to Congress and ask for more money?
Yeah, we'll have to find out what the budget is. I mean, people know I do this for fun. I watch a lot of, congressional testimony in my spare time. Last week I went, or over the weekend, I went back and reviewed just because I remember it being pretty wild, and it was. Pete Hegseth, who of course is the Department of Defense or Department of War Secretary, depending on your verbiage, but either way, he had that 5-hour testimony over their budget delays with the DoD to, I believe that was Congress. And why I bring this up is because they were already really running into some budgetary constraints then, right? There were a lot of concerns. At that point, they had not yet submitted the budget. So if they have to go ask for more money, that could be a bit of a concern. Right, so they have to. I would like to hope that we're not going to have these proposals unless you have all of the money to back it up. Now, I do want to transition to one specific defense name, LMT, Lockheed Martin. This one has been, by different members of Trump's administration, either touted as a potential investment candidate or denied as a potential investment candidate. You had Scott Bessent a little bit cagey here about investing in any names like LMT or Boeing. Meanwhile, we had Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary, saying that they could be potentially investing in either of those names, specifically Lockheed Martin. So, I mean, it's always, we're always wondering what's going to be the next Trump admin investment play. It could potentially be Lockheed.
Well said, Adara. All right, let's just wind down the show over here. It is 1:59, but I want to look at the small cap gappers because, kind of an unusual state of affairs we find ourselves in. Typically, when we're talking about these small cap gappers as we wind down the show, they're usually breaking down below VWAP, losing trend. Look at ENTA go, man. It is taking out 14. It's aggressive. It's at the day high. It's a good-looking name. ANGX as well continues to hold VWAP. Tilray just printed a 171 high a day. Tilray's almost up 50%, guys. 47, 46 ACB. Nary a red candle since 1:10 p.m., Still off the high, though. BKKT continuing to run 46% in Greensville. And HOVR, how can we forget about that? Well, we forgot about it because it's only up teens. 15 2/3, but it just printed the high of the day as well, 292. So a lot of strength in small cap gapper world, Joey. Leave them with a thought, baby.
Yeah, leave them with a thought, man. It's a Monday. Vibes are high, man. Everybody's got a smile on their face. It's a beautiful day out. And just continue it. Whether you're red or you're green, essentially doesn't matter because a bad day, as I said before, is only 24 hours. So yeah, just hopefully everyone had a fantastic one and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, gentlemen. Back in. Was that always on? Okay, there we go.
What was it?
No, I was going to say, is that always on that side, like the subscribe and the orogenics, but then it shifted to what I would like to consider the right side, which, that was weird. It's not always, I don't know.
Bitcoin up. We got the Bitcoin thing blasting out there.
Bitcoin's strong. 114. IBIT literally. Well, I don't know if it broke if it's still breaking the high. Literally at the highs of the day as it continues to rally. So strong day for Bitcoin. Wolf has been halted for 2 hours. We'll get to some details on that, which obviously was a kind of a weird move that I don't think anyone really saw coming, going bankruptcy and now coming out of the bankruptcy with some restructuring. So that should be a bit of a play. And then I think, I don't know how much it got talked about, but Etsy here, Etsy up 11% and continuing to look absolutely gorgeous. Is that Midday, it was actually closer to 1 o'clock. They got a huge bump here on Etsy, so up 11%, big time runner. But the market really gave back a lot of the early gains. Like it was a breakout early, and it's been mostly trend down since catching about a bit of a bid like an hour ago. Yeah, so pretty rough day overall for the market most of the day. But we're up 0.5%, even though most of it was selling. We are up 0.5% to start the week after what was it's been an unbelievable month. September doldrums. What September doldrums? Didn't happen.
Yeah, that's tough.
I think you need to say, but yeah, the market's just a living and breathing monster that you never know which way it's going to go. And I think that with the rate cut cycle starting right now, looking at growth stocks and all that kind of stuff is where the strength has been this month. Nvidia, some of these names are at all-time highs again, and while you were gone, just dip by more. Yes, thank you. Breaking out finally here on Tesla. We're not going to stop talking about it. And also, we did not reload AMD, and we should have. We're still in a piece of this one, as this is up to 163 as well. We actually have a new sponsor right here. So if you are looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hitting costs, with plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo. So you can practice until you're ready to trade live. And believe me, you listen to us, I think that is a great idea. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With Plus 500's powerful platform, you can access a wide range of futures markets, the S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more. This is all, of course, located in one easy-to-find place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus, here we go, of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan that QR code on your screen, apply for your account today, and join over 30 million users worldwide who have chosen Plus 500. Thank you to them for helping us out. All right, here we go, man. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's finally time to see a little bit of moon action right here in Tesla. So shout out to Jeff Mendel. I'm not talking about overnight trading mooning. I'm actually talking about, let's see if we can finally, and look, we're $3. Both these trades were $3 in the money, but we have significantly more shares on Tesla because we were able to get reloads down at key levels again. So we wouldn't be honest to ourselves. I talked about 440, and again, it's right here on the note. We're going to probably get to Tesla. Let me know when Sharif is ready, and we'll just go over there because I have a feeling that this is going to be on the note anyways. But we wrote down did you say yes? No, not yet. Okay. We wrote down on our note today, here, let me get this back here for X and show you guys, that we like the 440 long on Tesla. We also liked a few other trades, so we'll go over this as we go. But there it is right there, Tesla 450 long. That breakout was not well lived. Well, we will talk about that. That rate there was very, very quick. There's the 450 break. There's me trying to buy it back at VWAP. It actually worked out okay. We lost the way there. We bought it back. And then since then, we've been buying it as well. But like we said, man, if you're going to be a trader, you might as well trade. And there it is right there, 440. We wanted to see if that was going to be support off of Friday's close. So I'm always feeling pretty comfortable making those trades. So we're back into Tesla right now. And I'm just kind of killing time as we set up and wait for Sharif. So as soon as that's ready, then we'll go through the rundown. Yeah, no problem. I just know Tesla's going to be on there, I would think, but maybe it's not. Oh, it's not. Okay, good. It's not on? Okay, perfect. So then that's good. So I just wanted to talk about it then. So there's the reload again. Boom, boom. Right. Try to get this back in. Let's see if it gets back breaking now through 444. So my next offer is going to be right up there. I just canceled. I had a 443.50. Let's go 443.80s or so and see if we can get out of try to get out of about 15% of what we have left if we can get it all the way up there. So yeah, so far so good here on Tesla. $3 on the reload and $3 on AMD. So you've got a lot of positions on as well.
Well, I don't know about a lot. It's 3. One of them I've had all day long, so it doesn't really matter. And Nvidia is a new one. Will Nvidia be on the list? I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like I don't want to make assumptions. I was just looking at that BQ because I assume that's going to be on the list when assume, i.e. I looked up at the our little visualizer and had a glance. I saw Wolf, I saw BQ, so I was familiarizing myself with BQ for the first time. No, but I am in Nvidia here on a little bit of a consolidative level. I've only been long the stock twice, and both times have been at 182 on a bit of a trend break. So in that, but I am short Intel, which I don't think is going to be on the list, but we are ready. So let's go to Sharif. Haha, I know BQ is going to be one of the names on the list.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. Super easy. Get into the chat, throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's first go, guys, before we get into the rundown, look at all 4 major averages. 2 are green, 2 are red. The ES and the NQ, the best performing on the day, with the NQ leading the way here. The ES up a little bit less than 0.5%, but defending that critical 6,700 point area that we talked about in the morning. The NQ also up nicely here, a little bit less than 0.5% off the highs. It was knocking on the door, guys, of 25,000 again, rejecting at 24,975. The Dow is just barely red, down 0.05 on the day. Likewise with the Russell, who could go green here at any moment, down 0.03% on the day. But Wolf Speed, oh my goodness, what is this craziness over here? Shares were trading higher substantially after the company announced reorganization plan, with shareholders receiving a substitute new common stock. Guys, they declared Chapter 11, and this one was at risk of delisting. And here we are, up big on the day.
Yeah, so here's the thing. It's been halted now for 2 hours on Wolf Speed. So Wolfspeed, the plan, the court approved, will slash debt by 70% from $6.5 billion to $2 billion. Cut interest payments by about 60% as part of the process. They will reincorporate from North Carolina to Delaware. Now, here's the thing. The old stock gets delisted and October 10. However, here's the important part. Shareholders will receive new common stock in the reorganized company. However, the restructuring involves significant dilution, with current shareholders set to receive only 3 to 5% of the new equity as creditors take majority ownership. Obviously, that's not as bullish as maybe I think some of the trading in it today might have suggested. So I'm not sure now. Let me just quickly double check the halt page, because I didn't do this earlier. Where is my trade halt page? There you go. Is this news based, or is it? Because it's been halt. Yeah, so now all of a sudden they decide, after all of that nonsense, the last halt was for news. So this might not open back up. We'll see. But I don't, because it's halted and it's news based and they're actually at T1 and it's been at T1 for 2 hours now, despite the fact that we have the headline, I would say there is no trade on this today. Just hopefully you were heeding some cautionary tales about trying to trade this, because it didn't make sense. It was weird to me that it was even open today, to be honest with you, based on this story. But there it is. So anyone can check the update now. You can look at this page to see if it does open back up. I'm going to guess at this point, after 2 hours, decent chance you don't see this stock again until the new Wolf, I guess you're calling it.
Yeah, I mean, shareholders are going to eat the bag on that one. So I would say it's probably, equity's probably going to go down to nothing over there. Equity's not going down to nothing on Tesla, as we are getting close to all-time highs again, up that here near 440. That's where we're at now, before 80, looking at all-time highs. Remember, we are still waiting to get some out just below VWAP here. Now $3 and trying to get a little bit higher to the upside is Tesla. All right, man, we had some good barbecue opportunities this weekend. Let's go find out what's going. Come on, let's go Tesla. We're just now pennies away. Just broke through $3 right now. And trying to get upside right now on Tesla. Remember, 443.80. I don't want to change it. I'm kind of feeling like I want to change it a little bit because I see this move and what really is 50 cents when you got this. But let's just wait to see what winds up happening here with Tesla and go figure out stock. I don't even know the name of this.
I can't pronounce it, so I'd love to see Sharif try to pronounce this.
What? Boki Holdings. Boki Holding Limited. There, I did it, and it's right. Over the desk.
Has no catalyst either, Katina, man. But it's got some usual characteristics here that we associate typically with bamboozlement. Let's start with the price action first. It's still up 238% on the day. It's getting right in to that volume weighted average price at 9 3/4, but it is about 45% off the highs currently. BQ. It trades on the MX exchange as well. And it is, this is what they're involved in. They're a company engaged in operating an online pet-focused platform, guys. They own and operate a platform called Boki, through which they sell pet products under brands like Yokin, Mocare, and 2DCAT. No names we've heard of, and there was a reason for that. You take a look at that contact information right there. You can't quite see it on the screen because my picture's in the way, but this is a Chinese company, guys. It's on the Amex network, and I think we should definitely look at it with a little bit of suspicion.
Yeah, like we've seen, like the thing about this is you've seen stocks like this do this before. Literally this one. It did a move like this in July, although I believe at least on July 11th there was news in this thing. Yeah, if you go back to July, yeah, it looks like there was. No, there wasn't anything. Give me a break. So anyways, this is a habitual line stepper. So I wouldn't chase this unless you find some kind of a news catalyst or you know something solidly about this company. This is a stay away type event. Yeah, sure, it could always squeeze. Heck, it's holding the volume weighted average price. So if you're into that sort of thing, go for it. You can have your 10 and risk to 9. Me, not my cup of tea. So I won't touch this with a 10-foot pole. Again, no catalyst. And then when I looked back, I'd swear I saw something decent on the 11th because it did move. But all it was a reverse split on the 11th. So if that's what causes this stock to go up and there's no catalyst on it today, then to me chasing this move is a little bit crazy. And you won't see me doing it. It might even be on the back end of it. So good luck when you're trading these. There's plenty of volume and liquidity. So there's certainly an opportunity here if this is the kind of stock you're interested in. I just don't think I would ever hold something that looks like this. It pumps, it dumps, it's got no news. So don't chase the move.
All right, so we got out some, I actually took some out there. I'm going to talk about Boki in a minute there. We just got some out at Tesla, 443.20. I was like, I just reduced the amount of shares I have at 443.80 and put some out there at 20. So still trying to get it at 15%. See there, you guys can take it now if you want. You get a better price than what I have. So the only thing I think about this Boki is that if it comes back above this 13, that to me is the area. So you're looking for it to break above 13, then I think it should halt again. And then that next one might be the one that sends this thing to the moon. So we've absolutely crushed some of these names. There was, I know Neil said it wasn't his style, but this is, my style is everything. We traded, there's that huge one last week, I can't remember, it went from $5, and I sat here, had long $5, and it was at $22. And it really was enough money to make the week. So I do think there's a lot of opportunities here. Unfortunately, I didn't see this one early enough. I think that it would have been a great opportunity at that first halt down there at $5. Now I just think you want to wait for around a $13 break. But whatever that one was last week, I don't mean to gloat, but we had a $15 winner, Neil, on a $5 name. So,
did that have news on it?
Yeah, last week. Remember, you were sitting right there.
Here's the thing. When I said it's not my style, if a stock does this, it does in the past, but there is no catalyst. That's the only reason. Yeah. I'll trade a small cap if it has news on it.
I don't remember, but I'm just saying, like, the way this thing moves.
Makes a big difference.
I think is, yeah, it always, difference. Yeah, for sure. We love trading names on news. I mean, that's exactly You know, why everyone follows.
Especially if it's Hong Kong or China and no news. And this is not like, that's not to be like anything against. It's just the nature of those types of stocks when they have no catalyst. They tend to get pumped and obviously dumped. Hey, what up, Randy? Randy's poking his head through the. You guys can't see. We have like
That's
this
a nightmare waiting to happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna be having a nightmare of Randy's face.
They're doing work on the other side. Well, they're doing work on both
Turbo,
sides.
that's what it was. Turbo.
Turbo, I remember. Yeah, I remember Turbo.
Yeah.
But let's talk about a name which just made. Oh, let's not. Let's talk about BTCC, everybody, because in 14 years they've had 0 hacks and 0 excuses because they deliver where others don't. You can trade Bitcoin up to 500 levered. You can trade Tesla. You can trade gold. You can trade Forex. And with smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you can trade like them. Regulated in the US, China, or Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. And on top of that, there is an exclusive for all of our Trader TV Live viewers. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. At btcc.com, it's where the pros trade, and now so can you. Another place you can trade is on Robinhood.
Apparently.
Just crossing over 10% now, Neil, is Robinhood. What a day. Very few red candles on this 15-minute chart. Okay, Joe, get it. All right. So it was... It's up big today, headed for all-time highs, if not already at all-time highs. Chief Executive Vlad Tenev said in a social media post this morning that more than 4 billion contracts, event contracts, I should say, have been traded on Robinhood's platform since the brokerage started offering the product. Last week, a pair of Piper Sandler analysts raised their price targets for Robinhood, citing, that exact same reason, the brokerage's fast-growing prediction market business here. So good look for Robinhood, just cleared 10%, boys.
Monster day for Robinhood. And this was one that didn't, it's not like you have a bunch of fintech running with it. You know, SoFi got smoked today. At least it was smoked most of the day. Not really doing very well. And they've been kind of moving in concert recently. But this is just, it's been Hood's world. I mean, since getting added to the S&P 500, the growth story is real. You're going to 23/5 trading. You know what I mean by that, like 24-hour trading. That'll happen next year at some point, and Robinhood stands to benefit from that. Whether it's, and now you have them, sort of getting some of the growth that Kalshi has. I mean, the Kalshi events betting market has been growing ridiculously, and now you have Robinhood with massive numbers. It was like 4 billion, doubling the rate from last year. It's impressive. It's all-time highs right now, so like it's a blue sky setup when you're at all-time highs. There's no levels to work off of. I just think any prior consolidation level tends to be a good spot to look for some transaction. I don't know if you happen to see VWAP today, that's also the prior high. So if in power hour there's anything that gets into that level, I think it's a good dip. Certainly tomorrow, if it tries to play back off the 130, it makes some sense. That being said, if this was SoFi, because I own SoFi, I don't own this. People say don't sell at all-time highs. I'd probably be taking a piece off over this 130, just to feel like I banked something.
Yeah, I would have taken it off a heck of a long time ago. I think if you're not taking something off now,
if you had,
it's a little silly. We know Joe took some off at 122. Around here, we like that honesty. So shout out to Joseph for taking it out. Look, the Robinhood rate now, you can have a quick little look. It's 4.9% short float. It's not huge. The PEs are 59 and 61. I think that's reasonable for growth stocks. So despite this recent move up, you still got a decent PE right there. If you wanted to switch over, into a SoFi or something like that, you're not even gaining that much value there because you're 50 and 55 instead of 61 and 60 or whatever it was there for Robinhood. So I really like SoFi. I think it continues to work for me. The stock, look, it's one thing to talk about the stocks that have happened, and that's great. Let's try to figure out where can we make money moving forward, right? I mean, I've already sort of missed the run on Robinhood for sure, but not missing the run on Webull. So I'm long into Webull here at about, I think it was 11.20 or something like that. So this is another possibility here with very, very similar reasons to that of Robinhood. I think they can get back to the upside. We just wait to hear, more stats on their data as far as who's over there, who's playing, what their numbers look like, so on and so forth, and let the gloating continue. 350 in the money now on Tesla. So we just got our fill there, and now let's see where we could go back up to the high side. 443.80 is our next stopping spot. So we're getting ready to get printed right there, and then we'll hold right there back to VWAP. Lows of the day twice into VWAP is pretty good. If we break it and the market actually wants to go, maybe we have a real good one here on Tesla. We waited all day, literally, for this to finally break through VWAP, and this is the first time it may or may not do that since 9:45. So we got a little bit of VWAP love right there. And now that I see it failing just a little bit, I'm going to take an offer. I'll just offer some there. I actually put an offer out at 49, and you can see people are sort of stepping on top of that. There it is. Okay, we got out at 49. Now I'm going to re-put that back at 80. And so instead of being patient and waiting for 80s, we took 20s, 22s, 49s, and now we'll wait, and hopefully we'll be able to get 80 right here and get back there to the upside. So let's go Tesla, and let's go and get some, of course. I don't know if you could smoke CBD or not. I have CBD for my knee and everything at home, like a cream. So I haven't used it in a while, but I think
it was effective.
I think it was. It was. I have to check it out. It's definitely expired.
No. That's
no. But I think it was.
It worked for you.
I'm not sure. Can't remember. But it was a long time ago.
I mean,
no, my knee is in pain every day, so I don't know if it got better or worse from it. But
it could have been psychological. You never know.
But that's the thing about CBD, and I think that's what President Trump is trying to say. It's like we get addicted in this country to all these opioids that are just simply not healing anything. They're just switching, turning off little neutrons or whatever in your head.
I will say this.
To think that you're fixed, but meanwhile, it's a disaster.
Glaucoma legitimately runs in my family. On my mother's side, it's like it is a coin flip, the generation above me, whether they get glaucoma, and not everybody, those... my mother has never tried it, and I've suggested it to her. But I can tell you right now, for a lot of others, and I have family members that can attest to this, it is an absolute game changer.
Yeah, CBD.
Some of the pain that you get from migraines, the headaches from glaucoma, it's ridiculous. And anyways, we'll talk about it here. I just feel like it is absolutely a no-brainer for a lot of things. But I didn't know that about the knee.
Yeah, bring it in. I mean, it's you can get CBD oils now for everything.
Okay.
No, but there's no THC, there's no psycho whatever.
What about for Achilles tendonitis? No, just kidding.
So perfect. You should be probably putting it all over your. I have arthritis in my knee. I'm loaded with arthritis. Yeah, I've got more arthritis than I do shares of Tesla. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we're speaking from experience over here. Let's go get YCMBD, Young Money, Cash Money, Millionaires.
So this company only creates THC-free CBD products, Sean. So right down your alley. American company. It's called CBDMD is the name of the company. Obviously, the ticker is YCBD. And the reason why we're running here on all these cannabis stocks, or most of them anyways, President Donald Trump's pro-CBD video that he posted to Truth Social sparked a rally, obviously, in cannabis stocks at large. The video, which was created by the Commonwealth Project, which advocated for CBD coverage under Medicare and claimed a potential healthcare savings of around $64 billion annually. Obviously, this comes after comments made back in August by the Trump administration, continuing what had already started under the Biden administration from reclassifying the drug from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. We'll keep tabs on that separately. Midday, we got this headline coming in from the Department of Justice, which requested an extension on marijuana's rescheduling case, but the decision could still come anytime, reports the Marijuana Herald. With respect to this stock, boys, we are about 31% off the day's high.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did pull back. I mean, look, Tilray had a great day today. I shouldn't even say had a great day. I should say it's having a great day. And really, it's not that horrible a shot play here. Like a lot of these, and I'll pull up Tilray in a second because that's what I spend most time looking at. But you've made a distinctive bottom in a lot of these cannabis names, and then you're breaking away from a higher low. So a low got made, you put in a higher low, and now you're breaking away from that higher low. This one happens to be holding pretty decently. The prior high, this 110. Like, if you start holding this on any kind of a consolidation, which I think is what needs to happen, like, this is a stock crazy, then consolidate before it does anything next, then you get a big day. You're looking for it to consolidate, then break out of that consolidation. So I think that's the next step for YCBD. 175 million volume, which is fantastic. It's under VWAP. That doesn't really bode well for this afternoon. I don't like a runner underneath the volume weighted average price in the afternoon. That kind of stinks. But still, it looks pretty decent on that daily chart. And then Tilray, and you can look at any of these names, but Tilray up 49%, and still it's at the high of the day as we speak. And just like YCBDs we're talking about, like, a bottom got made, and it's been putting in some actual higher lows. This is an actual trend break happening in this space. I don't know how far it can go. I think we all understand that it's not as lucrative of a business as margin-wise as I guess the hype a few years ago would have suggested, but it doesn't mean some of these names can at least rally a little bit further. This has some room to get to the $2 level, and I think, at least temporarily, this is a long until proven otherwise. There hasn't even been much of a dip buy on Tilray. YCBD, yes, but Tilray is literally at the high day, up 50%.
Oh, man. Yeah, what's up to, that was funny, Richard. Yeah, I'm gloating about the amount of arthritis I have. Yeah, it's so hilarious. Yeah, it sucks. Anyways, all right, so right now, YCBD, okay, look, I've already said this. I think the MSOS is the right spot. It's basically flat for the month. I mean, if this, Trump now speaking alongside Netanyahu as we speak, so, more to come from there once we get Adara through, and we got to let Sharif go. So just, I just want to say, like, this is, yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it, Sharif. I was just going to say that Adara will have updates, so we'll get through this and then we'll have that. But 560 right here, that's where MSOS started the month. It's still down on the month, although it did have a nice move back into $4, which held great. I just think that if there is more to know about cannabis or CBD or, some sort of a legal, motion here to get this reclassified or whatever the heck happens, I just think you want to be part of an ETF instead of an individual name. I mean, the guy literally beside me that lives right beside me, he's Portuguese. He's about 85 years old. No lie. He has about 20 tomatoes. He has about every single kind of plant, vegetable that you can even name. And for the first time this year, my wife and I looked over. He has weed plants about 8 to 9 feet high, just loaded with buds. I'm thinking about yoinks, grabbing those. But no, so eventually he's going to be trimming those up. So I'm just thinking about it like this 85-year-old man over here, and I'm sure maybe, I don't know what strain they are. I'm going to have to ask him. But, maybe he's growing them, they're laced, maybe they're high CBD strains and whatnot. So I just wanted to say, like, now around here, especially around Canada, in Ontario for sure, you can grow your own weed. And we don't even have great climate here to do that. And my guys' plants are literally
chilling.
I'd say they're 8 feet high, at least. Like, my fence is 5 or 6 feet, whatever.
I was gonna say, like, that must be
whatever the legal height of the fence is. This is higher than that, and there's 2 of them right beside each other. So I am not.
Share.
Plus, I've lost more money than, here comes gloating again, more money than I can even think of. It lost in cannabis names, and a lot of that is with some of these growers. So I would just say, stay with. I like. Scott's Miracle Grow, which is SMG. So I think that could also be, they've been getting killed too. So I'd have to go back and look. But I think in any kind of a legal environment, this could work as well. I just remember this working back in the day, and so was GRWG, which is Grow Generation Brands. I'm not in any of these names. I was just going to say, like, these are sort of tertiary, like secondary. Okay, well, look, there goes a name that we didn't even talk about today. I didn't have no idea this was what it was doing, but this is Grow Generation Brands again. Could make moves, especially if legalization starts to get going. So that's what's going on right now with cannabis and Grow Generation Brands, Tilray, and I would just be an MSOS if my choice, dealer's choice.
So President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are doing a joint press conference right now, as Sean alluded to. President Donald Trump making statements that he's reached some sort of deal here that goes beyond just the Gaza conflict. It includes a larger Mideast peace plan, including Iran and some other countries. Still very light on information as the press conference just started. They haven't even started taking questions. So I'm sure Adair will follow up with that. But be on the lookout for market moves, as he called this one of the greatest days. Well, we know he's got a tendency for hyperbole. Going on to the next one, Micron. No specific catalyst today on Micron, but there is an unusual options activity note. But really, it's Micron, global foundries, and local domestic chip manufacturers that make domestic chips for the United States. Obviously, very strong after the headline broke Friday that the Trump administration was looking at charging a tariff on imported semiconductors if the equivalent amount of semiconductors used by that company were not manufactured domestically. Micron manufactures domestically. Global Foundries here, which is also up 4.5%, manufactures domestically. So keep your eye out on these names, boys.
Yeah, I think that's the point. Like you're getting a really, maybe a little bit of a shift, I think, in terms of where the growth has been going recently in the chip space, and Micron's benefited from it. I just wanted to show the historical PE on Micron, because when it's consolidated, it's had a tendency to have these like spikes. And if you look at it, like it spiked here, and when it spiked, oddly enough, like the stock price continued to go even when it pulled back. And you got this spike here, and then obviously pull back, but we still continue to go, and we're kind of getting a new one coming in. Like we had the spike, we have this consolidation going. It's not ridiculously expensive, Micron, but it's still, like right now, its last was like 28 on a PE. When it gets really cheap, it's not always the greatest value play in the world because it can be pretty cyclical, but it's really turning into a bit of a growth name here. And the last dip held the prior high, technically, so that's pretty solid. Like the 155, to hold on to that 2024 top twice now on a dip buy, I think maybe a challenge of that all-time high could be in play for Micron. We'll talk some of the other chips, obviously, but Micron, yeah, it's really turning into, it moves like a growth stock. Forget about all the boring stuff of last year. Micron's on a different beat. You got to trade it like a momentum stock the same way you'd look at what I think AMD is doing and what Nvidia has done, even though right now it's kind of chilling out in the 180s and can't break that all-time high. But Micron's on a different tip lately.
Look, we had written down Micron last week here as a play on September 25th. This was day 2. We were shorting the pop above 162, 160 to 162 or 155. And I remember that day, here it is right here, on how we traded Micron. We were going short early, got hit before eventually shorting the top. And this actually went lower. This is as of 1 o'clock. But Micron has had a very, very busy week. And now you can see what's happening with it today, up 4%. What was a good quarter seems to have been good for sure, as many rebounds there in Micron, and I think it continues to work. I mean, it's the same reason why we're long Marvell and all that kind of stuff. I just think there's other plays other than the pure plays here that you want to look at. So Micron and Marvell and all those stocks continue to work out. So yeah, really, really like the name Micron, and I like Marvell, but I think I like Marvell just a little bit better. The only thing about Marvell is it just missed that top again here today. This was a triple break once, and then we already came up today and then again failed. So once, twice, I guess, and then again today. So the third or fourth time that we've tried this level here at 85, 84.50 or so. And Marvell said, no, thank you.
We got a couple super chats
for that one.
3.
Okay, yeah. We missed a bunch of super chats.
Yeah, and by a couple of super chats, I mean 3. Apparently we got 3 super chats. So Control Alt Escape. Oh, this is BBAI, so I'll best pass one to you.
Right.
I didn't see this one. So Control Alt Escape, is BBAI considerable buy from this 650 level, or would you wait for a run to the 200 EMA? Thank you, Control Alt Escape. Vaughn Clark, are you going to take Ford with me this time? Probably not. Like Ford, to me, that $12 level break, that was for like the time that it broke. The other, like it was it Friday or was it Thursday? Let me double check.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was it was Friday. Yeah, it was on Friday. Like it broke that $12 level pretty cleanly, and the reason we liked it that day, despite not being at the desk when it happened, was all of these times like look at the consolidation play. Like once it's already broken and come back, the breaking of 12 again to me isn't that big of a deal, but good luck on the trade. I'm not that interested in it a second time through. I think if it can have its first close above 12, there might be like a swing idea you could play off of. Maybe like a long closing above 12, giving it to underneath the 50 period. Like this supports at like 11.30 something. So you're risking, I don't know, like 70 pennies on that, which isn't all that bad. It's like less than 10%. And then maybe you get a swing trade on 4 because it's breaking out. That would be more interesting to me, not the day trade at all. Then Ryan Nola, you've got a big position long in the trade desk. Okay, 46, you're targeting 55 and potential gap fill above. We're asking you for suggestions on playing this. The only others, thanks for all that you do. So thank you, Ryan. I like that swing trade because you're in it as it's actually breaking out of a low, double bottom, and then break the consolidation. You're targeting 65. Probably that support level. I'm always like, take some out in front of the 50 period and the 200 period for a big, if it trends down for a really long time, I like getting out at the major moving averages myself. But I like that setup on the trade desk. Let it make the bottom, and you seem like you've got it there.
Yeah. For me too. Same kind of ways there on trade desk. So I was just looking at it because, what's up, Ryan? You had asked about it. I think trade desk is involved in many things, right? I mean, first of all, this is BBAI. We can look at trade desk though. So you're long there at here. I mean, I know Neil just did this question, but he says at Sean suggestions on playing this. So 46 with targeting 55 area, potentially filling the gap above. So all right, Ryan, I'll do a little bit of work for you on this one. So I was thinking about it. So these guys, again, obviously, they're primarily in the US, so I think that there is some ad growth potential. Just like how we said about Reddit and all that kind of stuff as we continue to move forward, they're going to be more involved with the traditional, TV ad model there, not as much with Google or with Amazon and Google AdWords and all that kind of advertising. So there is some headwinds involved with TTD as we continue to watch sort of streaming coming on board and being very, very, dominating right now. The thing I don't like about the trade desk, and I think for your trade specifically, it's probably fine. I mean, I would say it is fine, is that you have a bottom pick right there. If you're going to talk about it and you are going up to 55 area, I think you've nailed it. So my first area to get out though would be 52 if I had some chances to do that. 52.50 right there. Then if you can get 55, perfect. And then that break of 55 is actually more what you're looking for. And I think you can get that break of 55 up into the 200 period. But these are pretty much sloping real bad to the downside. So again, not in love with the model that they have, but I do think that there is an opportunity for them, especially when you're beat up so much. Look at Adobe or, I don't know, some of the other names that have really found a base. And we saw that Google got really scared after their sort of search was potentially damaged by what ChatGPT and what AI was doing. I think this one might be overdone. The trade desk was such a great trade for a very, very long time. So I think you might have got a good level there. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just be aware here with regards to geopolitics. We have this press conference that started now between Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, and Donald Trump, President of the U.S. Trump just announced that there's going to be a new body called the Board of Peace, and that will be a new international organization, I guess, arranged to help get some peace in the Middle East. Just letting you guys know with regards to oil, with regards to, sometimes these geopolitical updates can move the market. This Board of Peace has just been announced. Back to you.
The Board of Peace.
Oh, okay. Right. Down with that.
I mean, who's not for peace? It's just I find when usually names like that happen, it's like, it doesn't usually accomplish what you want. But we'll see. I mean, we can always all hope for peace. So that's just obviously the reality. It's hard not to mention that in. Well, okay, so I'm going to tell you that Lockheed Martin looks really good. Because it does, man. And I know not everybody likes investing in these kinds of things, but this has been on a pretty big break. I think you're about to get, we should come to the chart for a second. Like the last couple of times it's been to 500, that's where the pullback has happened. And I think this one will be pretty telling, is it's already dipping off 5 bills. A hold of the 200 period moving average, and I think you're good to go. And this just comes down to military spending only goes up. The USA says we're not going to spend as much, but they actually hold NATO to account and get everybody there to finally bump up a little more. Now, nobody in NATO actually spends what the goals are, but Germany's increasing and lots of others are increasing. Heck, I was just in Halifax, and even the Canada, like, we may talk about how much, we're going to try to meet our obligations. And even if we fall under, we're still going to be increasing to a certain degree under Carney some of our military spending. So Lockheed, I think it's an important pullback here. If it can hold the 200 period moving average, it's going to look a heck of a lot better. That rally from the 420 bottom, like, to me, you already got the move to resistance. So at this point, you're looking for some consolidation or pullback. Nvidia, for the third time, not a charm. It's really starting to, I don't want to say it's really starting to give it up, but it is certainly sliding backside on the trade now, underneath the volume weighted average price. It tried to hold 182 a couple of times. That was essentially like the first dip zone right away at the open, but not holding on to it anymore as it starts to head into the downside. And there's something else I was going to get to. It'll come to me in a quick little second. I feel like it was Apple. That's what it was. For some reason, I don't really know what was going on with Apple. Could have just been the market bounce, but Apple was on the verge of breaking out after kind of a lackluster day, slowly trending down. There was some concern over, I guess, how the rollout of the iPhone and maybe not going as quickly or as well as they would have wanted, but holds on to prior lows. Like, all the support that we've had around 251, that's still held up, and now it's trying to bounce off the volume weighted average price. So Apple was in a bit of a program buy, and now pulling back into the volume weighted average price. I'd like to see it hold. If it can hold VWAP, it's got some relative strength in the last 30 minutes or so, and it wasn't really doing much of anything, and all of a sudden when you get that program buy, it's always going to pique my interest.
I'm happy that we were able to, on AMD here, I am going to get some out if we get it back up to 162.50, and that's it, end the trade. Right up here into VWAP, let's just get it out. I mean, we were just being silly with it. We have very, 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 very small amount of shares left, and we're just going to get it out. So if we can do that, we'll do that around 162.50, just around VWAP, and end this trade. It was a good idea to get out of Tesla. I mean, we're still in it, but on this way up, we were talking about low of the day into VWAP, so we are getting some out on the way up, and it's funny because we didn't need to get them out on the way up because we wind up getting our 80 fill, but that was a good one, and now it's fading back in. So I think we want to get longer on this name. It's just waiting to make sure. If it comes back into 440, then that will be a spot where we will do some of this, and we'll reload it once again, as we've been reloading this name the whole day. So we'll have to wait to see that, but it is bouncing off or maybe getting into the 200 period moving average again right there. I'm still looking to see like what's moving on my trade rate right now. We have Tesla, Tilray, Robinhood still ripping. Robinhood's past all-time highs. Before today was 130.07. Right now you're at 135 and looking to break out again, like bouncing right off the 21 period and going higher now, escalating, taking the elevator straight up and hopefully not straight down, but this is not stair stepping. These are like when this goes, it's starting to go. There was a nice move down right into there. Some volume came in around 2 o'clock, but there goes Robinhood up 11% and smoking.
PayPal
right now.
Also had a big move.
I love
as
PayPal.
Well. But I don't know if it was news. I couldn't find any news. There was no news on PayPal or anything like that, but we saw a similar spike. Oh yeah, last week there was news, but PayPal had a pretty strong day today as well. I just want to remind everybody in the chat here, not to call people up, but hey, a few people, there's the dollar sign. See, by grace, TTD, there you corrected yourself. If you're going to type a symbol in the chat, please use the dollar sign first and then the symbol. Then we can have all the names that you guys are interested in popping in here. So I can see Iran and Wolf and Costco, actually. It's not one you see every single day. Webull, Trade Desk, JD, BMNR, ACN, Accenture. So yeah, make sure you type in that dollar sign before the symbol so we have an idea of the symbols that you guys are interested in on a given day. For now, let's head on to the desk. We have an interview, guest of the afternoon.
We're We're so excited here to welcome back to the show our friend from Global X Canada, Jonathan McGuire, Vice President of Communications at Global X. So great to have you back on the show with us. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting time, too, for you guys because you've just finished the second week of the biggest winter competition. You were on a while ago to tell us a little bit about the competition. Can you remind us what the goal is of this competition and what exactly it entails?
Yeah, so week 2 is done, and we are in week 3 of the biggest winter competition, and that is Canada's largest and longest running ETF trading competition. It is a simulated risk-free trading opportunity where traders get $100,000 in fantasy funds to put their mettle to the test and see if they can generate the highest portfolio return over a 6-week period.
Thank you so much for going over that with us again. So now let's dive into this year's competition a little bit more. We've had a couple weeks now under everyone's belt. How are the traders doing so far, and what does the leaderboard look like right now?
You know, it's, as you might imagine, it's a mixed bag. We have some traders that have generated double-digit portfolio returns, and then on the other side, we have some traders that have generated double-digit losses in their portfolio, and that is to be expected. This is a competition where you are going to take a little bit of risk because these are fantasy funds and see if you can take that right part of the trade. We have seen a lot of traders using inverse and leveraged ETFs, which makes sense if you're trying to generate the highest portfolio return over a 6-week period. And so it's something where we are still in the early days of the competition. It's still anybody's game. I think that those traders that are at losses can still recover, and those traders that are riding high right now, well, hopefully they can maintain that position.
Being able to use leverage ETFs in this type of competition certainly is really exciting and adds a bit of intrigue to the proceedings for sure. Now, beyond these leverage ETFs, have you noticed any other key trades or trading trends that are popping up so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you just said, leveraged and inverse leveraged ETFs have been a huge part of this competition. And historically, that's always been the case as well when we've looked at how winners have gotten to their high portfolio returns over a 6-week period. It's been by using these ETFs. Now, in particular, I have seen a lot of usage of commodity-focused leveraged ETFs. So things that are providing exposure to natural gas, to oil. And recently, this past week, week 2, we saw a lot of use of silver, which makes sense. Silver just hit a 14-year high. And, I think that we're going to continue to see silver and gold used throughout this competition as a way to generate that big return.
I was going to say gold as well, especially after today. That might be something that starts popping up in the leaderboard as well. Now, do you have any tips for traders, I guess maybe on a more general note, as they enter week 3 of the competition?
I can't speculate and say where the market's going to go. I'll leave that to your traders. If I could do that myself, I'd probably be spending my days day trading instead. But I will say that I think that we have seen this trend of commodities being a huge part of the competition. And I think that we have also seen kind of a commodity super cycle taking place in the markets recently. I think that if they continue to look at oil, at natural gas, silver, and gold, these might be key tickers and trades to continue to play with, and just making sure that they find the right market timing, whether they're going leveraged up or leveraged down, can be the difference between generating a great return or taking some losses that week.
Yeah, great points. Are there any other final thoughts that you have that you'd like to share with our audience about this competition or about what you're doing over at Global X in general?
So I would say that, this is week 3 and it is a 6-week competition, but it is still early days. And Canadians can still sign up for the competition and play all the way to week 6. The $20,000 prize for the biggest winner is still attainable. And there's also $1,000 weekly cash prizes that can be won as well. So even if you don't think that you can get there by the end of week 6, by starting today, you could still win $1,000 for that weekly prize. So I encourage everybody watching, if you're a Canadian, sign up for the competition and play, and happy trading, and I hope to see you in the winner's circle.
Yeah, very exciting. Thanks again for being here with us today. Jonathan McGuire, Vice President of Communications at Global X. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you there, Jonathan. And
thumbs up.
Yeah, any Canadians out there, if you're interested, go check it out, try it out, test your luck for sure. And leverage ETFs, At the end of the day, like as a trading vehicle, everybody knows they're trading vehicles, not necessarily investment vehicles because of decay, but fantastic in terms of getting more out of the market moves, which we are in a volatile market. Let's be real. We're making fresh highs. Like we were just talking about the NASDAQ, like the last few, like the month. Like September is usually not supposed to be very good, and we're getting 4 points out of it, and that's like the third month in a row that it's been pretty solid. We're in a bull market, and you see so much movement and so much volatility. So right now, definitely take advantage of it. I was going to mention how strong a day PayPal. I just want to correct myself. Like, I'm pretty sure I said PayPal was having a really good day. I didn't see what happened to PayPal in the middle of the day, and I don't see a news story that caused this to reverse the way that it did. But on volume, PayPal actually gave back a good portion of the move. Like this was up over 5% today. And looking to me like, hey, there's going to be our close above the 50-period moving average. Now that's actually under threat. This might not close. A foregone conclusion this was going to close above the 50-period moving average, and then it was going to look at potential swing breakout and another wick top up here. For some reason, it just doesn't want to hold. When this breaks 70, go back to, August 13th, the number of times that it has broken $70 and how it never closes above $70. That's a little disappointing. Still a little bit of a chance that it could happen today, but disappointment. I thought this was ready for a swing. And then on nothing, I looked up. There's no news that I saw hit the wire at 1 o'clock that would explain why this dropped like $2 in one candle. So, kind of a weird one here on PayPal. Might not end up being that swing after all.
Yeah, who knows? I'm still in that name from a very, very long time. I'll have to double check to see. My biggest positions still are all the mega cap names, but we do exit right now. Watch out. It's gloating time. There it is, man. Don't gloat too much with too many glizzies. You don't want those to go down the wrong hatch over there. We had hot dogs for the very first time in like 6 months on the weekend because we were so busy with everything. But shout out to Stony Creek. It was really fun. I like going down there. It was a
hot
nice,
dogs or sausages, though?
Actual hot dogs on the barbecue. Okay. We barbecued them up yesterday for lunch, but we didn't. I don't really like hot dogs, actually. We're just running out of time. So right there, we are now out of AMD there at VWAP. So that concludes that trade right there. And yeah, it'll be the number one P&L name for me today. I only have 2 trades on. I've only made 2 trades. I only made 1 trade in AMD, and that was the long. The other name that we traded was Tesla, whereby I have a lot of fills. Yeah, what's up, Phil? Hope you're doing well. Actually, so crazy. Another one of my good friends now on the hockey team is named Phil. Again, we talked about that. I cannot believe.
No, but what's weird is
the amount of Phils that I know now.
But I only know my dad and my brother.
I know. I don't know
any other Phils.
It's crazy.
Actually, that's not true. There was a Phil in our high school. What was his? Oh, there was a Phil.
Was there a Phil?
Yeah, the math guy. He went to. What was his last name? Now I don't know. That's bad. It was Philip. He went by Philip, though.
Oh.
So there was a guy in our high school. But that said,
math guy?
I just know he won.
Maybe I didn't know him.
He won the Gauss. There's like this Gauss math competition that happens in Canada, and like I remember he won it for our school, and then got like a math scholarship. But he was Philip, not
Philip. Okay.
Phil's not a very common name.
No, it's not. That's why this guy's name is Philip as well, of course. But so, anyways, we got props up. We got a Phil. Right there. I'm just going to take another one right now on Tesla. We still have shares, and we're still thinking this can break. We just bounced off the 200 PD, their moving average, period moving average, and it's an SMA. So all the moving averages that I have on my screen are all going to be SMAs, simple moving averages. All right, Rigetti, Intel moving. Intel back to 24, that's in a couple months. Right now, $34. Intel right here, nice bounce back I'm seeing. Yeah, so just hitting some scanners, coming back up into the high of the day again is Intel, which is still down 2%, but definitely off that bottom. So, I was anyways, it was on here as a short. It was the only short idea that I had today, and it was really a short right off the open. And since then, it hasn't come into any of my levels, which is this 35.60 that we posted up. That was just a close from Friday. I mean, it'd be great to get back up there. I'd like to see that happen. Maybe we'll get some more out, but this has been at a very, very key level where I don't think it's a surprise that a lot of traders were getting out of Intel in and around on Friday's move, because it just hit again right here on the daily. This is why I was talking about it, right? Like, I could be wrong. I like what Jonathan McGuire from Global X just said there. He can't predict what's about to happen in the markets, and neither can I. I can just trade what I see, right? That's why Big Bear AI was $5.50, $6.50, $7.50, $8.50, and Intel was $30. We got out at $30.70, and then we got out on Friday right here as well when that pumped through. So yeah, man. I mean, when things make sense, they're a lot easier. It's just hard to find those trades. That's for sure. So, but yeah, Intel right there at a very key level. There are other names that are also at key levels. I did hear a call for Adair. I didn't hear anything in my ear, but if there is, you can let me know. Andre, here, I'm not, there it is. Okay, good. I want to make sure that you did get me. All right, let's go over to Adair.
FSLI up significantly here. I looked into this. I could not find any news on this, but either way, fastly to the upside. Decent amount of social media attention, most of which is just people expressing confusion over this push to the upside. Again, if I get news, I'll let you know. Back to you.
There's a lot of things moving without actual news today. But here's one, because Robinhood's still top of the list. Thank you, everybody, for participating in the stock visualizer. Robinhood, I think rightfully so, up 11%. It makes a lot of sense. Webull here, only up 2%, coming in at number 2, and then ACN, Accenture after their report last week. It was last week, right? Accenture reported last week. Yeah, it was last week.
Yes.
I don't remember what day it was. Certainly last week. But Webull looks nice. And I know we talked about this.
Accenture.
Potentially, yeah. Accenture's up like 4 points today.
I'm glad we did that study last week.
Where is it? 4%, 249. I love this feature, which is, thank you so much to Fabian. The fact that it's not just, you get the ticker, you also can see like what the percentage is up on the day, and stop moving around. And then you can have a quick look at the current price and all that. You can click on it, get a little bit of a chart, how much volume it's done on the day. So fantastic stuff there. Thank you, Fabian. We appreciate it. But Webull, here we go, Webull. I know you didn't want to get us back in under $11. That's fine, because sometimes buying higher is even better. It just means the move is sustaining itself, making higher lows. So we got the close on Friday above the 50-period moving average. It held $15 today, which actually at one point was in question. It literally wicked $15 at the open. And knock on wood, is going to close above 15 here today. So I think I'm looking breakout tomorrow on Webull. That was the condition we're looking for. And ultimately, when you have a key level like this, and it rinses it like multiple times on Friday, like I want to see it hold on Monday. And now you've got yourself a bit of a base. I think if this breaks out tomorrow, it'd be nice if it got to 18 tomorrow, but if it breaks out tomorrow, then you're looking for like 16.5 to 17 as a bit of a target on Webull. So strong name, like what I'm seeing. And the other thing we did not talk much about today is what is going on with these miners. Bitcoin having a very good run. I was actually just looking at ETH holding VWAP, but IBIT's up 4.5%. I get it. It's a 24-hour market, so does it really matter? What the heck is... All right, I don't know why VWAP is not working on this chart. That is absolutely bizarre. It doesn't really matter. It's up 4.5%. Clearly VWAP's not up there. For some reason, it's starting at 150 on this chart. But super strong move here for Bitcoin. And with it, you're seeing Riot. You're seeing Mara up 15% today on Mara. Riot as well making a power move into a pretty big $12 or $20 level, up 12, actually now 13% to the upside. Both of these are strong breaks, although Mara looks a little bit better technical, like you're not chasing it. Like Riot, like you're right at those highs already. Whereas Mara, like, remember that 50 to 250 period, 200 period breakout? That's happening right now. And you could still have a 19 quarter breakout tomorrow. Mm-hmm. What I got eyeballs on is ETH consolidating off VWAP right now. So Bitcoin's at the highs, ETH is up, but it's kind of going sideways off VWAP. So I want to take a shot at this one off of the volume weighted average price if it can play a little bit of catch up this afternoon. ETH, obviously ETH is what I'm looking at, but Ethereum held the 4,000 level, now chilling at 41.6. So a nice bounce off 4,000 for Ethereum in general.
I just want to say what's up to Tom D here, because I know, I was just going through my Twitter, and I mean, this is why I'm here on Twitter, to sort of communicate with you guys. You're just mentioning that you thought it's unfair that Sean asked for feedback and critique, but then when you're asking some questions, you got blocked and muted, and you're a huge fan of mine. Well, thank you so much. We'll give you props for reaching out. So I just responded to you same kind of ways, man. It was just like, I'm not sure why you're blocked. Let me know why and when, and then, or not just when, but just why. And
in
then,
the chat?
Yeah, sometimes we have bots in the chat. Like, you know, there's just, unfortunately, we used to have Bears versus Bulls who had to step away. His own decision.
I think sometimes if it's spam.
So what I was gonna say is, yeah, like if you're probably not in here, Tom, but I just want to say to anybody else that's in there and has been blocked by the chat, just message me at Trader TV Sean, and I will look into it for you, because we want to have as many people in the chat as possible, and especially like I said, if you give any sort of a feedback, like, you know, the feedback was a little bit more precise trading, you know, for me, trade less names, and it's really been working out for me. And so I want to be able to be here and adjust my trading and take feedback from you guys on how to better present the show, how to better do everything, because that's what it's all about, right? Neil and I don't get any feedback if not from you guys, so that's what we want. All right, so right here, only 285, so this is what we got to get going now. 4,700, so, you know, I hope you guys respect the honesty and appreciate the way we're talking. Hit the like button right now if you haven't done that yet, and, you know, again, besides those ads that you guys see throughout the show, it's completely free content, and we hope to be educating you guys, you know, as much as possible. So definitely message me ASAP, and I'll do my best to unblock you and give you just one more chance. You know, I think that's the fair thing to do.
Well, all you have to do is, if you, well, I mean, we could drop the email or just give their actual
just
ID.
DM me. Just DM me right there on X or on Instagram. The easiest way to do it.
So by the way, we got another super chat here. I think we might have missed this one as well. Fiddleback. Okay. Fiddleback. I wish we could color code us on how we trade. I would love to quickly determine who is a swing trader and who is a day trader. I like to swing. I mean, an easy way to do that, and I know this would be putting work. If you want to, like, you can include that in your name. I don't know how easily we could pull that off.
Well, we can't do anything.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
A great idea.
Like I can say it would be great if everybody maybe just added something to their name, saying day trader, swing trader,
well, look,
investor.
there's only like 50 people in the chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you guys can do that right
but
now.
What I would simply say to you is this: like, we have a really great community. Like, if you just, like, for those that are in there, like, asking questions and discussing with each other, just be open about it, right? Like, we're here day trading, and we try to do our best to let you know, hey, if I'm, like, what was I talking about a second ago? I mentioned Ford. It wasn't Ford. It was, no, it wasn't BBAI. It was, no, it was Webull. Webull. Hold that 50 period, and PayPal as well. Those are swing trading ideas. Like, I was never intending on day trading PayPal. I just wanted that sucker to close above $70 so there'd be a swing trade. I don't do a lot of swing trades, but we'll mention that. Or if it's a long-term buy, like, ooh, on my long-term account, I bought Amazon off the 200-period moving average. Like, we always try to identify that. So just do that with everyone else in the in the chat. Like, if you lead by example, if you say that's what time frame I'm looking at, and you put that in when you make a comment, then maybe others will follow. So we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second. Just grabbed ETH off of VWAP, and crypto having a very good day today.
Just be aware, guys, lots of geopolitical talk happening here as the market pushes a little bit lower. We do have Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, speaking right now. He and Donald Trump have basically both said that if Hamas does not agree to this peace deal, there could be consequences, more or less, for the region. So just keep an eye here on the market. Again, geopolitical discussions continuing to be had by right now Prime Minister Netanyahu, but Trump also previously spoke at the press conference. Now we know that usually these press conferences do end with some type of question and answer period. If that happens, I will let you know when that begins. Back to you.
All right. I'm wearing the Palantir hat, so why don't we just go in PLTR, thanks to Trader Brad, who got me this hat when he was still here. All right, so 180, 181 right here on a downside play there, bouncing off of VWAP and starting to head a little bit lower. So I'm going to take this opportunity right now to get a little bit lighter and just punch the bid right there out on some Tesla. If some of these names are going to start to lose a little bit of steam, let's just start to ease out of this trade again. We've bounced off the 200 period moving average a bunch of times right now, and we are starting to head a little bit lower underneath VWAP, underneath the 50. We already went from low of the day into VWAP. That was already 350. So, you know, my out's going to be a break of 440, so we're getting pretty close to that. Actually, I actually just switched my out to 339. 339 break. Hold on a second. Yeah, 339 break. Because we've been able to get out of so many of these shares right now that, okay, like here's another little bit of a pop. There's only an hour left. Let me put an offer here at 49. I'll just join that offer and see if we could sit there. I'll join the NASDAQ offer to not add another gateway there. So if it comes up and hits me through 50, then we'll be out of another piece now on Tesla as it just continues to go one way or the other. I did not mean to ignore the BBAI note. Someone gave a super chat in there, so I want to thank you for that as well. And look, we played this one like a glove, like not like fitting like OJ's glove, like it fit almost perfectly, this glove. You know, we had got it on the way back in and we did the whole 650, 750, 850, and that's what we wound up doing again. We actually missed our 850 fill, but that got into 848 or whatever was the high of that day when we just made it there on Big Bear AI. But yeah, out again, we're long at $4, and there we go. We just got that. So we got out on the way up there. We're long at $4, and that's from this move down. I actually did not average into it right there. I think the next time that it does fall in, I know your question was, what do you think about 650? I'll tell you in a minute, but you know, the next time this happens, we're going to pick up a little bit more. We'll rebuy the 750s. You know, or whatever. We got out the same amount of shares on the way up. So we'll rebuy where we got out. So sell 750, rebuy 450 if we get a chance, maybe $5. But if you're talking about right now, and again, we want to thank everybody who's fan funding right now. And you can see that thing in the back that's helping us build this up, you know. But there was right there, BBI, consider buy from 650 or would I wait for a run? Yeah, so there, I kind of just answered the question about waiting for the run down into the 200. I think that that's probably a better thing there, control escape, than getting back in it now. But I don't mind what you're thinking about. And I think this 650 right there today, because we do this loop down, I think you can probably think about buying right now and just by 20 or so percent. Like if you break that 650 level, then yeah, I would say we're going, this is a 5-minute chart, then I would say that you are going to go back into that downside. The 50 period is at $6. Again, I like it. I think, like Neil said there, I know if Amazon ever gets to the 200, we'd like to buy it, but I know that right here, this came back through and it's trying to dance in between. So Amazon is going to be a much different business, of course, than BBAI, so you want to make sure you do get a much better price. My last buy, which was last week, we bought Nvidia at 175 because that was the 50 period moving average, and I wanted it at that level. We had bounced off of there a couple times, and I just thought this was the next one to take out those highs. It's not like we're gloating about this trade or anything right now, but it is here $6 in the money. And that's Amazon still. It is now 6 in the money, but not willing to get it out. This is something I'm trying to hold for, not forever, but hold at least until the 200 break. So I just think when you're buying good companies, remember BBAI does not make any money. You know, it's kind of like Palantir. Why? You don't really need to step in. If you just waited for the 50 period moving average, what's his name comes in and Andrew left and just says, it doesn't have a good PE, and then all of a sudden it goes whoops, right there back into the downside as people are like, what? And then they say, well, wait a second, it's a growth stock, and then it just bounces right back up off of those levels again, right? And so I always think this, depending on, I think Reddit's another great name for. I know I'm just sort of spitballing here, but this is another name. I'm trying to think of growth names that just are hitting at the top of my head right now, like another name where I really like the stock, and it has pulled back, you know, a lot. But to me, it's not yet at this 50 period moving average where I want to sit there and buy. You know, Snapchat was a good call. PayPal was a good call. You know, Marvell at those lows were good, but you got to wait for the lows to come through. And then when they do is when you sort of want to pound. So I think Reddit is another one of those high value names that you want to think about. And then, you know, you wouldn't be a trader
Another one.
if you didn't keep getting out. So there it is, man. We props it up there for our outs on Tesla. I hope some of you were taking that with us. Miss Adara.
Yeah, President Trump has decided not to take questions today. He actually said it's not the right time for questions. We're still settling things out. Plus, he has to meet with some lawmakers with regards to the government shutdown. So he actually made the call and said no questions today. Alas, this press conference is over. We don't have to worry about any Q&A here with President Donald Trump or Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. They both said we're not going to answer anything right now. Back to you.
Now that you don't see very often. The president doesn't want to take questions. That's interesting. Usually it's like that's any press conference, you know you're going to get some Q&A, and that's where the excitement sort of begins. Be free, if you could. You said, please answer my super chat, and then I couldn't find the super chat. Like I went to fan funding, I didn't see it. If you could just repeat the question, that would be fantastic. I'd love to see. We're never trying to miss a question, but I legitimately don't see the super chat. Like there's only one place I can go, and I just looked it up and didn't see it in there. So
maybe it's for the midday. I don't know.
That's possible. Yeah, it's also a different stream. That makes the most sense. It probably was a midday. But if you're in the chat, because you asked again, so just throw the question in. You don't have to send a super chat or anything. Just be free. Throw your question in the chat, and we'll talk right about it. So with the market pulling back, and I'll get to Google in a second, because Alphabet caught a little bit of a downward swing a second ago. ETH bouncing off VWAP. I'm looking to see if this can get back into the high. It's just stair-stepping up. The hold of VWAP is something that it didn't do. It did it right away at the open. If you didn't get it there, it didn't hold it very well the last time, but now it's doing so on momentum. So ETH back above 4,000 looking pretty good, but the market taking a bit of a turn, and partly because Google just broke the low of the day.
Ooh.
And has been trending down. It's only down 1%, but I'd like to say that's distinctly different from everything else. Good news is it's not underneath Thursday's low, so it's not breaking any huge levels. But if we lose 240 on Alphabet, just remember how parabolic this move got on Alphabet when it broke out at 215. That was a really, really quick move of $40 for Alphabet when it was channeling for a really long time. So the 240 level was the most recent break. I think if we lose that, this could be in the nice dip buy mode. Like, who wouldn't want the 50 period again here? The stock really respected this channel, and it was the last bounce off the 50 period moving average, like here, when it started to really channel the top end of the range. So good look there on Alphabet. Well, I mean, it's been a good look on Alphabet. It's not very good today. I think 250 breaks down, and it's time to put in some stink bids if you want to be dip buying this stock. If you don't, then that's up to you. Adara?
Late day private placement announcement here for APDN. Applied DNA Sciences. Look like this might be holded, actually. They're announcing a private placement of up to $58 million to launch BNB Treasury Strategy. So another Treasury strategy play. This one is APDN. Beyond the Treasury strategy news, this is a small cap that's run in the past. It's what we sometimes refer to as a repeat offender. So a small cap making, I guess, one of many moves to the upside in the past anyway. APDN, Treasury strategy play. Back to you.
There it is. Yeah, so it is a treasury strategy play. And just real quickly here, thanks, Chase the Pax. I appreciate your comments in the chat, that's for sure. And then right here, 442. We just got out again right there on Tesla. I'm not feeling this market, man. APDN, all right, applied DNA halted right now. So yeah, good look out, Adara. Thanks for bringing this one up, as this one looks to get lower and lower and lower. Nah, it halted higher right there. So yeah, I mean, good move. I'm just playing around about the lower, but watch out where it's going to open up at. We've already been here before. So there's a complete reverse split, 30-1 or something like that. It looks like they reverse split here as well to get above. It looks like they reverse split there to get above. This is the one thing that our charts actually do good at, is not sort of readjusting sometimes to the reverse split. So it gives us a good idea of when it actually happens. But right there, 220. I don't think that was a reverse split, right? So right now, good move upside. We just got the story, another treasury. I don't really consider these treasury plays to be plays anymore. It was kind of cool in the beginning when you had Tom the Pumper Lee give his opinion on Ethereum, and I think that actually moved Ethereum a lot. I don't think any of these are going to move the needle, especially in the coin space. But if you do get it early, I think 1 or 2 days definitely gives you the juice to these names. And APDN, there it goes, man. It halts at 511 up to 575. So please, don't sleep on any of these, but there is a halt there already earlier today. You could just see by these gaps in volume, I would think that this either, I mean, it looks like it halted right there, right off the open again. Numerous halts today on this name, but it does get as high as, what a surprise, 540. If you look at 540 again for APDN applied DNA, that's right where it should fade from. We're already back here in July, so I just want to say, like, take everything here with a grain of salt. When this thing opens up, I would love for it, because I'm assuming that there's going to be some traders that are long in our chat. I would love for this thing to continue out through, but please put some kind of an out around 630. This is not financial advice, just advice that I would consider worthy. In 630 to 640, see if you can get a piece out somewhere up into there, and yeah, go with that at that point. The tap now is $6. So you are going to get that bump. So I would put a market on open order out. Looks like it's going to maybe be a 10-minute halt, because the time right now,
yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, the time right now, as you can see, is 3:14. In lovely, as you can see right beside us there, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, right there, 3 minutes, 15 seconds, 3 hour, 15 and zeros, not that that matters. It was halted at 3:08. So normally if it's 5 minutes, obviously that would have happened already. That would be 15:13. So that's already over with. So I would say 3:18:17 or so, although that's a D print. So this is on the NASDAQ. So the last NASDAQ print is right here. So that's at 14 seconds. So 3:18:14. 3:18:14. Look for that opening there on APDN, unless of course it doesn't, and then we'll have to wait on that. So I'm going to say again, a pretty good out for us. I'm not going to do it, chase the packs. Another good out for us here on AMD at VWAP. Boom goes the dynamite, and we've been trying to mention to you that we would get out again. Oh yeah, I'm not going to bid any more 340s. Someone asked if I would bid down here if it came back in. So I'm bidding 339.50 just because I'm going to take a 50-cent hit if it breaks 339. The bottom of the day is 339.50. We've really emptied it out, man. We talked about emptying it out there. We have 4 more outs now as we start to blast down. So I consider these all, honestly. Money. Even though we're down where we are right now, put the money in your pocket, man, and watch it grow. And I mean, the fact that we're able to get out of Tesla near the highs and then it comes right back in, this is what it's about. And look, we could have taken 440 again. Remember, 440 is what we wrote down. And often I'll look back at this and be like, but I'm writing these at 8 o'clock. So the difference is that right now the day's already long in the tooth and we're getting into levels that have already been tested. So we were right about 440. We nailed the 440. It's just a matter, and again, as it was written. But right now, you know, trade's getting set up for tomorrow. I mean, this is a big break lower here as we are now at NASDAQ low of day, right? So yeah, that low of day break was just happened, Neil. So
it was Google that I think took us down.
Yeah, I mean the market's still up, so I would say that it's been a nice September run, and you know ahead of again the next earnings season and the next wave of interest rate cuts, which are not for another 4 weeks. I can't see that much in the way of being positive. I don't know if the market thought more was coming from Trump. They didn't really get anything.
We're past the earnings, and like I think all of the earnings helped us get through, because I mean ultimately people can talk about sandbagging all they want, but I mean ultimately it was a good earnings season. Whether you agree with it or not, stock prices reflected it. And certainly beating expectations. I think it was like well over like 70, probably close to 80%.
Yep.
At least in the S&P 500. That's usually the stat that you'll hear, because people don't talk about that for the Russell. I have no idea how the Russell did during earnings season, but the S&P did fantastic. And now that you're past that, I don't know what gets us the next leg. Maybe we get a little bit of a malaise. But on that, when the low of the day broke, ETH broke the trend. So we were long at 50. It went into the 60 level, 3160. It broke the trend line pretty decently there. So that's an easy out. And that was really distinct. Like you're just slowly grinding higher, and it was right when the market took the low, you're going to break down underneath that trend. It's not looking incredibly healthy anymore. Apple, which I thought that would look pretty good for a VWAP bounce, no strength as the market's breaking low. That continues lower and lower and lower. In the chat, I'm not going to say, but volume spike here on Open Door. Yeah, that's a pretty hefty volume spike on Open Door. And not a good looking, that's not a good candle for that volume spike, because that's actually a rejection over the volume weighted average price. Open door down 5%. There was no catalyst for open door today. Just, I mean, I hate to say it, like sort of resuming its lower high and downtrend. So it held $9, and now it's looking like it's heading right back to $8. Whatever that volume spike was, I didn't hear anything in my ear. I didn't see any news on it. I'll quickly double check. But that's a rejection candle of VWAP here. So that to me usually suggests a short, which we have free locates on this stock. So I'm going to keep this one up, see if I can't find it. If there's no story, then it just goes back to usually doing what it did before, which is rejecting under VWAP.
I don't know if Adair mentioned this, but it's Applied DNA appoints the Mooch, Anthony Scaramucci, as an advisor. So Adair did not report that, but that is there. So
the coin is Binance Coin.
Yeah. Okay. Binance Coin. Okay. So
that's the treasury. Yeah.
That's the treasury. They're doing all right. So it's already up to 640 right now, 638, and not opened up at 308. 308 was the halt. So yeah,
so it should be open now.
That's why I went over to it. I thought it would be open because you could see right here the halt 308. So right now it's 320. So.
Is it for sure?
No, open right now.
Yeah, it's volatility.
Right there. So yeah, they announces that Judy Murrah has voluntarily resigned from her role as president and CEO, and the Mooch is stepping in as a advisor.
Mooch.
So he's going to grab some advisory shares there. And they also have a $58 million pipe offering that involves filling the pipe with 4.7 million shares of common stock and warrants. And their cryptocurrency offering involves over 3.3 million warrants and common warrants. So both with an exercise price of $3.82 and are good for the next 5 years. So warrants are always fun to be holding on to because if the name blasts for you, then you get that upsized benefit. With only 30 minutes left until imbalances, we're just going to wait for the low of the day on Tesla. We did good to get out of it, that is for sure. On any weakness, I've already talked about it. I know you mentioned picking up some Amazon last week. I'm going to wait for Meta. So Meta would be one that I want to pick up. Honestly, I want to put my money where my mouth is. I keep saying every person that's born, Meta gets a new customer. And, you know, if this one can ever get down into 670.
Jericho.
As we shout out Chris Jericho, good one there, Neil. As we get into, shout out to AEW Wrestling, where Chris Jericho, I believe, currently is, but maybe not. $6.70.
He's still going?
Yeah, those guys are still going. So is Badass Billy Gunn, and all these guys are still a big part of it. My brother was there was an AEW event here in Toronto last weekend. I couldn't go because
I had no idea he was still.
Yeah, it's great. It's great entertainment. All right, 670 to 680. Anyways, I think this is a good spot for Meta. I want to buy it before the 200 period moving average. You know, I got bigger problems to think about if Meta does come all the way down. And then I was also thinking, and I got lazy this week, well, not this weekend, but every weekend, about doing some research because FCX, I do like the copper play. I mean, my car is down. Darn it. Oh. This was a mine problem, obviously, not mine. I mean, it is my problem because I didn't get in, but one of their mines had an accident there last week, and Freeport came all the way back in, and I wanted to figure out the complexity of that issue, and because, again, I really like copper. I mean, this is what FCX is doing. This is what Dr. Copper is doing. Of course, this is the Copper Mines ETF. You're going to see a completely different look than what FCX is doing, right? Look at what the heck copper's on right now. Forget about silver, forget about gold, although silver and gold, COPX is absolutely moonshotting. This name from the April lows was $31. It's a double on copper since April. Let me check out what gold is doing since April. And not to compare the two, obviously one's a little more speculative than the other. Gold is 275 to 350, so obviously nowhere near the return that copper's had, but gold has just been so much appreciated over this last month. I don't, to me again, not to tell people what to do because I'm only here for my trades, man, not for anything that I can actually say. I think this 305 area up to 352. That move in 1 month, and I'm glad that Neil hit the register there, I would be thinking about taking something off just because of that kind of a move. It's less than 1% in my portfolio, so I feel that if it was proper allocation, 3 to 5%, then I would probably be nipping this out a little bit. It's kind of like the next time Bitcoin does get to 125, I will be taking some off. Next time Solana gets to 250, I will be taking some off. I just think that there is some prudency to all of that, especially in the metals game.
Also keep in mind how much of, like, you're talking about there also being the government shutdown. And typically speaking, when we get all scared about the government shutdown, it ends up either not happening or not being very long. And to any extent that like the latest pushes have been related to that, like you have potentiality of, hey, no shutdown, crisis averted, and then all of a sudden gold could go stabilize there. But the other side of that coin is from a long-term standpoint, when they keep allowing to borrow more, in a long run, I think gold does absolutely fine. Because, and this is the other reason we like Bitcoin as well. You know, if you just continue to allow more printing of money forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, then things like gold are forever.
But I mean, is it forever? Be relevant. I don't know if it's forever ever.
Well, I think I'm pretty sure I've told the story before. I had a professor at university, an economics professor, and we were talking about like debt. Like money creation essentially being debt creation is money creation. And when I asked him what would happen if every single government overnight balanced their budgets, and he said, well, we would have a pretty ridiculous recession. It would be really bad.
Okay.
Because of the contraction of the money supply, first of all, it couldn't happen, but it would be disastrous if it did happen. And that's worth thinking about for a second. That's why gold sometimes has a place. With only about 25 minutes to the imbalances. Also, I'll get a look at the early look here for everybody here. You should do that around this time. CVE, 5 million. Okay, that's kind of random. QSR, 1.1 million. That could be worth watching. NEO, 1 million to the buy side. These are all buys. CNQs there. I'd say QSR worth a look. CVE, that's kind of interesting. 5 million on CVE. Is it moving? It's actually going down on that buy imbalance. So worth watching. Anytime there's a big buy imbalance and a stock might be playing off for the low, you might be provided with an opportunity to buy it off the low for a quick little 350 bounce. 350 being the time that the imbalance is displayed publicly. So Apple finally got back into VWAP here. Just grabbed it when it hit the volume weighted average price and closed above VWAP, opened the next candle of the volume weighted average price, just stuck some bids in, got 2 of the 3, and looking for this to bounce. But if we get to the high before the imbalance is hit, I'd want to take this one out for sure. Like very range-bound day for Apple. Didn't break the low like Google did. And Google, I'm going to make a guess that it's bouncing. No, it's not. Not at all. And I saw the market go back. The NASDAQ got back above the lows, and Google just still holding the low of the day. And that's weak. Incredibly weak.
0.27, it's such a big run.
M-Sense, what about PCE, which Adara had news on earlier? Is it an overnight hold? PCE? You mean PG&E? Well, I'm not aware of the news on that name. So
PGE, right?
PGE, I think you mean, right?
PGE, there was something there with them. It was like they were raising some of their rates, I guess, heading into 2030. They do kind of gas type plays, so it was just more, I guess, their projections going forward, they had increased or something.
Okay. Yeah, like it's not something we had looked at. Citron short on Rigetti. Oh boy. Well, they almost shouldn't have short reports. Like this, when the valuation is so obscene, like what's the short report gonna say? Like
it's the same shit they said at Palantir.
Yeah, but there's a very distinct difference between the valuation of Palantir, which is making $1 billion in revenue, and Rigetti, which is making a few $1 million in revenue and has $1 billion market cap. Those are not the same thing.
Well, I don't know.
Like the quantum valuations are on a different level of nonsensical. So coming out with a short report, it's like, it's kind of pointless. Like I could tell you that whatever city you're from in the States, if you have a baseball team, your highest paid player probably has greater revenue on a single season than Rigetti has next quarter. And this is $1 billion market cap. So Citron saying that these guys are short, it's like,
But
well,
it's like Vladdy, you pay for the
what are we
performance
talking
in the
about
future,
here?
not the current performance, right? So I think that that's the whole
but
thing.
this is a different story.
I-
Well, it actually is down 8%, but yeah, lo and behold, of course, it's already off the highs we're getting.
Yeah, we're getting stock, King Griffin, Tudor Jones. I was trying to see if what the exact story was there. I
read it in the chat. I don't know.
Who said there was a short report?
I read it.
You read it in the chat.
I read it in the chat, and there was a corresponding volume spike to the downside.
Okay, so I don't know if that is accurate or not. If Rigetti, if they do have it, because that would, I mean, to your point, I think it makes sense, right? Like, why would they put something out if it doesn't really have any money? So, but anyways, we'll wait on that one. But thanks for reporting it, guys, in the chat.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, it's a lot of rumors that are being spread around on X. No one can give any confirmation that Citron is short Rigetti, but people keep circulating that Citron is short Rigetti. Now, what this sometimes means is we know sometimes Andrew Left of Citron Research will go on news programs and talk about his short positions. That's how we introduced the PLTR short. That could be what's happening here, but if I get details, I'll let you know.
Yeah, thanks, Adair.
All right.
My own point is like, what's the point? I get it. It's usually.
I mean, these guys it's clickbait stuff, right? I mean, this guy needs to get people to follow him and all.
Or, look, maybe someone has shorted at the top and is just looking, because look, it has made, like, look at the move. Like, when this doubled from like $16 here, it was all green. It didn't have a red day in it until last week. So when you move like that, like, somebody shorted it on the first red day, because that's how some people roll, or I should say hedge funds. That's how they will roll. And then look at the consolidation. So certainly it makes sense to me that someone put on a short in this, a big one that held it up last week, and then maybe that's the reason why it goes. David, you've got your silly trades of the day. Thank you for the super chat there, David. Added more to KTOS, MindMed, USAR, SLVP is Rigetti revenue from merch. Well, I don't know. Actually, I genuinely don't know what it is that they even sell at this point, Rigetti. I just remember that they actually did have a revenue. They just signed a deal. It was a 3-year, $15 million deal. I forget exactly whom it was with. That was just a couple of weeks ago in Rigetti, but I'm not sure exactly what it is that they're selling, but I don't own the stock, so it doesn't really matter to me. So KTOS, MindMed, MNMD. I know someone that likes that name. The NOS boss, I believe, likes a little MindMed. 12% for MindMed. It's kind of random.
Yeah, breaking out.
And legit breaking out on the daily. Look at that. Breaking $10. You got one. Look at the hold of the 50-period moving average. Sometimes when accumulation happens on a stock, it's a signal of something. I bet you this still has a pretty decent short flow, which might help you on that move. MMND. Oops. MNMD. Of course there is an MMND. MNMD. Neil, Mind Medicine. I wanted to find it on the wrong one. I was looking at the news instead of the actual details. It's probably still a decent short flow. So MNMD, take a second. Only 11%. Only 11% short flow, but very close to some local highs after breaking out $10, $11 here. I know at some point I lost on this stock. I don't remember when and how much, but it was a long time ago. So I'd have to go back and double check. I know I own shares of this and lost money on it. I just don't remember. Was it COVID?
I can tell you. I'll tell you how much I'm down.
It was 2020, something like that. I just wanted to find it on. I wanted to find it.
We had the IPO day for MindMed.
Exactly.
We had MindMed IPO on our show.
I can look it on my e-signal.
Sure, yeah, do that. I'll tell you guys.
Because it's NASDAQ.
I'm going to say probably down 95%.
It's usually that much.
Is how much I'm down on MindMed, but I will double check for you. Up, I mean, I just looked today, up 78% on Intel.
750.
What
Can't
day?
be right. It was right here. It looks like the 2nd of March,
Probably
2020. And then all the way back.
All the way
down to
back.
the upside. So obviously a little bit of shenanigans in between. Clearly.
I'll tell you about some shenanigans. Oh no, I might have sold it. Okay, so it's definitely not in my TFSA unless it's in the U.S. side. Oh, that's probably where I bought it because, oh no, I would have bought it in the, oh yeah, there it is. I have it in the United States. Yeah, down 77% I am on MindMed. Right there, so yeah. There it is, man. 99% on ACB. down 99% on Tilray and ACB and all of those names as well. But as we just said, up 70. I like that USAR call, up 74% on Intel. We only bought that a while ago, so making it back a little bit with that name. So we feel good about our position. So holler at anybody that we talk about this all the time, that are traders and that have hits on some positions, and you just got to realize them. And the number one thing, it's just like day trading, man. Just be honest with yourself. And if you made a bad trade, cover it and get out, and don't hold something down 77%. That's when I was a little less disciplined, because the money was just insane back in the day when your boy was trading crypto, especially even on this platform. Crazy. All right, so just here, USAR. I like the USAR rare earth metal play. We had Steve Teilman on from Trade the News on Friday. He was talking about this play as well, and I actually told him, like, this is actually a weird one. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So this one may be on the way down, but that's where we use technical analysis to our advantage and at least just draw some fancy lines. This is the 50-period moving average that is held for USAR. So in the rare earth metal play, we saw LAC get, it didn't get taken private, but it acted like it did when it went up to $7 there. I think it was a 10% or so stake taken again by the U.S. government all the way to the upside. They had extension on that play, just like MP Metals, or it's MP Materials, isn't it actually? Is it Materials?
Yeah, MP Materials.
Yeah, Materials, yeah. So there that goes upside, right? And now you're starting to fade back in that one. So the next name that they may decide to take a piece in, of course, would be that USAR, is that what it was?
UCAR.
I don't know, whatever, I just had it up. UCAR, I don't know what it was.
Is it USAR or UCR?
I don't know, go USA.
We were literally just looking.
Yeah, I know, USCR?
No, it's USAR.
USAR, yeah. Yeah, USAR. Okay. But anyways, there's MP, and here's that extension move from them and a little bit higher. So I don't know which one's going to be the right play, but we do know that taking stakes in companies, especially recently, has worked out, including Intel. Had that big move upside there when it was just $5 billion announced from. It's funny because Nvidia gives $100 billion to OpenAI, $5 billion to Intel, and that's really worked out for them lately. And of course, we saw that GM got lifelines. I feel like that's more like what Intel got from the government a little bit there. And then there was another name other than LAC. There was Intel. There was another one that the government put some money into. Yeah, USSR. Yeah, that's a funny one. I don't know if there's anything going to ever get resolved over there. We did see oil today was making the move higher, I thought. That would be the October contract. Should be in play right now. No, it doesn't look like V is working out. Was it the September contract? Anyways, I'm called up the wrong contract. Let me just check out what's going on XLE then. Yeah, maybe it's still on the September. That doesn't make sense. I don't know. See why I called up the November, but that's not right. I don't know what the October one is. But there's XLE. So sorry, it was down.
It's X.
Yeah, XLE was down 2% today. So oil not having a great day. I saw gas at 118 or something. In my neighborhood on the other day at a Shell gas station, 118 per liter. So that's, let me just do the math here. There's 3.7 liters in a gallon, so $1, this is cheap though, 118 times 3.7
that's pretty good.
Times $1.38. So right now we're about $6 a gallon here for gas. So you tell me what it is in your neighborhood. We're $6.
Bet you better than that.
A gallon right now in Ontario, and we're supposed to be oil producing nation. So thanks government for taxing the shit out of us, especially in the oil space. Yeah, but I got an electric car now,
but at least our economy is doing fantastically.
Yes, it's doing absolutely
and youth
fantastic.
Unemployment isn't running rampant, and overall unemployment is at 7%.
Half the price in Ohio? Man,
and we have 7% unemployment here. 7.
Is that right? How many liters in a gallon? Are we paying that much more?
Your calculation was cool.
Yeah, it's 3.7.
It's 3.7.
So 118 times 3.7 times 1.38. We're paying $6 a gallon here.
No, we get jacked. We get jacked. We get jacked in a lot of things, though. Not just keeping it real.
No, we do.
There's no
Canada's a disaster.
No, there's no free lunch or anything at the end of the day. So we have a lot of services that have to get paid for, and
services are in the drain,
and they're not going well either. Although I will say this, and for everyone that craps on the healthcare system, I think I got redonkulously lucky with. Everyone talks about MRI rates, I should say. I didn't experience that.
Yeah, but in the States, it'd be one day.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's
Right.
It's
So,
super,
I mean,
it's super fast.
We still lose and everything.
But people talk about, like, oh, you couldn't get an MRI for like a year. And I'm
Wow.
like,
Those people
what?
are...
Like a year? I got one in like a couple
Dude, my
of
mom's
weeks.
getting hip replacement surgery in about 1 month. Like, didn't even have to wait, really.
Like, it's not, some of the horror stories, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's still not as good as you can get it anytime you want.
$6 Canadian. Yeah, it's $6 Canadian.
Yeah.
Canadian
dollars.
Yeah. So
Canadian dollars, yeah.
I told you guys, I did the math. So it's 118 times 3.7. So that would be, so really per gallon in US dollars, no, because I'd have to go up. No, I think my math is right. I'm using Canadian money to give you guys the $6, right? So if that was then, what math did I do wrong? $1.18 Canadian times 3.7 gives us $4 Canadian a gallon.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so $4 Canadian a gallon. Then I upped it, so it is $6. So it's, no, that'll be the other way around. So it's only, then I added it, I multiplied it to get US dollars.
Oh, you need.
So it's the other way around. I got divide by
like
0.78
2.2
or so.
2.3 maybe.
It's 5.60, I think, or so, maybe a gallon. I don't know. I'll redo the math.
Just very quickly here.
Good call.
Looks like Apple running into some resistance
Apple turned rotten?
at 254.5. Actually, we got some really good Royal Gala apples this weekend.
Royal Gala. Okay, yeah, I like those ones. Yeah. They're the hard. Are they harder? I like the hard apples.
They should. Well, not all. I mean, a lot of times they are. I tend. When it's a bad one, it's not hard. That's the way I look at it.
Golden Delicious is the only one that my kids will eat. I don't know what the hell's wrong with them.
What's wrong with Golden Delicious?
Nothing. I love Golden Delicious, but it's like
okay.
literally like only like there's like, oh, if it's not Golden Delicious. I played that Golden song at our that's the K-pop song at hockey. Big hit.
Well, the kids really love that song.
Some kids were dancing on the ice, and other ones were looking at me like I was on crack cocaine. And then I followed it up.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Then I followed it up with soda pop, and then they scored.
So now you got to always play soda pop.
Yeah.
It's that simple. It is that simple. APDN, everybody, looks like it finally opened.
Ooh.
What's up with the halt length here? So it did open, all right, it opened higher and then halted, then opened again and halted down. So your newest crypto treasury play, this is a Binance treasury play. One halt up, one halt down, and still up 33%. So yeah, like this open here was a 650. It looks like it opened at 650, tested the high, and then came right back on. So tested breaking out the top, and then came right back into the downside. As I mentioned, Apple kind of ran into a bit of resistance here at the $0.50, but only 9 minutes to go till the imbalances come in. Fair enough. Giorgino. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble saying that name. You started shorting EA since this morning, and you started shorting Riot 10 minutes ago. Well, one of those things has been trending down all day, and the other one's Riot. Riot's been blasting all day long.
Yeah, crypto.
Oh, it couldn't break that $20 level.
Crypto.
Yeah, I guess if you shorted the $20 level here on Riot, that would make some sense. For anyone, if you were here this morning, I gave the entire rationale to why I thought that EA was a short all day long. It simply had to do with when the press release stated the deal is expected to be closed is not till the beginning of 2027. The risk-free rate, by any calculation, I don't care when you put it in early 2027 or what interest rate you use, as long as it's reasonable, a reasonable rate, you get about $199 to $200 for the fair value, and it didn't even fall that far. Like, it actually didn't fall that far. I have a trailing stop on it right now. I was just shorting under VWAP, and you couldn't get VWAP very many times. So it might do the same thing tomorrow, but we'll see. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
META dropping here. I'm seeing a report suggesting that OpenAI is launching a social app. It apparently appears pretty similar to TikTok. It's powered by Sora 2. So META looks like OpenAI could be stepping into their stepping into their space a little bit, reportedly launching a social app. Back to you.
OpenAI social app.
I would just buy more Meta. So I'm not, like I said, I mean, it's already a big part of the portfolio here. I'm not. Honestly, there's always going to be different social medias that are coming out, right? Like, so the thread on Instagram was TikTok. Okay, TikTok's been around for 5 years, 10 years, maybe more. I should ask Sharif. I don't know. A decade? I don't know. Meta's only been doing this. Has TikTok existed in 2023? Did TikTok exist in 2022?
But they got passed by Google.
Yeah,
YouTube
exactly.
Shorts.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So then, that was my next example. Was like, so the next competition to TikTok would be potentially YouTube Shorts or YouTube in general or whatever. This is what the competition looks like for that. Now, I'm just kind of showing you. I don't think that a story doesn't mean that it's a negative well-being for them. I think it's bad. Like I said, the next shoe to drop is going to be something that maybe none of us can really even think of. And, for Meta, maybe it is a brand new app that comes from OpenAI that destroys, their current business model. And that's fine. Mark Zuckerberg will just buy something or improve his app and get it figured out and implement it in there. I mean, these guys have so much cash that I think that stories like this are just really, honestly, just buying opportunities. But I wouldn't buy this now anyways. I've already did the work. I showed you. I think that coming back into the 200 period is probably a little worth it, although their PE, and I'm looking, there's a reason why we were loving Alibaba lower when its PE was much more reasonable than where it is right now, right? Meta, I think, still has a 27 or 28 PE, which is fine. I still think it doesn't fit the growth stock because the way their earnings, they don't grow in the same way that you'd like to see a growth stock move, but whatever is what I say to that. This is still, in my opinion, can do whatever it wants to do. And there it is right here, their PE 26, 25. So I think that that's still a reasonable PE here, but I'd like to see it just get a little bit lower than where we are right now in order to buy that name. And then even Google's PE still same kind of level, 26, 27. The best PE in the business, and it's just, I have to see what Tencent is doing. You heard this from me a couple weeks ago when I was telling you I want to buy Tencent and Alibaba. Since then, Alibaba, I should have just punched the key at 156. I waited for 152. Tencent's forward P is only 19. So I really like that. And again, that was at $80. I should have bought this one. And then Alibaba, I'm still long it. We can check. It's probably a decent size position too. I know the size of it's not as big as it should be, but this PE right now is only 23 and 19. Forward 23, current 19. So imagine what this PE was on Alibaba when it was, $80. You could do the math and figure it out, but that's Meta. Here goes Alibaba looking at the chart, just straight fire over the last little while. Like its PE, it hasn't reported since. It was down here at 120, man, a month ago. That's when the PE was like 17 or 18. Now you're blasting up there. Still very, very reasonable to buy Alibaba.
It's still cheap
way cheaper
relative to the North American mega caps. And on top of that, like you get cloud growth with Alibaba that's resembling like the top end, which is Google and Azure, and it has better growth than Amazon in cloud revenues, which is pretty darn good. Last I checked. But I wouldn't be too concerned. The historical PE of Meta, it's not that bad. Like, it's actually more stable than you think in the 20s. At least the last few years, like Meta has been under 30 and holding on to like 22. So 27 is not actually egregious. It's kind of like middle of the range for the last few years here on Meta. I was surprised by that. Actually, it's been very stable in the 20s here.
Yeah, it's good.
Like really, really stable. I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised by that. Like go to 5 year, you can see this a little bit better. Like it is near the top end. So when it gets in the low 20s, it's generally been pretty good because the last bump up, it consolidated and it hit the low 20s, and that's when you got the big bounce. Sometimes historical PE matters, sometimes it doesn't, but I think it's a good opportunity in Meta. Like, don't tell me that I'm not scared of this. And when I looked at the story, it said specifically for AI-generated content, this OpenAI platform. So I don't know how much that would really even eat in to Instagram, but if it's only AI-generated content specifically, like it would seem to me like a lot of what is done on Instagram is not that. I mean, of course there is, but if it's exclusively AI, not worried at all.
I don't think it's going to be an AI
about
app.
that.
I think just one developed by OpenAI.
Well,
probably have some cool being able to make pictures, and I mean you could do a lot of that already with Instagram, like all those filters and whatnot. Just Tesla. I mean, again, same trade, man. We've been talking about it the whole time. We talked about trying to get some more down here. We didn't want to get 440s. We wanted to get the low of the day, but there it is, man. You are now extension plus over $2 now in the money on this name, as we'll take some more out. So there it is. We get another out there at 25. We got another out at the 200 period moving average. So Tesla's really been working, and I hope that you guys bought that dip there. We were already in it. It was your chance to sort of join the trade. So as that continues to go upside right now is Tesla. AMD props up for anybody that sort of followed that logic, getting out there at the VWAP when they all sort of combined there. The 200 period, VWAP and everything sort of just made a nice little home. So we were like, whoopsies, we will get out of that one and watch it go into the downside. The market on closing balances just heard a minute, well, it didn't, but I hear that it's only a minute left. And so right there, we'll figure this out. They're all going to come. These are all New York names. Oh, CCL was an earnings report today that was apparently a
big
double miss. So, oh no, it was a double beat.
No, double beat and it still went down.
Yeah, so still double beat there. But remember, earnings, just so everybody's aware, it doesn't really matter what you did current quarter. It matters what you're looking forward at. And Oracle was a good example of that. And now you're seeing Oracle come right back to life. They missed on their earnings report. So why did it shoot up 40% that day? Well, because they announced OpenAI as a buyer, and then you got the TikTok news as well of their platform. And now it looks like it wants to get right back into a more reasonable level. This is definitely a buy at 260. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Now those imbalances are now out. So let's have a quick look to see if there's anything. There's Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia's trying to go ham right there, probably back there to the upside. Apple's a nice little buy side up to 255. We like that. $4 billion as a buy. Intel says I'm buying, but no one else is. Amazon's a buy. We really like that one, man. Amazon's been a good one. There's Google, had a downside play, but also a buy. What is my guy doing right here? Tesla. I have no idea, but Tesla right now is, let's go, man. It's a hot dog kind of day for that play, as there goes Tesla now $3 in the money and going higher. So congratulations to everybody, man. Even Snapchat off of that 760. I still hope this comes back into 760. I think I will take a stab if that can come back in. But it's Apple, Nvidia, and NEOG right here. Obviously, if you're not trading NEOG, then I have no idea what you're doing. But that one right there, not doing anything on this imbalance either. Lyft had a nice move up to some of those highs on the daily chart. I think it's been pulling back. No, not really. 24, that could be a breaking spot there too for LYFT, Lyft.
Still won't take lifts. It's been a long time. But Nike, I don't know if you mentioned, Nike with 1.6. They report after the bell tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
Lululemon having a nice day.
There's still some earnings to get through, and that's definitely one of them. And Nike didn't really, it's like 1.6 million is pretty solid, but it barely moved on that. Like if Nike was going to go, that's really good volume. Like 1.6 million into 12 is actually a decent chunk. Like you're looking at 13%. You'd think it would move a little bit more than that. Probably going to pair off would be my guess. But already starting to pair off some of those imbalances. Nvidia was 4, now 3.6. Apple, worth looking at. That NEOG, I don't know what's going on with it, but look, 4 million imbalance and it's only done 6 million on the day. If it's still there at 355, it might be worth a punch. My guess is it'll probably pair off. You don't usually see a stock that's barcoding 5 cents get a massive imbalance and not move at all. So either it pairs off and there's a complete nothing burger, we don't have to worry about it, or that sticks around at 355 and might be worth like a little bit of a scalp breakout trade. So I'd keep it up on the radar just for that. There is a buyer or refresher at 202. So I'm literally going to punch out of this stock because it is not. And this was here on EA at 202 at 151. And then there's still here, someone is literally holding the bid, showing a couple hundred shares and has been holding the bid forever on EA. So I'm jumping out of that one. And Vaughn Clark, we will get to your super chat right now. Swinging Ford. Randy would love to hear that. But NUAI looks decent. So I know what you're doing in Ford. It's as simple as this. Ford is closing above $12. Ford is closing above $12 for the first time since whatever this day is, July 24th of 2024. So July of last year was the last time Ford closed over $12. It's doing so again today. So Ford it's on a bit of a run. Not up much today, but good day on Friday for that. But NUAI looks decent. Don't know the stock. Get that one out of the way. I have no idea. What is NUAI? I'm just going to look it up.
UAI, I don't know.
NUAI.
Broadcom.
New Era Energy and Digital. Okay, what's the story here? 6% short float, not bad. Not really seeing any news. News September. Okay, so small cap energy name. When I look at this daily chart, I can't, it's like 30 cents to 240. Congratulations on the guts. This looks good for a swing to me. It was already gone parabolic. I'm the complete opposite on a penny stock. And to the extent that I've ever swung a penny stock, it's breaking out here, then you get the dollar break. I've already trimmed some at 2, and then let it ride, because if you get the double up, then you can let the profits ride, and then you can't lose on the trade at all. But to buy it on the parabolic is a totally different ballgame. I don't know anything about the name. I can just tell yeah, good luck. I don't know how. It looks good today, but you just had this stock go up 8x in 1 week. I'm more of a ring the register when a penny stock does that, as opposed to the other way around.
We're taking 250 right now on Tesla, and I will, Jacques, get to your question about reloading it at my initial level. But Trade the Pool beat Ackman. Okay, live trading competition is now here. October 8th to the 10th. Every day, Ackman makes his move. Your mission. He does make a move every day? Okay. Your mission, outperform him, beat his return, prove what you've got, indeed what it takes. And oh boy, as Tesla right now is mooning right here, but here we go. The grand finale is on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV. So that's great. With Trade the Pool team live in the studio, they'll tell you who wins. Probably Mitch will make probably $750,000. So get ready for this one. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. Both $25,000, $50,000, and even $100K evaluation accounts. Plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Wow, this is gonna be a lot of fun here on that day. So join us on October 13th. Scan the QR code to be part of it right there. But hey man, you only need one kind of trade right here today. Look at that Tesla off that bottom. But I do want to answer your question. And you had just said right here, following my previous Tesla question about how you got stopped out. How you got stopped out. Okay. How does it make sense for you to jump back in the long at your current price? So I was just wondering, do you mean when I was currently stopped, right there? Because the only time I got stopped out was right here at 9:50. So I got stopped out right there, and then again at right there at 4:42. But then what I did was I just did a deeper dive, right? And we had it posted here on the sticky note, and I don't know if you have access to this or not, my guy, but you could just go look right here. We said 440. We'll wait for the level break, right? So we did take the long. I thought Tesla was a long early, so I was buying this falling knife all the way down in. And then finally, once it made 440, and we just, I hate saying this joke, but it's like an old one from someone in my family. He used to say a blind guy could see this. But right into there, 440 was the closing level. So that's where, I kind of liked it, and we hit it, and the rest is history. So we hit it again, and we would have put it on another one, but I was waiting
Another one.
for these lows, 439.50 to fill, and then I was going to give it 50 cents. So yeah, man, big trade alert there on Tesla. We hit it to the view up a couple times. Either way, man, $3.40 now in the money, and I'm almost out. So I think I'm just going to get out right now on Tesla. We can't hold overnight. We'll end that trade off right there, and wait to see if we can do even more damage on this stock here tomorrow. But we were red on this stock early on Tesla and trying to make it back. So good levels there to get in and take it back up to the upside. So that's just following your rules. So rule-based trading is pretty much all that I try to do. So.
Before I get up to the desk, there's only 2 minutes to go here. I just want to, I'm surprised by this, but Wolf actually reopened, everybody.
Oh, wow.
So if you missed the story, they're getting delisted, I believe, October 10th, and there's a new company being formed. Current shareholders are getting 3 to 5% of the new Wolf.
Yeah, bad.
Which is not a lot. So congratulations. It's going up anyway, but it's kind of crazy. They are getting delisted, but creditors are getting the bulk of the new entity. So they're restructuring some debt significantly, and shareholders will get 3 to 5%. That's what the press release says. Should open up at 4 o'clock, but I'm going to get up to the desk. Have a good one there.
Yeah, we will.
Monday Night
Good
Football
luck
doesn't
tonight.
really matter to anybody.
It's double games.
It's 2 games, but I mean, kind of suck. So I'm not.
Yeah,
it's the Jets in Miami. Who cares about that?
Well, of course they suck. Those are both teams that are in your division, man. That's the reason part of the Bills.
We want Denver to win for.
Yeah, we want as many upsets as possible at the end of the day. There for our survivor pool. Okay, man. Yeah, thank you, everybody. We didn't get to this. This was for Neil, but what does that big ass volume and red candle mean on MP stock in the 3 to 5 minute chart? So I'll have a quick look at it and just to tell you guys what's up with that. So what's up, Kelvington? Oh no, there it is. Okay, for MP. Okay, so let me see if we can find that chart for you. We're out of everything. We're flat on everything. We were looking to take some Marvell. Oh, right here at 3:30. I don't know. Sometimes there's just a news dump or something. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm gonna. Hey-oh. Yeah, I apologize for that. I don't know. That to me, it's not at an area of concern. So that could have just been, again, somebody dumping a whole bunch of shares. You could wind up that there was an insider sale that came through. There could have been a level on the level 2 here that just kept on following it all the way up and then eventually got hit. I'm not sure. It looks like there was a buyer that got taken out, right? Oops, that's a roll call, wrong one. Here we go. With only less than 10 seconds left, make sure you do scan that QR code. I was actually looking at some VinFast cars around here. It looks pretty nice to me. For Singer TV VFS, make sure you do check it out. And thank you them for sponsoring. The market is now closed. Not too many earnings to hit tonight. We do have Lululemon. Well, Lululemon was up today. We do have Nike later on this week to come through as well. So I'll be on tomorrow with Adara and do all of that. Thank you so much for joining us again here today. It's been a great show. I'm going to sneeze one more time. I'm going to turn off my mic. Oh, got the mic turned off. Thank you so much for watching. I'm back tomorrow with hopefully less sneezes at around 8:30. I'll see you then. Go double check all the sticky notes, and I'll see if I can get that guy back live. Talk to you guys in a bit. It's Sean. It's the main show over. Recap show on now.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much on your market recap show brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX does start now, and what a day it was. We had $100 billion deals. We had shutdown, government shutdown risk, which is something we'll be talking about all week long. And then you had cannabis names going higher. What are you going to do? That pun sort of speaks for itself. So big one. And of course, later on this week, we're going to get Nike. We talked a little bit about that. But the big story, of course, for the market, with the potential government shutdown leads things off. But don't sleep on those cannabis moves after President Trump, with a simple post of a video, and all of a sudden you get 60% up on Tilray.
Yeah, it was really all it took. He just posted one video. It was like 3 minutes long. It was really odd. And again, you can check out, I have a whole rundown on this on X at TTV Research. Basically, he posted this video, but then, Neil, at one point, these names gave back some of the move on Monday afternoon.
Yes.
Now, why? Because the Marijuana Herald reported that the DOJ is requesting an extension. They're going to delay that rescheduling case until January 2026, if the report is to be believed. So, pretty interesting stuff there. Let's get started. They're talking about all of these stories for the day. Now, as you mentioned, Neil, the shutdown risk is a big concern, and it's also a big issue because we do have, of course, the BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, saying, hey guys, if the government is shut down, then as protocol, we are not going to be releasing our data, including those NFP prints we're expecting on Friday.
And that's a big data point for the Fed, obviously, to see if they're going to cut. The other thing that to consider here is you did have the president mention that if there was a government shutdown, he threw out the idea of possibly firing government workers instead of furloughing them, which is what happened last time. Now, obviously, that could cause a little bit more turmoil. I'm sure it's just a negotiating tactic. Actually, something I want to talk about with Michael Knott, because when he bring him on, he actually has some thoughts about what traders should do around a potential government shutdown. I think that's a big deal to have some trading ideas out there, because it might not be what you think, everybody, that, hey, the government shuts down, you got to think about it going short and it just being an automatic sell. The market, relatively flat today. I think to say that we were up 0.5% suggests that nothing that happened over the weekend is really shocking us too much. I think you'd see a bigger down move based on those comments, if people really took it seriously, that there'd be all of those government employees let off, I think there'd be a bigger move down. So it could have just been some kind of a negotiating tactic.
Yeah, it's just worth noting, I was just hearing in my ear, apparently the congressional meeting with these leaders and Trump has now begun. Google also announcing their Claude Sonnet 4.5 on Vertex AI, so keep an eye on Google with that in mind. But Nike is going to be on watch here. It's flight or fight for Nike. We'll have to see how those earnings come out tomorrow. They had a really rough quarter last quarter. I can actually pull this up to show it for you guys, but it was not a good look. And their guidance, I mean, regardless of what we're expecting here, the fact that we had negative 10% year over year for their fiscal 2025 sales. That was for the year. Their Converse sales dropped almost 20% last year. Last quarter, revenue down 12%. Gross margin down 440 basis points year over year. So there's not a lot of excitement heading into this report, Neil, but there's a lot to talk about today still, even before we get into that report.
No, there's a lot to get to, and if we can throw that back up there, I just want to see that graphic again because, we talk about that fight or flight. Well, Lulu's trying to get a little bit of a flight. Maybe Nike can find a bottom like it did, but there was nothing bigger than just a percentage move, I should say. There was nothing bigger than this cannabis story. CBD for seniors, the president coming out with a story and saying it could be a game changer. And you had MSOS, which is a cannabis ETF, up 30% today. And if you look, and I think anyone that looks at these names understands, there has been a big time, for a long time, there's been a big bleed in the cannabis names. Obviously, rescheduling has been the big foreseen catalyst, and we still are waiting for across the board what the federal government's going to do there. But you're catching some kind of a wind here. 60% on Tilray. Grow generation also to the upside. And these are all pretty decently heavily shorted names. So I think this is the kind of play that might have some legs on it to see a Republican president say this is a little bit of a change, right? I think nobody would be surprised if it was coming from the other side of the aisle. And to be honest, let's be real. Like, these were a bunch of names that took it on the chin when the election didn't go in another direction. So good look here for MSOS. Maybe we can see some continuation as not bad. No one's going to complain about 30%, but we've seen the cannabis stocks go before, and then all the profits get lit up in smoke weeks later.
Yeah, that's a good one there, Neil. Oil on watch. Hopefully that doesn't light up in smoke. That would be good for nobody. I mean, Oxy had its own slight catalyst there. Yep. But I think the bigger thing we have to talk about with regards to oil is just the weakness in this group. If you saw the sector board this morning, they were the only notably red sector. Why is that? Because some of this production is going to be a bit of a concern there for oil. You basically, with these oil names, you certainly don't want to see a widespread drop like this. If you're trading these names, it's certainly not a good look. Oil supply loosening is always going to be a concern. So that is, in essence, what sent this to the downside. We do have Progress Software earnings, PRGS. They did beat on EPS, they beat on sales. I dropped the numbers in the chat. I'll drop the guidance here in the chat as well. But they did raise their fiscal 2025 EPS and sales guidance. Looks like both of those are beating estimates. Their Q4 guidance, let me see if I can look at this really quickly. Q4 guide, GAAP EPS is a bit of a miss, and their sales guide is a bit of the lower end of their sales guide is a miss. So mixed sales guide, actually a miss there for their Q4 GAAP EPS, but they did raise some of their fiscal year guides.
Yeah, which is that's not bad. Raising guidance is always going to be good, but this is actually dangerous in the chat. This is going to tie into something we want to talk about next, which is Lockheed. I see, is there any ticker you wouldn't touch due to moral reasons? Now, obviously, you would have seen in that graphic Lockheed Martin catching a deal, and certainly we've seen in the general sense, not an AMEX stock, we've seen in the general sense military spending start to ramp up. Certainly a lot of other NATO names like Germany stepping up their spending. And I've always said this, as long as money gets printed, then a certain amount of the global budgets are going to go into defense spending. This is not a name that I've ever personally said I can't invest in it. The only lines I've ever drawn is the tobacco industry in a personal level. I no longer really feel like I want to hold UNH long term, but that's just a personal thing. I think if you have to ask yourself a question, like, are you care about making money, or do you want to take a stand? And I respect either way, but for myself, defense things I have no trouble being in personally, and I think Lockheed definitely looking very good here. It rejected $500 today, but ultimately it's been on a really, really nice upward churn, and things have been going well for them. More good news today, and it ended up a couple of points. I understand and respect anybody that's like, yeah, I could never invest in them long term, but military spending is not going down in the long run. That chart's like a hockey stick.
And with LMT too, you do have the fact that this one has been rumored on and off as a potential beneficiary of the Trump administration's investments. Now that's not been confirmed, but it has been discussed. We have MTN earnings as well here. Vail Resorts, double miss, larger than expected loss per share, and lower than expected sales. Let's talk about our last story today, Total Energy. So this is actually a European company, as far as I could tell. I looked into this. They're listed in Europe, but they did sell their solar stake for $950 million. So it looks like they're not valuing their solar sector too heavily for themselves as of right now. Lots of solar stocks to look at. I think these are really hot heading into the great big beautiful bill situation. FSLR, ENPH, RUN. We haven't looked at them as much lately, Neil. I feel like TAN has been a little bit out of the sun as of late.
Ooh, I love the pun. You're 100% right about that. And certainly a name that a name that we heard this morning and we're going to hear about again is our good friend, the NOS boss. But specifically because we have to talk about the shutdown in the U.S., potential shutdown in the U.S. government. So if we are ready for Michael, I'd like to bring him in and jump right into a discussion on what a lot of people that are following the market are concerned about right now, which is the potential government shutdown. You're talking about that midnight Tuesday clock is running out. Most of the time we get extensions. Are we going to here is a really big question. So let's bring him in if we can and jump to our good friend Michael Noss. Oh. I'm so used to hitting the button. Michael Noss, our good friend over there from Stats Edge. Right off the jump, Michael, I want to jump right into this because most people think U.S. government shutdown, the world is going to end, sell all of your stocks, we're screwed, forget about it, I'm just going to sell and go away. But what should we be looking at here?
You always buy the government shutdown and you always buy the World War III. That's the two things I have. If World War III is trending on Twitter, you buy stocks. And if the government shutdown, you buy stocks as well. And I actually have charts to prove the second one. I don't really have charts to prove the first one, but I actually just went to Perplexity. And this is the beauty of being able to do research like this with AI, is I just said, go and tell me every government shutdown since 1990 and what it did to the market over the period of time. And this is listed from the oldest on the bottom to the newest on the top. You can see one that happened for 4 days in 1990. We had a 2% drawdown. But way up here, this is the last Trump administration. And the beauty of this market and what has made this market easier for me to trade is we have seen it all before. We have seen trade wars with Trump, and we've seen him bully J-Pow on Twitter and all of these things. And he had the longest standing government shutdown of 35 days, so over a month. And the market returned 10% in 35 days. And then all the other ones you can see, 3 days here and 17 days here, all moderately positive. And another chart that's amazing is this is all of these government shutdowns. What was the average return 3 months out, 6 months out, and 1 year out? And in all scenarios, it was higher. So at least in the recent past, that's not a crazy amount of data to go off of, but at least in the recent past, you buy the government shutdown and ride it until at least it's done. So I'll be looking for the same kind of price action this time.
Yeah, and the thing about it is with it being Polymarket has 70%, Kalshi 66% chance that this could happen. So this is not, that's constantly changing here, but this is not the kind of action where, oh yeah, they usually come up with a deal and we're not too concerned about it. Like we're talking about when there is an actual shutdown. We're talking about this all the time, right? Like they hit the spending limit all the time, or you hear about the tit for tat, will the government shut down? That's the normal aspect of this. The one question, I know I'm going to be putting you on the spot, I'd like to put you on the spot here often, is was there anything in particular, timing-wise or specifically sector-wise, when it came to buying that dip that stood out for you? Or was it more along the lines of, hey, just grab the index and hold it? If you get a dip, you just buy that dip and then hold it. Or is there anything specific sector-wise or with the timing of that potential trade? Because this is coming up quick. We could find out Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I looked sector-wise. I tried to narrow down in any sector that I could, and I know you were talking a little bit about defense there, and it's not. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. You'd think
Okay.
defense would be important because it's mainly government funded and things like this, but pretty much sector-wise, the market just behaved as normal. And my theory is that anything that's going to be priced is going to be already priced going into it. Like you said, the prediction markets are saying 70, 80% chance of a shutdown. So the market has already priced this to begin with. I always say once I know about it, everyone else knows about it, and it's already priced in. So if all of this is priced in, then what happens is normal market forces take after and move around after that. The only thing that I saw that was a little bit different this time is the BLS, the one that does the jobs report, said they're not going to give new data if the government shut down. That might be a little bit interesting because, of course, we're always hinging on what the next rate decision is going to be and what JPOW is going to say about that. That may delay some of that information of, whether or not that's something that we can take a trade off of. But it looks like it's basically business as usual when the market's shut down. And again, for the longest one, 35 days, right, we still held up. If it was all like 2-3 day events and they were fine, that's one thing. But yeah, for the long one, the 35-day one, we were still fine.
And that just goes to show, like, even if there is a shutdown and it lasts more than just this week, it is an opportunity potentially to buy. I want to shift to something which might be related, which is gold here, because certainly if they're in the government shutdown or any kind of turmoil, it's seen as like a safe haven. You had gold right back into the GLD and right back into the highs. Another strong rally that it's been on. Maybe not so much for energy, but what's your take? What's your take here? Because you juxtapose that. If it's a good to buy dips in a government shutdown, that would usually think, okay, you can put risk on, and then wouldn't gold, in theory, potentially pull back? But this chart is so gorgeous. It's just technically, why would you ever get out of something trending this way? So, what are your thoughts when it comes to gold? Because you would normally think that risk on in a government shutdown as a buy the dip might mean gold pulls back, but its chart's very bullish.
Commodities do this, and commodities are a very interesting beast because they do, I just call it nothing and then everything. So with gold, I remember being on this show talking about the breakout of 190 way back here, and I wish I could say I held all of it. I still have a tiny piece left, but not enough. But if you look at it, I don't know if this is really a gold type thing of, if you look at coca, for example, right? This is just, right? It's coca. It's probably the most random thing that's ever been brought up on this show, but it does the same thing. All of these, platinum, palladium, silver, you can look at it across the board. All commodities seems to have multiple years of absolutely nothing, and then this breaks out and it triples from the breakout, quadruples from the breakout. And that's why I would never really play mean reversion back in commodities, because they just have this tendency of completely boring you for years and years on end, and then something sparks a rally out of the blue, and these trend way further than anyone thinks that they can. So I don't even know if gold has anything to do with inflation or a safe haven asset or anything anymore. It's just a trend, and this trend seems unstoppable until there's some event that occurs that, like was happening here in coca, that just causes these really ugly long-term tops. But generally speaking, not like stocks where there's a valuation that it kind of gets tied to or anything, so they can trend for way further than most people think.
And that's why we love your perspective there, Michael. As always, our good friend in CMT over there at Stats Edge. We threw a couple of things at you. Well, at least I threw a couple of things at you that I didn't think you should be prepared for, but you always have a little something for us. Best of luck in all of your trading as usual, Michael, and thanks for the insights. Specifically, maybe people shouldn't be as afraid of the shutdown that could happen, which could be happening as of Tuesday midnight, so on Wednesday in the United States. So thank you very much, Michael. Appreciate your insights as always. We'll talk to you later on in the week.
Thank you, Michael.
Talk to you Friday. I always love being here. Have a good one.
Our good friend, the NOS boss, always dropping science on us. But there was some news, Adara, that hit. I know you were throwing some earnings out there and maybe a couple of news stories while we were talking with Michael.
Yeah, it was basically just earnings. So JEF, Jefferies, I'll pull this one up if I can. Give me a second there, JEF. So as you can see, just like a little baby spike, nothing crazy. They did have a double beat though for earnings. If I can get these, there they are. So Q3 adjusted earnings $1.01 per share, above estimates of 80 cents per share. Sales 2.047 billion versus estimates of 1.923 billion. Now we also talked here about PRGS. They had a double earnings beat. Guidance was a little bit mixed, and MTN. This is Vail Resorts. They had a double miss. So 3 earnings names. Jefferies, that was a double beat. PRGS, double beat. MTN, double miss. Pretty binary reports there for tonight, guys. Pretty easy to tell who was well received by the market and who wasn't. That's it. I mean, tomorrow night we have a whopper in the form of Nike.
Ooh.
But there's nothing that exciting tonight, guys.
Well, that whopper in terms of earnings, Nike tomorrow after the bell. This morning we did have Carnival Cruise Line, so there was a little something as a tidbit, but no questions asked. Nike, an absolute beast of a brand and of a stock. Because let's be real. Like, who doesn't know Nike? Maybe the most famous brand out there. If you know who Michael Jordan is, then you know it. We're talking about Air Max. We're talking about Jordan. Just do it, baby. Like, everyone knows that I ran in Nike in track shoes when I was in university, and this has been a long-standing story and a stock a lot of people are interested in. You know, founded well over 50 years ago as Blue Ribbon Sports, and everyone knows Phil Knight and Coach Bill Bowerman. That's where it started. But they were powered by innovation, and more importantly, the big-time athlete partnerships. Obviously, MJ, the biggest one, cannot top that for cultural relevance. But we got to break down the playbook here for Nike going into these earnings, because if you can, we want to map out the move and not necessarily chase it, everybody. So let's be real. If you want to look for that big swoosh, then you want to understand what the game is. And this all started out when Bowen, believe it or not, was experimenting with a waffle iron. And the big swoosh, the iconic swoosh, debuted in 1971, well over 50 years ago. And the air technology changed a generation. Partly my generation, actually. But the true moat was when a flywheel of product innovation, which is athlete storytelling and making brands culturally relevant. That's what they did the best. 4 years after that, year after I was born, the IPO, and it wasn't just when they got Michael Jordan to endorse a shoe. They essentially turned the entire company into a Jordan brand. So led an athlete-led halo that still to this day compounds. So their dominance in performance created pricing power and distribution leverage, just ask Foot Locker, and their competitors had no chance and were unable to replicate. And for the last decade, the biggest shift has been moving sales away from wholesale and toward their own channels. Nike.com, that online's been big. Like you said, ask Foot Locker, the Nike app, sneakers, and owned retail. Why this mattered is it expanded their gross margins, tightened their inventory controls, and improved data feedback loops, and allowed a cleaner storytelling at their full price. There's a trade-off here, unfortunately. Some execution risk emerged. Marketing has to create demand. Supply has to stay tight, and we all know there's been some disruptions there. And their assortment discipline had to be non-negotiable. So, when DTC grows as a share of market mix, the model signals superior profitability, but also places so much pressure on inventory turns and launch cadence. So when you're listening to the earnings call and playing that earnings call, it's a very high volatile event. The 3 things you got to consider here: regional mix, China. We know, well, it just is what it is, everybody. I'm not going to say it that way. China. But weakness here will definitely compress the multiple. You got to listen in for that. Their gross margins, everybody. The full price sell-through versus promos, freight and input costs will be important. Margin beats are what give you extended rallies. If they can beat there, definitely a good sign. But then most importantly, the forward guidance. The second leg of the move always follows the tone of the outlook. Forget about the headline print. You got to bear down. Look at what the guidance is going to be and listen to the 2 points that we gave to you before. So option markets here are pricing a pretty sizable move in either direction, but after the print, IV gets crushed, okay? Real volatility is going to persist if the guidance resets a narrative. What you don't want is a nothing burger. That'll be crushing everybody in the options game. So the future of Nike, everybody, its newest, highest profile move. They got the Nike Skims collaboration. The ultimate stock driver is still culture, meaning performance. It just isn't MJ anymore. Get Kim K in there and get a loyal audience. We've seen already with the Sidney Sweeney effect, if they can pull that lever, then you can get a nice little bounce and maybe a reemergence into what was one of the biggest companies and brands out there, some former glory. So you get their performance with Skims, body contouring fabrics, reinforcing their pivot toward inclusivity and modern lifestyle trends. It's an important thing they have to get right. It creates instant hype, a model that drives high margin full sale prices directly to consumers via their apps. And the thing about that is, if you swing and you hit, then you can just move to the next big brand ambassador. So that, at the end of the day, you want to map the big three things. China mix is huge, everybody. That guidance is a big, big deal. And you've got to consider inventory commentary. If they're having inventory issues still, that's a big problem for Nike, but they've got to hit on the Kim K. You want the Sidney Sweeney effect. You've got to go back to your roots, Nike, and make it all about the brand and the leaders and the influencers speaking for your brand. So manage your size around the call. You know these events are going to move you. Focus in on that guidance. Focus on that inventory numbers. And don't just sit there thinking, oh, they beaten the top and the bottom. Everything is going to be fine. No, you got to dig deeper like I was talking about. And maybe we can get that swoosh to the upside of there.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, they certainly didn't swoosh to the upside with their last report, Neil. Their gross margin dropped 440 basis points. They attributed that to higher discounts and changes to channels. This is also, of course, one of the first reports after the tariff tumble, as we like to call it. So they could still be adjusting. Elliott Hill has now been CEO for almost a year. He was appointed at the end of September. He started at the beginning of October, so it's been almost 12 months. Elliott Hill and Brian Nichols started around the same time. Brian Nichols, of course, new CEO of Starbucks. And they both run into a lot of challenges trying to turn around these brands that were legacy brands that were really well received for a very long time and now are really struggling to find their footing. I mean, like I mentioned some of this earlier as well, but fiscal sales for the comparable sales for the fiscal year last year were a disaster. Wholesale revenue down 7%, Nike direct revenue down 9%, total revenue down 10%. So let's see, like the point I'm trying to make is this wasn't just a quarterly issue for last quarter, first quarter of tariffs. It was an issue for all of fiscal 2025. Yes. Now, Elliott Hill has a chance to start this fiscal year as CEO the right way. Let's hope he gives the people what they want. Analysts are looking for $10.98 billion in revenue and earnings of 28 cents per share for the quarter. You can find all of this on X at GTV Research,
which you do a fantastic job with, as always, there, Adara. And I would want to point out, we sort of referenced Lululemon a couple of times, adjacent to Nike, as trying to catch a bit of a bottom. This is an example, I think here, at least for Lululemon, where they demonstrate how difficult it is when you get past that. It's just brand recognition, quality product, and they've done everything they can do. When you get in a bit of a slide, how bad it can be trying to get out of it if you don't pull the right levers. Now, granted, I would venture to tell you that Nike has already done a little bit better of a job of pulling off of some of its lows. So it's not sitting in the same type of space as a Lulu is, where it's just hanging off the bottoms. This is already putting in some higher lows. And this is why it's so important. Like, you've got some momentum off the bottom. If you don't muck it up here, and if the guidance is strong, and if they've cleared up some of the inventory issues, certainly they're poised to have a good chance here. It's not the same falling knife that Lululemon has been. And everyone's trying to catch a bottom on Lululemon. Trust me, the number of questions we get about on the show. When is Lulu going to hit the bottom? Is this the bottom for Lulu? And we get that for a lot of bottom picking stock. This has already made a bit of a bounce play, so it should be a big one here, hopefully, tomorrow night. Just to wrap things and sort of go back to the broad market here, Adara, I do want to remember, overall, as much as most of today felt like we were selling, the Nasdaq still finishes up half a point. So we gapped up the day before we get the fear of the government shutdown. Spend most of the day essentially in a bit of a sell mode. But we held some of those bids.
Yeah.
Now, some of the tech names had some trouble at the end of the day. We saw that with Alphabet. Apple actually held up pretty well, though. The chips could have been a heck of a lot worse. So it doesn't feel like the same kind of fear and panic for this government shutdown. Now, what I don't wonder is if that means people don't believe it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't like to make assumptions or anything. We're gonna have to wait and see what happens. I do want to take a moment that we had a super chat. I think we had two of these heading into the close, or I don't know if they were on our show, but I'll mention them either way. Kelvin GTS, thank you for the $5 super chat, saying thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. You're a trooper. Good day. So thank you to Kelvin GTS shouting out Sean. We also had Bill Swirsky, super fan. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. I've watched most days since February. Had my first over 10% of portfolio up day, more than my first year salary after college. Thank you for all the knowledge. Thank you, Bill Swirsky and Kelvin GTS and everybody in the chat for your support, for your kind words. We're so grateful to be here with this community and for all the people that make this community what it is.
So I'm going to do something right here. Here's what we're going to do. First of all, congratulations, Bill. That's really cool. I'm going to read that again just for myself here. Your first over 10% of portfolio day, more than your first year salary after college. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you for all the knowledge. So here's what I want everyone to do when we get this roll call going. What I want you to do is just, first of all, you have to join the chat if you want to be part of roll call. Jump in here, hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's a subs only chat. And then everyone jumps in and says, congratulations, Bill. Congrats, Bill. Real simple. Let's congratulate a fellow trader for having an unbelievable day there. Shout out to Bill. That's what it's all about. We're all just trying to learn and get better, whether it's day trading, swing trading, investing, whatever your cup of tea is. We can all learn from each other. And with that, I'm going to leave it to Adara. We have a fantastic team here. I want to thank all of them. But more importantly, congrats there, Bill. I'm glad you smoked it. And why not? Congrats to the Bills as well, because we won.
Congrats to the Bill. Congrats to Bill. Congrats to Sandisk. SNDK had a great day. Jay in the chat was asking about this. I have no news for you. I can tell you that it's up, and I can say congratulations. Thank you very much to Danny Dollars, Ryan O'Day, Gujuj. Thank you to Tyrone Hamilton, Cookie, Papa Dre, Midlife, Mama in Motion. I love that one. Others think just do it. Very timely for Nike. High Vibrations, Day Trader, Cut, Jazzy, Schwans, William Hu, Joseph Brown, Jake Robert Snake, Day Trader, Cut, Jay, Byron Hart, Roger Noonan, Why Not, Bart Simpson, Schwans, again here, Rockies 100, Jason Quinny, Buddhist Priest, Julian L, TKL, Why Not, again, We Cansado, NYC Urbanista, Byron Hart, Mangelita's World, Tyrone Hamilton, Robert Liu, D. Westmeyer, Crypto Forest, Day Trader Cut again, the Tranquil Channel, and Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendan, Mark, Rob, Randy. We have Fabian, Ramin, Andre, and we have all of you guys in the chat. Thank you all for being here every single day. And guess what, guys? Tomorrow we are back. Nike will be reporting earnings. The government will be doing things. And news and trading will be happening, and maybe App 11 will randomly move $30 in one single 3-minute candle again.
It does do that. It does do that.
That was wild. So yeah, maybe, if you want to see all these random wild actions, you got to check us out right here, Trader TV Live.
Get it, Adara, crushing it every single time, and we'll round it off by saying another congratulations to you, Bill. That's absolutely amazing. I think for a lot of you have to understand, like when you have your biggest day, and for you, like you said, your first first salary out of college, it was bigger than that. That's a big deal. So enjoy it. I'm not going to say run out and spend it, but enjoy yourself, man. Like whatever it is that you do to celebrate, just make sure you take it in. That's a heck of an accomplishment there. So we want to congratulate a member of our community. Thank you, everybody. It's been a wild day. It gets only crazier. As Dara said, potential government shutdown, Nike earnings after the bell tomorrow. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. We're Trader TV Live. Market Recap brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. Has been now, and rest up because tomorrow is going to be wild.
Yeah.